Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not
You will bring
relevant.
the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom. The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Literally not true.
Dati mihi Anglican for his service Latino. I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Tuesday to you. Hope you're doing it just absolutely fabulous today. We're sort of, I've got 3 things going at once right now, so I apologize. I will be a little more focused here as soon as court begins, but wow, what an amazing first day of the Kouri Richins trial, and we are so looking forward to the second day. So before we begin, let me do a couple things first. Let's give away the internet to Francis Fitzgerald, 24. Congratulations, Francis. You are, in fact, the first in chat, the winner of the internet. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility. It's off my shoulders, onto yours. Just keep it all going. Just for your information, I'm uploading yesterday's clean feed to Top Mark Video. I'm live streaming to Top Mark Video in 2 formats, vertical and horizontal, and we're running our live stream here. And I'm just going to monitor all of it from this desk, so these buttons are going to be very important today. Francis Fitzgerald, you doing your job appropriately on the internet is also very important. All right. Oh, wow. I have not been to Reddit yet. I have not been to Reddit to see what the Redditors think about the case, but many were singing praises, or RA's praises, on the Kouri Richins Reddit. So that's awesome. That is awesome. I appreciate that. Kind words are always welcome. Criticisms, keep it to yourself. No, just kidding. Those are welcome too. I learned from both. Welcome. Good to have you all here. As we mentioned yesterday, if you're new with us, you might not know that wait. Selena K, thank you, everyone. I love you so much. Selena was our court watcher yesterday. She got up at like 3 o'clock in the morning, or maybe 2, drove the hour to the courthouse, got ready, drove the hour to the courthouse, sat in line since 4 a.m. in 20-degree weather to be first in line to make sure she got a seat so she could be a court watcher for us, and then was able to call in several times and give us updates as to what was going on in the courtroom, things that we could not see. Selena, you did an amazing job. Hopefully you get a chance to go back up there again sometime. We've got a couple other people who may be going as well. Not necessarily every day have a court watcher, but we have some people who are, will be there. We'll be there and giving us updates. So, Selena K, thank you. Thank you for your generosity as well. Always been a big supporter of the program, and we're so excited for you. You were in your element yesterday. Tammy Lee says, thank you for keeping us in court and having fun. You are most welcome, Tammy. We are super excited to be able to bring this to you, and excited for this court case, which really has everything we want as a court watcher. Obviously, I think all of us would be okay if murder just didn't happen anymore, right? We're in our heart of hearts. None of us are like, oh man, no one's killing each other. Now, we'd like that to stop, but barring that, if there has to be a trial for a killing, I would want it to be like this. I'd want it to have top-notch defense, top-notch prosecutors, amazing judge, great audio, great video, and then be able to watch it with all my friends. So I'm in heaven. This is going to be a great 5 weeks as we begin day 2. Tumwater Troy checking in on the jury, 29 months, OG for sure. Tumwater Troy, thank you very much for your generosity and your support of the channel all this time. Let's see, we have some birthdays to celebrate this morning, so let's go ahead and do that. In the usual fashion, we sing happy birthday to, we'll sing 2 heavenly birthdays today. I think you all have to eat pancakes in their honor. I think that's how the rule goes, but I don't know how I would, I don't know how to do the, I'm thinking ahead, Josh. With 2 heavenly birthdays, I wish the birthday folks certain good happenings on their birthday, and tell them they're here with us and everything else. We're going to do it the same. I imagine they are. All right, so everyone, wherever you are, stand up, deep breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, and warm up, if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're sing happy birthday to Jackie and JT. Happy birthday to you and Steve Jobs. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Jackie, JT, and Steve Jobs. Happy birthday to you. So heavenly birthdays today. I imagine there's a couple more of you out there who just haven't fessed up, and it's your birthday as well. But to all of those who are celebrating their birthday today, I realize there are many wonderful days. Today is your special day. I realize there are a million places you could be and a million people you could be with, but we think you're here with us. And the privilege, pleasure, the honor, the joy is ours. Hopefully, we can bring that joy back to you. Begin by helping yourself to free heavenly pancakes at St. Peter's Bar. Philgen, IHOP, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlop's House, Andy's Grill, Bob Evans, Cracker Barrel, and Bob Evans. I got that one twice. McDonald's. I butchered it. All the regional places, plus wherever they make pancakes in heaven. So Tammy Dunlop's pancakes are heavenly. Yes, for sure. Welcome. We miss those who are not with us and celebrate their life. But let's see, did we miss anyone else? I don't think we did. Mindy FS, we need a name stat. Let's see, was there a name? Cha-cha-ching. Happy birthday to my mother-in-law, Pat, 95 today. We'll sing to Pat. Here we go. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Pat. 95. Happy birthday to you. There you go. All right. With everyone celebrated appropriately, we'll let the dancers finish their thing. Pat, you got to pass this year, but for 96, use the birthday form. Happy birthday, dear Heather. Happy birthday to you. Where did Heather come from? Heather, happy birthday. I don't know how old you are. Probably 21 again. That's usually what I am after everything after 21. But happy birthday, Heather. Consider yourself sung to as well. I think we have a drum solo for the big finish. Ready? Beautiful. All right. Whew, that was a rough one, but we got through it. Heather, Pat, thanks for the late ads. Happy birthday. And with that, I'm a drummer, and I say great job on the air drums. Tarkin, thank you. I've been practicing. Just that little fill. That's all I have, but I've been practicing. All right. Patricia Farrar, 32 glorious months for you. I'm the cool kid. OG, you definitely are in the cool kid club. Selena K also just gifted 10 memberships as a way to just welcome y'all to being here. So that is fantastic. It is 10:09 right now. We're expecting to get a feed right about now from court. Currently, it doesn't look very exciting. This is what we get. So I'm not going to show you that until we get a courtroom feed. But as soon as there is audio, I'll bring it to you, and we'll also bring it over to Top Mark Media for a clean feed. That also, as some people have requested, the Top Mark Media feed will not have my face, will not have my voice. It will just be court, nothing else. And whatever the court shows, you'll see there. And it will also have subtitles on. We've got a delay on that side that will allow subtitles. A few of you have asked for that, and I realize that I'm also in the category where, hearing is not what it used to be. And sometimes I have to trust my eyes to hear what I heard. So if that is a better way to watch for you, Top Mark Media would be a great place to be there. We have a couple of our friends over there keeping an eye on the mod chat, or keeping an eye on the chat as well. So you won't be alone. All right, Mom, Veteran Wife, gifted a membership. Thank you very much for a couple things. First, for being a mom, for being a veteran, or a veteran's wife. Either way, thanks for the service. And then thank you very much for gifting a membership. So triple thanks to you this morning. Peter Tupperware says, also a drummer, I rock air guitar. I tell you, I can play any solo on the air guitar. I have the skills. Paula Mack, sad day. Oh, no, sad day in Southern Missouri. We lost 2 deputies and 2 others injured in a manhunt. Please pray for the families and all the officers, friends in blue. They are not okay emotionally. Oh, my goodness. I don't know the details of how that happened. It sounds terrifying. Wow. So, okay, I thought about you when I saw the whole corner of electronics running the live stream for court. I have pretty much all that they have, Selena. I definitely have all the cables, and I've got almost all the same equipment. We do have a setup to run court ourselves if we find ourselves in a situation where we have access to court and the judge gives us the go-ahead and no other entity has already filled that spot. We can do that as well, including live stream through Live View and everything else. I can bring the internet with me. Let's see. Miss P, I've got to give a shout out right now to Court TV, who is the pool photographers on this case. So they brought in 2 cameras, and they're running the sound and the video out of the Summit County Courthouse. So they are doing a stellar job. And part of this, I realize I'm going to give props to Summit County. They built their courthouse right for tying into IT like this, for tying into broadcast. It's just built right and easy to do. And Court TV has the knowledge and the people to make it possible. They're doing a great job. So a big shout out to Court TV for carrying that burden on this live stream. Let's see. They're the pool camera for the pool feed. All right. Is there anything else I missed as we're getting set? Let me tell you where we're going to start. Oh, yes, we have to start. I think there's a little bit of deciding that the state has to do, some scheduling, maybe some possibly some stipulations between the two sides as to what witnesses the state has to bring in for foundation with issues like cell phone recovery and extraction, how much the defense is going to force the state to lay the groundwork for every person who was in the chain of custody, because they can sort of force that hand, and it's rude, but the ball's in their court. The judge can't say, no, you're good. If they have an objection and the foundation isn't laid, the judge basically has to say, yeah, we need more. We need to know exactly where it happened. They have that right. How far they push that could have a significant impact on the duration of this trial. It could be days, possibly, as you have so many people in a chain of custody in some situations that all need to be accounted for and testified correctly to. And it's a huge risk for the state, right? What if they testify wrong? What if they're like, no, I didn't give it to him. I thought I gave it to this guy. If there's a problem with the report somewhere, that would also be an issue. But all the equipment just looked familiar, all right? It's wonderful. It's switchers and audio equipment and a few cameras. That's all it is. It's not magic. It is fun to learn. Let's see. Northwest says, motion to call Attorney Ramos Dramos. This is our... This is the attorney who's going to be first up. All right. Our pool cameras are just turning on right now. So give us a second. This is the first attorney up. We are still in cross-examination, and we anticipate that it will be interesting as well. I sort of had a little fun at his expense, Attorney Ramos, as he seemed to take a swig from a little brown bottle immediately prior to getting up and beginning cross-examination, which might have fueled his gusto or his performance in some way. Because during the actual cross, he was just drinking water. But he did have this little brown bottle he took a little sip of, which we think was like a tea starter, kombucha something. I don't know what it is. But it was funny, and we might put out a little short about that at some time, especially if he keeps doing it. If that's like his courage in a bottle, there's got to be a short about that one. He did bring a very different level of performance to the whole procedure. So that was cool as well. All the equipment just looked familiar. Thank you, Selena. I appreciate the update there. A little off-putting. I watched a couple. I didn't get to watch all of Ian because Ian stays up late at night, but I watched some of Ian's and some of the Lawyer You Know's recap of the day, because both of them are doing recaps at the end of the day for court, and they're amazing, both. Kombucha, that's what it is, kombucha. a lot of people, and I heard this more on the Lawyer You Know stream, on Peter Tragos' stream. A lot of people were not a big fan of Attorney Ramos. And I hope I didn't cause that by, pointing out that he was drinking from a little brown bottle, which I think is okay. There's no problem there. It just looked funny the way he's like gripping the bottle and taking a swig and looking at the judge to see what's going on. It was a funny environment. Maybe it helps him get over a cold or something. Whatever it is, it's great. I think he's a good lawyer. I think he's pointed out, and even Peter's like, you guys, I didn't get the same read you did. I mean, granted, we're watching 2.2 speed or 1.5 speed with Peter, and he's like, I thought he pointed out some good stuff, and he did. It was more his delivery style that seemed to stick in people's craw, which was a little funny. So we'll see how he does today. Maybe he watches. Maybe he does. Take a swig of Swazer. Maybe he watches some of the feedback, and he's like, yeah, I probably overdid it there. The pointing. And the answer is, pointing at the defendant. That might have been a little much, but we'll see if he adapts or he doubles down, right? Because it's probably going to be one of those two. But it was fun. Selena was there in the courtroom. Got to give her this. Selena was there in the courtroom. She said the jury was with him. They were ping-ponging the eyes back and forth. They were following, whether they liked it or not, I don't know, but they were there, and that's what he needed. He needed them with him in that conversation. So maybe that'd be a little too much if he's doing a lot of cross-examination and there's drama every time. There we go. We've got our court feed. Let's see. All right, audio is up. Give me a second to get all the settings done. I hit the publish button there, so that's finished uploading. Perfect timing. We're going to go live here. If there's any buffering issues on the live stream, I'm going to kill the Top Mark media feed. But it is live right now. And if somebody on that side can just check to make sure once the audio starts that we have audio, that would be fantastic. Okay, let me close that one down. All right, love the Kirk Cameron look-alike judge. Oh my goodness, Kresnik is absolutely incredible, and he's got the voice. Oh my goodness, he's got the voice. You need to watch EDB during his cross. I didn't get to watch Emily. She's live while we are. Well, actually, I think she's live a little bit after we are because hers is usually just a tiny bit delayed, but it's good. Let's see. If he's got the jury's attention, he's doing it right. Marcia Braga, I agree. I don't have to like the delivery style, but if it's effective, you know what they say, if it's stupid and it works, it's not stupid, right? If it's effective, if it works and it's getting the point across and the jury is following the I don't have to like it, but and I have to admit that he's doing the right thing. And he's definitely trying hard for his client, which I think all these attorneys on the defense side are doing. There's no lack of effort on their part, which I think everyone's entitled to a vigorous defense, which is just great. All right. I think he could have been scaring the jury. I bet he doubles down today. I just want to know if he brings the little brown bottle and has the swig. That would be funny. Is he a public defender? I believe all her defenders are public defenders. She ran out of money long before this happened, apparently. But I think she's all public defenders. Oh, we got audio bounce, so it's being tested. Selena says, I'm here with you today, but I'm going to get on Thursday. Awesome, Selena. Hopefully you don't have to sit in too much cold weather out there. Book sales never took off. I have not been able to find a copy of her book. I've scoured eBay. I've scoured Amazon. I need to go to like a couple other book sites to see if somebody has it. But I'd like to find a copy. Not that I want to, give her any money, but I think it would be interesting. I wonder if reading her book, you would see her voice in it. And obviously, I couldn't read it online. I couldn't read the book to you and narrate it like a book reading because of copyright laws. She could smack me down in a second. We have heard the book was plagiarized. I want to look at that and see how much text matches other books. We can do some searches that way. Her book was shut down for sales. There's probably only a few copies out there. The channel Wordwise reviewed it. Oh, man. It was pulled very quickly. Yeah, I needed to get in right then. And honestly, if you have a copy of the book, now's the time to sell it. People like me would probably pay more than it's worth to get it, just so we could, review it and be able to look at it and add that into the whole analysis of the situation. It was ghostwritered. Might not be as effective then. Check your local library. Can you imagine? all your elementary school libraries have this book by Kouri Richins. Samantha, thank you very much. We do have audio on the Top Mark side. That's what I was worried about. And that's great. Don't buy the book. Knowing that it's ghostwritten now, I'm less inclined to. So, all right. Well, a couple things that are going to happen this morning. Obviously, before the jury comes in, the judge has left us sort of up in the air with the defense and the prosecution disagreeing on the foundational witness testimony that will be required, specifically for the cell phones, which I think we're going to start getting right away. The cell phone data is it's great. It's great unless you're Kouri Richins. The cell phone data is problematic for the defense because it features Google search terms, search words, searches that were performed with timestamps on her devices. And the problem with that, and why it's usually such a terrible thing for the defense in these cases, is that it's like peering into somebody's mind and saying, what were you thinking back then? And them telling you, or telling the world. But they didn't realize they were going to be telling the world what they were thinking right then. We're looking into the mindset of like, okay, as this is going down, you're finding out that that there's going to be an autopsy and whatever else, and the investigation's moving forward, and your name keeps coming up to the top. What's crossing your mind? Luxury prisons for the rich. Can the police recover deleted messages from phones? Yeah, that's like, whoa. Those are like the red alarms. Don't Google that, right? Don't Google that. Are You With Me has 1.72 stars on Goodreads. Do you have an opinion yet on Kouri's guilt? I will tell you this, Donna, the state has not yet proved that she is guilty at all. They are miles from it. All we have right now is a little bit of suspicion. So right now, not guilty. I imagine the state is going to bring the evidence that they said they would and more. And if they do that successfully, that could definitely change my opinion. But she's not guilty as we stand right now. All right. Yes, prosecution ended with those memes without even commenting was so epic. The Dumb and Dumber wiping my tears with dollar bills. Kevin Spacey with idiots. Everyone's surrounded by idiots or something like that. And then the political
versus Kouri Richins. Mr. Bloodworth and Ms. Shervinack are present for the state. Mr. Ramos present for Ms. Richins, who's in the courtroom.
Got appearances right now.
Yesterday we watched a substantial portion, but not the entirety, of Deputy Wynn's body cam. Correct, Ms. Shervinack? Mr. Ramos, at sidebar, you raised a 1006 issue related to that body cam. It's unclear to me what other portions the defendant thinks are necessary to play. Can you give me a little more detail about defendant's position on that?
Yes, sir. Last night I reviewed the footage again, and I was asking myself that question, whether we even need to go here.
Right.
I don't think we do.
Okay.
I think what wasn't covered yesterday will likely be covered today, and then I'll just make it clear to the jury that, hey, this is edited. Those clips, it seems like it's a stream. It's not. Just address or clarify that for the jury.
Okay. Very
so
good.
I don't think there's going to be an issue, Judge.
Thank you.
Yep.
I appreciate that.
Your Honor,
And-
in that clarification, if at the bottom, there is the transcript, and you can see the page and line number on the transcript jump dramatically.
Right.
There's a black, like a second or two of black. It comes back on, page and line number jump.
Alex, do we want to put you here today?
I imagine you'll take your moments to highlight that for the jury in the way you see fit. I just wanted to make sure, or I just wanted to, forgive me, get to the bottom of whether we needed to show more and avoid wasting time showing the whole thing again.
The
unnecessarily.
106 stuff.
Yeah, understood.
Yes.
Okay, anything else I need to handle right now regarding chain of custody related to the electronic devices?
Okay, this is the issue we just talked about.
Your Honor, we might need to wait just a moment.
Okay.
Looks like they're letting family members into the room here. A little bit of chatter. The public might be coming in as well. Oh, those are family members. Remember, the rows 2 and rows 5 are reserved for family members, and on alternating days, even days and odd days, the families switch positions. So the court has assigned which family gets row 2 on which days.
Yeah.
So this is day 2, so we have a new row of players on that second row. I'm not talking
No, this is
we're talking behind the bar. So row 5, you're going to see the family of Eric Richins back there now, and Kouri's family is going to be on row 2. So as far as where people are seated, that'll help. Selena, thank you very much.
Counsel, we're still on the record. Ms. Nestor, may I put you on the spot for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Late in the day yesterday, we had a initial conversation regarding chain of custody related to some electronic devices like phones.
Right.
Anything further on that we need to discuss today? Or at least this morning?
They're talking about the extraction for the
So, Your Honor,
foundation for extractions.
the only two people we need are the person that took the phone into custody
Right.
and the person that can lay the foundation for the extraction. We don't need anybody else.
That
The
is a
person that can lay the
concession.
foundation for the extraction, though, might be crime scene technician Gibson in terms of,
She did some of the extractions.
but she also checked it out to some contractors. She can lay foundation for that.
Is that, Alex, is that enough? If it's just Gibson saying.
I want to be clear. I'm only talking about admissibility. You all are allowed to make whatever arguments you want to make regarding weight.
Sure. In interviewing chain of custody witnesses leading up to the trial, we discovered that there was just some
Irregularities.
Thank you.
Words are hard.
As to how the devices themselves were handled.
Okay.
And so that was our initial concern. Now, we believe that everything could actually be said by either Ms. Gibson, if she's the one who did the extractions, or gave it to another officer who then did the extraction. I think really the foundation issue is going to come in through their expert, Coach Bemis.
Okay.
Who will then say, hey, I used this extraction
Right.
from this extractor, right? And then that will build a bridge.
Okay.
So I think we're going to be fine.
All right.
That was our main concern, is just making sure that we know, however they want to put it up, which extractions and who handled them. That's it.
Sounds like this is a non-issue at the moment, Mr.
I think
Butler.
so.
Yeah.
It's a big
I
concession.
agree, Your Honor.
But fits.
We'll burn any bridges we need to when we get there.
Understood. Okay, very good.
May the bridges we
are
burn
going
light
to
our
begin
path.
this morning with completion of cross-examination of Deputy Wynn. Is that your expectation, Ms. Shervanek?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Ramos?
Sorry, did I speak to
My apologies. We're going to complete cross-examination of Deputy Wynn,
Yes.
and then we'll go from there. Okay, sounds good. Anything else from the defense before we invite the jury in?
No.
Yeah, it can't hurt.
Screams with Sam, you are an OG, 27 months. Feels like we've been waiting for so long for this trial. Glad we can watch it with you all. And then also we have another OG who is
Mr. Bloodworth,
Lindsay
I'm sorry to
Bailey.
put you on the spot. May we invite Deputy Wynn in and get rolling?
I apologize, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay, very good. Let's invite the jury in, please.
Judge, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We just have 1 minute.
Of course.
Just to make sure everything's set up on our end.
Yeah, do you want to test it?
I think so, just to make sure. That way we're not
Yeah,
doing
let's
it
do
in front
it.
of the jury.
Baby Shark, 16 months. Thank you very much.
Katie, are you ready to test that table over there?
30 seconds.
No problem.
And Judge, while we're doing that, I'll just show Ms. Sherman what I'm gonna show, so we're.
Okay. Scott, can we test you while we're
Yeah,
doing
go
it?
ahead.
Do you have something else?
Oh, different
Something I can put up?
You've already.
Meg, good morning. Thank you. Thanks to all those who hit the like button. That helps the channel a lot. It is free today. Well, it's always free, but
See,
it's free today.
give me a moment here, Scott. I can see your desktop, but I can't control the screens.
Correct.
Give me a second here. No, I can see what you can see on your laptop.
Anything you can see, I can see better, says the
and I
judge.
appreciate that we're doing this now. Thanks for the suggestion. Not yet. It should have worked. Brittany, something's going on here.
Oh, contact support.
Something's going on between sign-up and the HDTV. There we go.
Our objection counter, I have it at 26. We actually should be at 27. I forgot to put the last one from yesterday on. That's a lot of objections for one day, especially considering.
Folks, I apologize. This is
after
going
it
to
was
take 5
open.
minutes. Through no fault of yours. If you're wondering what I'm looking at the reflection of the HD TV. I'll unplug it. Yeah. I apologize. Can we go off the record, please?
All right, we're going to go up to the seal. All right, how many sidebars were at the Karen retrial? Oh my goodness, tons of sidebars. Ed, this one's a little bit different because, first of all, the judge allows what I would call limited speaking objections, sometimes even asking for additional clarification on an objection, which gives us a peek behind the curtain. Some other courts, like, for instance, Karen Reed, like you mentioned, were very much, you just say objection, and I'm going to deny it or approve it, allow it, based on my knowledge of the law and what I think you're objecting to. And if there's a problem, you come to sidebar and we talk about it. And the public never knows what the issue was unless they have some legal insight as to the situation. This one's different. So it allows us to sort of see some of the battle that's going on between the lawyers, between the two sides about the evidence, about the witnesses, about the rules of law concerning the evidence, which makes it a lot more fun to watch. So I'm loving it. There is a flip side to that. The jury gets to hear some things that maybe the jury shouldn't hear. That takes us back to, I don't know, look at Zachariah Anderson. That's the last trial I can think of that really had that same sort of feel to it, where the judge just did things in front of the jury, and then they're talking about the issue over and the whatever the issue was, and then they decide, yeah, the jury shouldn't hear that. Jury disregard. What? You just spent 10 minutes talking in front of them about it, and now you say, forget everything we just told you, you just heard. It's hard to unring that bell. That's the challenge. But for us, it does make it more interesting to follow. Chris Wallace gifted a membership. Thank you, Chris, for that. Judge Schroeder could give law lessons in front of them and to the jury. He thought out loud. Judge Schroeder, he couldn't have a thought in his. I don't mean to be rude about this, but if there was a thought that enters his head, it most likely also came out his mouth, which was wonderful for getting into the judicial mindset of the court, and terrible for justice. But, he's an old judge that does it his way, or did it his way. Amy had the altercation with Kouri. I can't wait to hear from Amy about the altercation. That obviously will come up at some point. They need to invent the equivalent of bike shorts for court watching of those uncomfortable benches. They have them. Aurelian, they have them. You can get padded bike shorts and wear them underneath your clothing, and it's basically like bringing a seat cushion with you. It's not the same as your Serta. It's not the same as your Lazy Boy. But I think the court would allow you to bring a pad, a cushion. Those benches are not comfortable. Speedos, but for trial. Now with extra cushion. They look like diapers. But you feel comfortable. And at the end of the day, who's going to be limping out of the courtroom? Yeah. So who laughs last? Eric, the Edric Faust versus Georgia case would blow your mind. That one we did not follow. Obviously, there were some fact patterns in that one that are a little difficult for YouTube, right? But the judge, wow. It just wow. That was a crazy, crazy case. They haven't started. They have, sort of. The jury hasn't been brought in yet. We've had some technical issues. I will say kudos to the defense. Their concession this morning about the foundation that needs to be laid for phones will make it more exciting for us as far as not listening to, I picked up the bag at this time from this officer, and I carried the bag over there at this time and gave it to this officer. Any questions? No. We're cutting those parts out. We're getting the person that says, I was at the scene, I found the phone in the cup holder, I grabbed the phone, put it in a bag, and I turned it in. And then you got the person who says, I took the phone and I plugged it in to Celebrate, and I did a download and extraction, and this is the extraction. That's all we're going to get, which speeds the whole process up. We were worried that it was going to be slower. Granny to 13 just upgraded the membership to jury. Granny to 13, thank you so much. That support is enormous. It makes this all possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From my family to yours. We appreciate your support. Let's see. According to EDB, Amy cannot mention the fight or being hit by Kouri. They have to tread carefully. And Emily followed a lot of the pretrial motion eliminates, I think, really well. I think this is one of them where it would be prejudicial to show that Kouri punched, her sister-in-law in the throat, or however it went down. That would be prejudicial to Kouri because, you're okay punching him, you probably poisoned the guy too, right? You're just that sort of person. You're violent. You're the killer type. So that could be kept out. But doors can be kicked open inadvertently, and that might happen on this case. We have some wild witnesses.
All rise to the jury.
That was the metal detector out in the hall. It just went off. The beep, beep, beep. Metal
Good morning,
detector is
welcome back.
just a few
Feel free
feet
to
away
have
from the
seats
courtroom
as you
door.
come in.
Catnap. I hope it's good.
Please have a seat. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the record. We will begin this morning with completion of cross-examination of Deputy Wynn. If we can invite Deputy Wynn into the courtroom, please. Deputy, let's get you sworn back in. If you'd step in front of Brittany, please.
Do
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Mr. Ramos, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Good morning.
I have 6 post-it notes here of just topics I want to talk about. Won't take up too much time.
Don't think you had those yesterday.
I do want to be fair to you. I do have 2 things I want you to look at that I think will refresh your recollection in terms of timing. Okay?
Okay.
And this is in terms of when you arrived and when you left. So I've highlighted them for you. I have this. I don't think you need that. I think you know the codes. So take a look at those and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes.
Okay. Now, having reviewed those, would those documents give you an idea of when you arrived at the Willow Creek home, as well as when you left?
Yes.
Okay. And would it also refresh your recollection to know who was there while you were there?
Yes.
And seeing those, can you tell me approximately how long you were there, as well, how long you were there along with Detective Woody?
I arrived at 3:40, and it looks like, can I refer to this?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. Looks like I dispatched out of the residence and en route to the station around 5:49.
Okay. And then if you look at the crime scene log, and you see the time in, the time out columns.
Okay.
And go down to your name.
Yes.
And then it's followed by Detective Woody, right?
Yes.
Now, when do you leave? I'm sorry, when does Detective Woody arrive?
Looks like she arrived at 5:17 per the crime scene log.
And then what about you? What time did you leave?
I left at, says here, 5:41.
Okay. Now, and you gave us another number just now. It was 5:49, right? That was based on the dispatch log, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's about an 8-minute discrepancy, right?
Yes.
Now, that is simply you leaving the actual residence and then walking to your car, maybe doing some things in your car, getting ready to leave, and then when you're formally leaving, that's when you dispatch 5:49, right?
Yes.
So there's specific numbers, but there's things in between, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the reason I want to bring that up is obviously it's important to know who was there, how long you were there. Approximately 24 minutes between yourself and Detective Woody that you guys were at the crime scene together, correct?
Yes, possibly, yes.
Well, she checked in at, what do you mean possibly? She checked in.
Because these numbers, it depends on who does the crime scene log. If they log me out, let's just say their watch at a certain time, that's their time logging me out.
Okay, so
I'm not writing. Not actually writing the time I check out.
Okay, so who
on
did
the crime
that?
scene log?
Who did that?
I'm assuming Deputy Orgel.
Deputy
Orgel.
Now, you have no reason to think that Deputy Orgel's watch would be 10 minutes off.
I can't.
Okay. But we can tell that more or less 5:41, 5:49, it's around that time.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Okay. So let's give it 15 minutes instead of the 24, based on the crime scene log. You were with Detective Woody for about 15 minutes, correct?
Possibly, yes.
You were in the same residence, in the same vicinity?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not saying you're, linked arms with her, right? You were just there at the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, according to the crime scene log?
Yes.
Okay. So, just like you explained now, things could be off, right? Watch what you remember, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we all watched the video yesterday, and there was a portion in that video where you informed Officer DiVotello, kind of the information you're gathering. We talked about that a lot yesterday. Okay?
Yes.
So I want to direct your attention there.
Okay.
I don't expect you to remember exactly what happened. The state has presented a transcript, okay? So I'm going to provide this to you, okay?
Okay.
And I want you to review this area that I am circling, okay? Just to refresh your recollection, okay?
Okay.
All right. This area right here.
Can I grab it?
Yeah.
Can
Thanks.
you tell me where you're looking?
Oh, I'm sorry. It is page 14 on the top right corner. Okay. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. So, tell us what you told Officer DiVotello at that point. Doesn't have to be exact, just give me an idea.
So I advised him that, gave him a little brief of what I gathered, and what Miss Kouri Richins stated was, and I said that from approximately 9:30, she went to bed, and then approximately 3 o'clock, she went back into bed with Mr. Richins, at which time he was cold and heavy.
Perfect. Now, I'm going to provide this back to you, and I'm going to be looking at the last line of page 9, and then the first paragraph of page 10. Okay. So it starts here, this line right here, and then move on to the first paragraph of this page, okay?
This witness did a lot of I don't recalls, so using this report to refresh his recollection will get in the evidence the defense wants here, which is mostly just to point out that the investigation could have been better.
Okay.
Okay. So you were having this conversation, and I say conversation, I think that's important because this isn't an interview, right?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yep.
All right, we don't get to hear what this objection is about, but we're going to count that as number 28. So one more on the counter. This isn't an interview. That's all we heard. This isn't an interview. But saw a few family members on the row designated for Kouri Richins. Didn't look as packed as the row for... on Kouri's row, didn't look as packed as the row for Eric's family, possibly because Eric's family has had 3 witnesses that have already testified. 2 of them are victim representatives, and so as they testify, they can get added to that row. So I think the rows will fill up as the court proceeds if we have more family witnesses going forward. Looks like a short sidebar, possibly.
I just take it from the last judge.
Yes, please.
Okay. So, as I was saying, I say conversation because this isn't a formal interview, right?
Correct.
This is going off of the death checklist that you mentioned yesterday.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this conversation, you do get information from Miss Richins, and in the paragraph that you just read, okay? And what did you learn at that point?
Learned the second paragraph that you showed me?
Correct, the one that I just showed you, yes.
That she stated that she placed a blanket on him because she felt that he was cold.
Correct. And then what else?
She turned on the light and realized what he wasn't responsive.
So right now, that's exactly what I want to talk about. He said that he felt cold, and then she turned on the light. Okay. I'm gonna give this back to you.
Okay.
Focus on the time in between. Okay.
Are we looking at a minute?
Oh, just this underlined portion. Okay, just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay? All right. So from the time that she felt and got into bed and felt his cold body, she put a blanket on, like you said, and then what did she do?
She turned on the light. She felt that he wasn't breathing, so she turned on the light.
How long?
It says in the statement 1 minute.
For a minute.
For a minute.
Correct. Now, we don't know, just like there are some changes for you as you testified earlier between 541, 549, a minute, right? Like for a minute, it's an expression, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So she gets into bed, she feels her cold husband, and she stays there for a minute. And then she doesn't hear him breathing. Okay? Is that right?
Correct.
Or anything.
It says she didn't feel him breathing.
Or anything.
Or anything.
Now, that's important. That's an important detail. Correct?
Correct.
That information wasn't given to DiBotello a couple minutes later, correct? In what we just read earlier.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'm getting through these.
He's burning through his Post-it notes.
During this entire conversation that you've had with her, we saw yesterday, and just to reiterate, it was a edited clip, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and we could see on the bottom, the jury can follow along to see how quickly the edits are, okay? But I want to talk about that entire conversation that you had with her, okay? Ms. Richins was emotional, right? Right?
Yes, she was emotional.
And she was upset.
Yes.
And that's common, right? I mean, that's not unexpected for somebody who just lost their husband, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, would it surprise you if another one of your officers indicated that you thought she was not emotional?
Would it surprise me?
Yeah. Like, would you have made that statement?
No, I don't know Miss Richins, so I don't know how her emotion, as in like, you know, personal when I arrived, what I see, but through the call, then I start putting things together, details of how she acts.
Yeah, those details are important. We've talked about that.
Yes.
Yeah, and just like you said, we saw the video. She was emotional. She was upset, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, let's talk about the death investigation checklist, okay? We talked about yesterday about what you did. Actually, scratch that. I'm going to go to this one. This was presented yesterday in evidence. That's the voluntary statement. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay.
That is a voluntary statement.
Now, you didn't give this to Ms. Richins.
I did not.
Okay. Now, if you look around right before Ms. Richins' written statement, you see there's a line there. I want you to read that line, okay? It's followed by a bold lettering.
Which
Do you mind pointing
Yeah.
out for Mr. Reynolds?
So right above written statement, this line right here.
where it says describe.
Correct. Just read that to yourself.
Okay.
Okay. Now, you didn't do this one, but you've done lots of these voluntary statements, correct? You
Yes.
give them out.
Yes.
Now, the point of a voluntary statement is to get details, correct?
Gather details. Yes.
And now, there are different types of voluntary statements. There are different purposes for voluntary statements, correct?
Correct.
So, for example, perhaps I'm a witness to a car accident. You might give me this voluntary statement, correct?
Correct.
I'm not under suspicion of anything. I'm just a witness, correct?
Correct.
Now, there's other ones where maybe I was the driver, and maybe I might be at fault, correct?
Correct.
And you would still say, hey, maybe you'd want to give me that voluntary statement, correct?
Correct.
Now, in that statement, it indicates that it gives a discretion to the officer, deputy, who is giving this voluntary statement, correct?
And what discretion is it?
The bolded part here that's highlighted.
Okay. Yes.
Right. So what I mean by discretion is that it's the deputy who has to provide instruction to whoever it is that he's providing this to. Correct?
Correct.
Because maybe what I think is important is not necessarily important to you. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, again, to be fair, you're not the one who provided this to Ms. Richins, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know what instructions were given to Ms. Richins, correct?
That is correct.
And you don't know if any clarifications were needed or anything, correct?
That is correct.
And as far as you know, this is the only voluntary statement form that Ms. Richins filled out, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
He's hitting his stride.
So,
Got to the corrects.
let's talk about the death investigation information checklist. I'm going to hand this to you, okay?
Okay.
Now, when you arrived, you were the third to arrive, correct? Not from EMS, just from Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
Pimentel was there.
Correct.
DiBotello was there.
Correct.
Now, you were in charge of the death investigation checklist.
That is correct.
Okay. And how is that determined?
The initial officer.
Which was who?
It was me.
Okay. And why were you the initial officer, even though you were the third one to arrive?
I was assigned to that zone to take calls in that zone.
Right. So, this is your case. Your scene.
Yes.
Okay. So you're the one who gets to direct people on what to do.
Me and the sergeant, yes.
Fair. Now, you've done, I suspect, you have this death investigation checklist and you go through it, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to the scene response section, and I'll walk you through it. It's right here.
Okay.
Okay? Now, there are 1, 2, There are 6 things I want to, that are highlighted there that they're in bold, and we're going to go through them in order. Okay?
Okay.
All right. I'm going to start with the first one, which is securing the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, even if it was my first time doing a checklist, a death investigation checklist, I would be able to follow these instructions, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, part of that securing the scene, which I think we saw you do, was you need to explain to everybody there kind of the purpose, right?
Yes.
And exactly what do you need to do?
It says find a comfortable location outside.
Let's go back to the first sentence there.
Kindly explain to the family that the scene needs to be vacated until the scene is processed.
Okay. Vacated, right?
You want me to continue?
No, vacated, correct?
Correct.
And you know what vacated means?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the following is, what is your duty in order to vacate a scene? What do you have to do?
Remove people from the residence.
From the residence, right?
Correct.
Okay. And it actually gives you examples of where you can go, right?
Correct.
Such as a comfortable location outside, right?
Yes.
Another family or member or friend's house, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That wasn't done here.
Mr. Ramos, in fairness, it's unclear when you're asking a question.
That wasn't done here, correct?
Judge says it's
Correct.
unclear when you're asking the question. We're going to get more corrects.
Now, then you have to use a crime scene log, correct?
Correct.
Is that correct?
And that's what we just read, right? Just a little bit ago, the sheet that I gave you.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Then you have to photograph the scene, all right? I want to talk about this specifically. When do you need to photograph the scene? After what?
After an investigation is started.
No, read it right there. Photograph the scene after what?
First picture should be.
No, before that.
Nope. Use a crime scene log to document who comes and goes. Photograph the scene after it is secured.
After it's secured. Now, let's talk about the first picture. We haven't seen any photographs come in from you, so I'm just asking you. The first photograph that you took, what does it tell you to do?
You should place a placard with the case information.
And did you do that here?
I did not.
Okay. Now, I'll skip to the last one, the medication log. We talked about that. You assigned that to, I believe it was Mr. Pimentel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's move to the second to last. What does it say that you're not supposed to do?
Can you clarify?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me walk up there. Starting right here.
Do not disturb the scene unless discussed with both investigations and OME.
Okay. Now, that's very important. You would agree?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we kind of saw some of it in the video. The jury can go back when it goes back to them and look at it for themselves. But you went around the scene. I'll back up. The scene wasn't secure, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then yourself and your 2 deputies or officers that were with you went around the main floor of the house, mainly the area where Mr. Richins was, and the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
And you moved things around, correct?
Correct.
And you were finding things, correct?
Correct.
And when you took photographs, you didn't put on the photographs or in your report what you moved, correct?
What I photographed?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I photographed? Correct.
Right. The scene that you photographed was an unsecured scene, correct?
I would say semi-secured.
Okay. Go back to that whole scene response paragraph that we just read, okay, that we just walked through. Can you find semi-secured for me?
No, it's not it.
Okay. I have an apology and a thank you for you. Apologize for putting you on the spot.
Objection.
As you know, this is my job, so I appreciate your time. I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. Shermanek, redirect within the scope of cross.
Yes.
Did I leave something up there?
Probably some post-it notes.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good morning, Deputy Witt.
Good morning.
A few follow-up questions for you. I want to discuss with you chain of command within the sheriff's office.
Yes.
You testified that you were a patrol deputy that night,
Correct.
and within the chain of command, above a patrol deputy is a patrol sergeant.
Correct.
Above that is a lieutenant.
Correct.
Above that is a captain.
Correct.
And also within there, other assignments include investigators or detectives.
Correct.
None of those were your role that night.
No, it was not.
It was not your responsibility to tell other officers what to do.
Correct.
It was your responsibility to fill out that death checklist.
Correct.
We saw you do that on the body camera video. That's what you were filling out, right?
Yes.
When you were asking Ms. Richins those questions.
Yes.
And after you filled out that checklist, what'd you do with it?
I
When you left the scene.
I logged it into the case file.
You logged it into the case file, and that means that it's within the police system at that point.
Yes.
Other officers can see that checklist.
Absolutely.
They can review it once you upload it.
Yes.
Same thing with the report you filled out.
Yes.
The summary that's in your report was treated the same as the checklist.
Yes.
It was uploaded to the case file
Yes.
where other officers can review it.
Yes.
As soon as it's uploaded, right? It's immediately available to them.
Immediately.
Same situation with your body camera footage.
Yes.
Once it's uploaded to the system, every other officer can view it.
If they have authorization to view it.
Right, but officers that would need to view it have that capability.
Yes.
So all of that information was passed on to the other officers on the case.
Correct.
We talked a little bit about, with Mr. Ramos, Ms. Richins' emotional reaction. Have you been to other crime scenes where a death has occurred?
Yes.
How many?
Lots.
Give me a ballpark. More than 20?
Yes.
More than 30?
Yes.
Was Ms. Richins' emotional reaction consistent with what you typically see?
No.
Please describe that.
Well, I'm on scene at a death call. Normally, you know, the victim, they have tears. They look at me when I ask them a question while they respond. They're pretty direct when I ask a direct question. It just, every time I spoke to Miss Richins, it just seems like her face was in her hands and I couldn't see her face. I think at one time I even leaned down and just tried to look to see her emotions. But, you know, it was just a little abnormal.
Those are my questions for you. Thank you.
Let's see if we ping pong back to defense. You get some
Within the
follow
scope,
up.
redirect, please, Mr. Ramos.
Absolutely.
These are narrowing
I
scopes.
only have one post-it note.
He only has one post-it note. It's got to be the tears.
How many times had you encountered Miss Richins having lost a loved one?
Never.
Never. In fact, when I was just asking you questions before, you said, I don't know Miss Richins.
That is correct.
That you can't tell what exactly she's feeling.
Correct.
If you can't say it's abnormal.
I said it was abnormal to all the other calls that I've been on.
Let's talk about those other calls. What did you say? You said victim. You specified victim in response to Ms. Shervanak's question. That it was victims looking you in the eye, crying about what had just happened to them. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't mention that it was somebody who lost somebody.
That's
Correct?
a victim.
I did not.
Okay. Now, we could argue forever about whether your emotions on the stand or mine are abnormal or not. Correct?
Correct.
The fact is, at the end of the day, no matter what Ms. Shervanak asks you or what I ask you, you don't know whether or not or what Ms. Richins was feeling. Correct?
Correct.
No further questions.
Ms. Shervanak, may we let the deputy step down?
Yes, sir.
You're free to go, sir. Thank you. Might take that couple. Thanks. Counsel, the state's next witness.
Pimentel. Deputy Pimentel, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is witness number 5.
Is he in the wings?
We're going to change things up. We're going to call Miss Cameron Sessions.
Ooh,
Okay.
Just a moment.
No problem.
little switcheroo at the last minute. We're going with, they said, Miss Cameron Sessions. Guess Deputy Pimentel can wait.
I need to go make sure Miss Sessions is on her way.
Is this Ms. Sessions? Forgive me, I don't know her.
It is.
Ms. Sessions, good morning. Do you mind stepping in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn in. Yes, please.
It's almost like the witnesses don't know if they're supposed to walk to the front.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
It's like the guy who opens the door for him doesn't say, please walk up to the front. He just opens the door. It's like, you can enter now.
Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your full name and spell your last name?
My name is Cameron Larson, Larson.
Now,
May I ask you to do me a favor?
Yes.
You can sit wherever you're comfortable. Will you pull the mic a little closer to you?
Yes, absolutely.
It's easier to move the mic.
Sessions.
You just pull it towards you. Thank you.
now we called Cameron Sessions. Now Ms. Larson ends up on the stand. What has happened?
I changed my name since getting married.
All right, congratulations.
And, since March 4th of 2022?
I was married in October of 2021. I just didn't change my name until later.
Got it. Perfect. Thank you. What is your current employment?
My current employment is an evidence technician with the Park City Police Department.
I see. Now, back in 2022, did you have an assignment with the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Correct.
Your voice is so soft. Really get that mic close to you. I just want to make sure your testimony is important.
Now we're going to get breathing sounds.
In March of 2022, with regards to the OME, did you have a specific geographic responsibility?
Yes, I was in the Summit County area. I did not perform in Park City proper, though. Just in the jurisdiction of the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Has that since changed?
Yes.
Now you're Park City OME?
Correct.
Somebody else is
Correct.
Summit County, I see. Okay. Was that a relatively new assignment for you?
Yes, it would have been my first one by myself without a mentor.
I see. And had you been training on that for some time before that?
Yes.
About how long?
I'd say probably about 2 months.
I see. Did you, with regards to your other assignment, do you have training or with regards to your Park City assignment?
Yes.
What could you elaborate on that just briefly?
On what my assignment is currently?
Yes. What training do you have before you started as Park City evidence?
I was a dispatcher as well as a crime scene and evidence technician, so I had...
Did you have training for that evidence technician?
Yes.
Could you briefly describe what that is?
How to take photos, write reports, stuff of that nature.
I see. So on that particular day, March 4th of 2022, did you have an occasion to be at 282 Willow Court in Francis?
Yes.
How did you know to go there?
I don't remember who, but I was given a call to come perform as the medical examiner investigator.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived approximately?
Approximately 6:30 a.m.
When you got there, what did you see?
I was led into the master bedroom where I saw the decedent at the foot of the bed covered by a white sheet.
Did you at some point remove the white sheet?
Yes.
What did you see then?
The decedent was laying face up with a t-shirt over his face and boxer shorts.
Okay. Did you notice any other objects or things associated with his body?
He did have red fluid on his face.
Okay. How about any medical intervention devices?
Yes.
Tell me about those.
He had a few different things. If I remember correctly, he had AEDs on his chest.
What? I'm sorry, you said what?
AED.
What's that?
The shocking device.
I see.
On his chest, and then he may have had some tubing in his knees.
Defibrillator.
Did you have an opportunity to get closer and look over his body, inspect his body?
Yes.
Front and back?
Yes.
And did you see any evidence of injury?
No.
When you arrive on a scene as the OME, do the police department, or in this case the sheriff's office, have other responsibilities that kind of cross over?
Yes. They're not supposed to touch the body until I arrive, but we were working in the same room.
Okay. Does that include collecting evidence?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work with anyone from the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, Chelsea Gibson as well as Detective Woody.
When you, at some point, were you instructed to look for some particular evidence?
Yes.
What was that?
I was asked to look for any signs of alcohol.
Okay. And what did you do about looking for alcohol?
I looked in the trash cans.
Okay. Which trash cans did you look?
The master bedroom, the kids' bathroom, as well as the kitchen.
Okay. Did you look anywhere else besides these trash cans?
Not to my recollection.
Cameron, I'm so sorry. I need you to speak louder.
Okay.
Thank you. Like, take a deep breath, shake it out, but we need you to be louder.
Okay.
Thank you.
Did you look in drawers or cupboards or anything like that?
No.
She got quieter.
Why not?
My job as the medical examiner investigator was to go and check the body and the decedent.
Did you see anything in these trash cans?
There were To my recollection, there was nothing in the master bedroom or the bathroom. However, in the kitchen, there was coffee grounds, a newspaper, and a cock and bull bottle.
Okay. I'm unfamiliar with cock and bull. What does that mean?
It's a ginger beer.
I see. Is that an alcoholic beverage?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you note that in your report at all?
I did not.
So it's some 4 years later. How do you remember that there was this cock and bull ginger beer, non-alcoholic beverage you were not looking for in the garbage can?
It is something that my dad kept on hand as a child.
Okay. But just because you had it in your house, was there something about cock and bull ginger beer?
It has a very distinct name and a very distinct bottle, and so it was something that just jogged my memory.
Is it worth Googling?
Did you look around the master bedroom where Eric Richins' body was for medications, things like that?
On surface areas.
Did you look for any evidence of alcohol out in the open in the master bedroom?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. Did you see any?
No.
With regards to medications, did you or Chelsea Gibson collect any medication bottles or medication from the master bedroom that you're aware of?
I don't remember taking any bottles.
Okay. Did you find identification of the decedent?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you find that?
I don't remember where it was found.
Okay. Did you, can we focus attention on State's Exhibit 10-1, please, just for the witness and the lawyers?
One moment. Are you able to see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I think that this has two pictures. Can you scroll down? Okay. Having had a chance to look at those, do you recognize those?
Yes.
Can you describe what these two photographs are?
One is a photo of a black wallet with a Utah ID for the decedent.
Okay. And the other one?
Next one is a photo with the OME placard as well as 2 driver's licenses with the decedent.
Okay. Do they accurately and fairly depict the driver's license and the driver's license of the decedent on that night?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10-1.
Yes.
No objection.
10-1 is admitted. I'm going to publish to the jury.
Please, Your Honor.
Okay.
Now I want a ginger beer, non-alcoholic, no caffeine.
Did the person depicted in the driver's license appear to be the same person who was the decedent who was laying there?
Yes.
Okay. You can, yeah, okay, good. Now, can you, when you are finished doing your investigation, what do you do with the decedent's body?
Transport is called. We wait until transport arrives, and then the decedent is placed in a body bag, and we have a seal that goes through the 2 zippers to close the body bag.
Okay, so you can't access the body bag without breaking that seal. Is that the purpose?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like you to turn your attention to State's Exhibit 10-2, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a picture of the tag that will be placed on the body bag.
Okay. And does that tag have a specific number?
Yes, it is 0002713.
Is that number important?
It helps, the number is correlated with the specific decedent so that when the body arrives at the OME's office, they can make sure that the numbers match.
Okay. So it's unique. It's not everyone for Summit County is 2713.
No.
Okay. Does this photograph accurately and fairly depict the tag at the scene?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10-2.
Jim, we're not going to necessarily have an objection to that, but housekeeping, if we may approach.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So there's a little quiet defense says we're not going to have an objection. Kouri does little tongue exercises. Not sure what that's about. But it says, not an objection, but we have a housekeeping issue. Probably numbering or lettering or having a master copy and not a whole bunch of duplicates. This court has said they're going to sort out the naming of evidence and the nomenclature they use for that. At some later point, they're just going to keep pushing ahead, so maybe now's the time. I guess I'm in the minority. I like ginger beer as just a soda. I don't drink alcohol, so I've never mixed it with anything, even lemon drops. But now I want to try this brand. It's not available in stores around me. I have to go to Amazon, but wow. It's only $3.50 a bottle. It's a little steep. That's cool. Might get some.
Mr. Ramos, my apologies. Look at the screen.
Oh.
Let me know if you have any objection to this version.
We just move to the right?
Yeah. There you go.
Yes. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, so we're going to publish this version to the jury, and Scott, if you would make a note to have this version of, I forget the number here.
It's 10-2.
If you would have this version of 10-2 be the one that gets admitted.
Shall do, Your Honor.
All right. We'll publish 10-2 as amended by the state. I appreciate that right now.
Okay, so it crops it down a little bit.
Say you, once the body and any other things that you put in there, what other things might you put in with the body?
Any identification such as driver's license, if there was any medication with his name on it, that would have also went to the medical examiner's office.
So in this case, those 2 driver's licenses were packaged?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to turn your attention to 10-3, please. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you recognize that?
I recognize the tag. It appears that photo was taken at the medical examiner's office.
Okay. Were you at the medical examiner's office?
No, sir.
Is the body bag and the seal on the zipper accurately depicted as you last saw it?
Yes.
In that photograph? State would offer State's Exhibit 10-3.
Any objection to 10-3, counsel?
Sorry, Judge, I just want to make sure. We're not going to object. I think it's going to come in through another witness, which I would feel more comfortable. I don't see any objection now. That's fine.
Okay.
I can cross-examine her if I have any questions. Thank you, Judge.
10-3 is admitted and published.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay, so what you're talking about then, may I have permission for the witness to step down and just point out?
Yeah, one moment.
There's the body bag tag at the medical examiner.
Okay, watch your step, please.
Can you just show the jury how you looped that together?
Yes, Is
It's
this
a zip
working?
tie.
As you can see, there's the two zippers right here with the tag that cannot be taken apart unless it's cut.
Perfect. And that's the way you saw it when you last saw the decedent in the body bag. That was how it looked?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can return to your seat.
Court has a wireless mic. It's ready to go.
So what happened next after you've sealed the body of Eric Richins in that body bag? What happens next?
I escorted the body bag out with the transport team. Once the decedent was in the van, that's the end of my role.
Okay. And what's the transport team?
It's a team that we contracted with at the time with Summit County that is just responsible for moving decedents from scenes to the medical examiner's office or wherever they need to go.
Okay, perfect. I have no further questions for this witness.
Judge, I don't think I'll be going. We need a break.
Just want to keep going? Okay,
No further questions?
understood.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Ramos is stepping up.
That is all that, oh, he is stepping up.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was a bit, no, I was just shocked that you didn't have questions.
You and my wife both.
Whoa. The wife is not happy about that comment.
Miss Larson,
Yes,
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. That this is wild that this would be your first crime scene that you're showing up to.
Yes.
Memorable, to say the least.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you a couple questions about what an OME investigator does.
Okay.
Okay. We kind of, Mr. Burmeister kind of touched on it. And you, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, your role as an OME investigator is to show up to a crime scene and document the body and anything you feel important.
Correct.
That includes photographing.
Correct.
And gathering any type of belongings, as we saw.
Correct.
Identifying the deceased.
Correct.
You indicated gathering prescriptions, perhaps?
Correct.
Okay. And in that training, you indicated that you were working alongside with the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
And it was Miss Gibson as well as Miss Woody.
Correct.
Now, when you say work alongside, are you part of the same? Do you guys have the same role, or when you say you were working together, it's just, hey, I'm doing my thing, you're doing your thing. If you see something, let me know, kind of thing. Could you explain that a little bit more to me?
My role for medical examining investigator is just the decedent. Their role would be to do any evidence and investigation.
Okay, and so when you're talking about gathering or looking in the trash cans, was that something that they requested?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this was your first one. Is that, since then, I guess, or even that day, did that seem odd to you?
At the time, it didn't seem odd. It didn't seem odd to me.
You said at the time. Did it seem odd now?
No, I think that I would just stick to my role next time.
Right. Now, what's the date today? 24th? Yeah, a year ago today, you were actually, you had an interview with the Summit County Sheriff's Office, right?
I don't remember if it was a year ago today, but yes.
Okay. Can I show you something just to see if you recognize it?
Yes.
And I just look at it. You don't have to read the whole thing. Just let me know if you recognize it, and then maybe find the date.
I do recognize it. It says February 24th, 2025.
And is that yours?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does that, having reviewed that, does that refresh your recollection as to whether or not you had a meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that time, a year ago today, were you still employed as an OME investigator, or had you moved on?
I was still employed, however, I was with a different jurisdiction.
Okay, still as an OME investigator, though?
Correct.
Okay. And this is common to come back about, I don't know how long, 3 years after, to have some follow-up conversation?
This would be my first time.
That was your first time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we talked a little bit about the reason that the Summit County Attorney's Office asked you to come in, correct? They had questions about what you found in the garbage.
Correct.
Correct? And we mentioned the Cock and Bull beer. It is very distinct. A little chubby one. Very good.
Not a sponsor.
Now, you clarified during that meeting, though, your involvement with Kouri, right?
Yes.
And specifically, you talked about how you really only had one conversation with her, right?
Correct.
And that was in, I believe, her child's bedroom?
Correct.
And it was to sit down with her and tell her what's going to happen.
Correct.
Like what the protocol is, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you indicated during that conversation, you indicated that she was crying, correct?
Correct.
And she had her hands on her face, correct?
Correct.
And you gave her the number and the contact information for whoever she needed to call, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to go back to the day of March 4th, okay? You were asked, again, this was your first time, to go look at the garbage cans, right?
Yes.
Now, I imagine you found this on the main floor, correct?
I believe so.
Did you ever go downstairs?
No.
Okay, so you didn't know if there was another kitchen or anything down there?
No.
Okay. So where you found the Cock and Bull ginger beer bottle, that was in the kitchen trash can?
Correct.
Okay. Now, that's by the sink, correct? By the kitchen sink, sorry.
I don't remember where the
Okay.
trash can was.
Fair. Do you remember at all seeing any, are you familiar with Moscow Mule cups? Copper mugs?
I am now.
You are now. Do you remember seeing any of those?
No.
And even, to be fair, the meeting you had a year ago, you came in, spoke with the Summit County Sheriff's Office. You even told them, I was like, I haven't even heard anything about this case since. I haven't followed it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, that was the only conversation you had with Miss Richins, correct?
Correct.
You didn't have, it's not your job, and you didn't gather any evidence in terms of what happened, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Maybe you overheard things, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about this one document. Just to see if you remember it.
I might have to make a compilation of all the
Take a
times
look
he's
at
talked
that.
about a bottle.
Take your time. Let me know if you remember it.
Yes.
Okay. And the Summit County Attorney's Office asked you about your report, right?
Yes.
And this is during that last meeting a year ago.
Yes.
And you indicated that you didn't recall writing certain things down, correct? Or, I'm sorry, that you don't remember where you got the information. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
Let me rephrase. The meeting you had a year ago, where you were brought in, you were asked about your report, your initial report. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And they asked you about very specific things. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you told them, I actually don't remember that, where I got that some of that information from. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So this document that I just showed you right now, the case narrative, is this, I'm just curious how you compile this. Is this something that you yourself write all out?
Yes.
It is. And where do you get that information?
I had gotten some information from the 911 call as well as the detective before writing the report.
And that's exactly my point, is that we know that your job isn't to do any investigation, right?
Correct.
And it's not to interview Ms. Richins and ask her what happened, right?
Correct.
But it is your job to get information, perhaps in this case from EMS or the 911 call, or Detective Woody, or any of the other officers that showed up, right?
Correct.
Now, you're just taking what they're giving you at face value, right?
Correct.
You're not getting it firsthand, correct?
Correct.
So you don't know how truthful it is, correct?
Correct.
And so it's fair to say that while you wrote this, apart from the information that you knew directly, like I showed up, I saw him, I bagged it, this is a number, apart from things that you actually did, it's fair to say that this is a summary or a copy.
We're going over.
Counsel.
It's an objection. Judge calls it sidebar. So we're going to put this up as, oops. Let's see. This will be number 30. Wonder if this is a scope issue. Most likely scope, I think, would be the objection. Outside of scope.
Thank you, Judge. Sorry, forgot where I was. The information contained in the narrative contains information both that you did personally, but also information that you did not personally either obtain or witness. Fair?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, one of the things that I do want to talk about what you did. We saw the photographs, the bagging, the prescriptions. I want to ask you about that. You said that in the body bag there were prescriptions as well as his property. Is that correct?
I don't remember sending any medications.
You don't remember sending medications?
No.
Okay. If there were medications, would that have been your job or would it have been somebody else's?
If there was medication that was out in the open with his name on it, then yes, it would have gone. If it was medication that did not have his name on it or was generic, it would not have gone with him.
Got it. And do you would you have taken pictures if you had put anything inside of the body bag?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't recall doing that in this case?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to go through my Post-its. I think I'm done. Give me 1 second.
Post-it is not a sponsor, but the judge uses them as well in this trial.
Thank you so much, Ms. Larson.
Thank you.
Appreciate you. Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
Mr. Ramos dials it back a ton for his cross of this witness.
Before you seal up the bag, you put anything that fits within the confines of your duties to put within the in the bag with the decedent's body. Do you have an inventory sheet saying what it is that you've included?
It's something that we fill out with the medical examiners on their website later at the time, but we often take notes of anything that was taken.
So is it an electronic inventory sheet or something? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
When you get it off and so when it's received by the medical examiner, they've got access to what you've included?
Yes.
I see. If there were medications, that inventory sheet would have what you had included?
Yes.
Is it possible that other items of medication with his name on it were included in that bag that you don't remember today?
Yes.
Okay. Now, defense counsel asked you about this meeting. Do you remember the location where that meeting was with?
It was at the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
At the
Attorney's
sheriff's office, okay. And was anyone there besides the county attorney?
It was myself, Miss Olson, and Hopper.
Okay.
If I remember correctly.
Hopper is the an investigator?
I'm not certain what his role is anymore.
Okay. Do you recall if Detective O'Driscoll was there?
He was not.
Okay.
Evie, reach out to me
I
on the
have no
burner
more
phone if you're going to court. We'd love to get your impressions during the breaks.
Ms. Larson, the state just asked you about what would have been put in the bag and if it would have followed it, and then OME would have received it. I want to talk to you about that, okay?
Okay.
As I recall, you actually have to escort the decedent out, correct? Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And that was for the whoever you contracted with, I think is what you indicated.
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you do that, do you recall the names of who that was? I don't expect that you do.
No.
Okay. I'm going to show just something to Ms. Bless you, Ms. Larson.
You approach for 1 second, Mr. Burmester.
Judge calls the sidebar here. Sua sponte. So I'm not counting this as an objection. Witness takes the first sip of water. It's interesting. This was her first crime scene as an OEM, or OME, Office of Medical Examiner. And she sort of got tasked with doing something that wasn't in the job description, looking for the alcohol. Looks like they're over here. They're going to be done. Judge is wrapping it up. Yep. There they go. That's not what an OME should do.
We've just published that to Ms. Larson.
She's got it.
Okay. Ms. Larson, do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that the form that you filled out in this case?
Yes, this is a form that is given to the transport team.
Okay. And you filled out everything you needed to fill out?
Correct.
And then I imagine they'll fill in the rest?
Correct.
Would you have put in here anything that would remind you of what was contained inside of the bag in terms of the prescription bottles specifically?
On this form?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, no problem. That's all I have, Judge.
All right. Mr. Burmester, may we allow Ms. Larson to step down?
Yes, Your Honor. That would be the state's request.
Please step down. Thanks for your time. Watch your step.
Judge, we had also subpoenaed Ms. Ms. Larson, excuse me. Given the cross date, we can release her or subpoena, so you don't have to come back.
You don't need to come back.
Okay.
Thank you.
Defense will not need her for their case.
Now's an appropriate time to take a brief restroom break. Please rise for the jury.
Restroom breaks in this court are, do the slow pan, are about 15 to 20 minutes. Lunch is only 30. So you get your business done in a timely fashion and eat quick, and you're good. So let's see if the judge has anything else to say before everybody goes out.
Have a seat, please. Ms. Shermanek, just give me a preview of the state's next witness.
Your Honor, it's going to be Deputy Pimentel.
Okay.
Is that person in the wings?
Yes.
He is.
Okay. Come back at 10 a.m.
Yes, sir.
That's a 10-minute break. So we'll take it. Deputy Pim, I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't know the exact pronunciation, but this deputy was about to be witness number 5 in the last minute, right? Like right as they were about to bring him in, they switched and went with Cameron Sessions Larson. Sessions / Larson, not hyphen. She did change her name to Larson, but they called her as Cameron Sessions. Interesting. I wonder if part of the investigation that failed to look into the alcohol in the kitchen, possibly in the cups in the sink, which is what we're hearing the story is, if that was tied back to this reasoning. Judge sipping a little some sort of tea. I'm not sure what it was. Saw a tag there. Tied back to the idea that it had already been searched by the OME. She had already looked for alcohol in the kitchen. Is that why investigators didn't look? Is that what the defense is getting to? Clearly, it's outside her job description. She's not the crime scene investigator. So sending her to look through the trashes for alcohol, I don't know. It's not a shady investigation. It just seems loose, right? It seems like a tiny bit sloppy. And of course, that's something that the defense is going to want to point out as best they can. But let's see. Kombucha tea. Maybe everybody's drinking it in the courthouse. The judge has all the tea. So the only two witnesses we've had this morning are the following up. I call him Deputy Nguyen. I say that because I had a friend who spelled his last name the same way and called himself Nguyen. But that deputy finished up. He's the one with the body cam. Doesn't remember a lot of things. Had to get his recollection refreshed a lot with reports and such. And they sort of drug him through the mud. By they, I mean the defense. On the cross-examination, Mr. Ramos really sort of got in his face so much that we didn't like Mr. Ramos very much yesterday because it didn't seem justified. It didn't seem like this witness was the one that you yell at and point at and get all agitated about. And on the redirect, the state really just brought it around. It's like, none of that was your job, was it? Your job was just to fill out this form. You weren't the three people above you who have duties that the defense has been asking about. That wasn't you. And so, although the defense made it look like he was the worst man ever to investigate a crime scene, he was just the first responding officer and a low-ranking one at that. And so he had some duties related to the investigation that he may not have done right. I mean, like, may not have done perfectly. But I don't think it was a big win for the defense on that one. And then obviously Deputy or Cameron Sessions, the OME, who has now moved on to Park City. So it seems like she only had a brief stint at Summit County, then went to another agency, and then went to Park City. And is not, as far as I can tell, I don't think she's in the medical examiner's office in Park City. Maybe I heard incorrectly, but it sounds like she's not in that field anymore. All right. New guy Wen? Or just the whole name is just Wen? The Nguyen is Wen. Man. I'm going to have to call my friend and tell him, you're wrong. You're wrong about your name. Phil Salvage says, I knew that Ramos was going to change his tune today after he got his public scorecard from yesterday. I would not blame him at all. This early in the trial, there's a lot of days of court, a lot of witnesses ahead of us. Why not get some feedback from the court of public opinion, the law tube world, and watch and see how your message was received? You can't obviously talk to the jury. It would be great to be able to, do a sit down question, answer, Q&A with the jury at the end of each day. Say, hey, how am I doing? Give me a quick scorecard. Are you with me? What'd you think of my performance up there? Are you smelling what I'm stepping in or not? And they can't do that, obviously, for legal reasons. But the next best thing is to watch the comment section in a courtroom like ours, where we do get a little bit of feedback. We try to keep it tasteful and classy. But definitely a different Mr. Ramos today, possibly because, it was a different witness. But even with him wrapping up with Deputy Wen, different person altogether. It was almost like it was a different cross. I believe you saw negative criticism and switched it up. That's a gift to be able to do that. Many of us we are what we are. Nguyen is a good phonetic pronunciation for non-Vietnamese speakers. Nguyen. announced it when. I'm going to go with when. That's as good as I can do right now. All right. Sounds like we might have some court watchers who are people in our community who want to go to court who are local to the area. Just I would remind you to please look up online. You can download the judge's decorum order for this court. He is extremely serious about his rules. Yes, a reporter was held in contempt yesterday. I don't know if they were jailed, but a reporter was found in contempt of court for taking a picture outside the courthouse in the parking lot before court began. That was something the judge said is not allowed. We know about 3 or possibly 4 people were kicked out of court yesterday for just touching their phones, which they're not allowed to do unless they're media, and the media sit on a designated row. So he's extremely strict. You don't want to lose your one chance to see just some amazing trial firsthand. So don't get kicked out. Please follow the rules. And there are rules about all sorts of things. So it's about a 7-8 page order that is specific to this judge's courtroom, and he did that in the pretrial hearings when I was there as well. And I nearly ran afoul from it because my interpretation of one of his rules was different than how he interpreted one of his rules. But with a little clarification, I avoided jail time. So a lot of fun being there in the courthouse. All right. Ramos was like he was on TV series. It was like he was trying out for a courtroom drama. And he brought all the drama, but it wasn't a drama scene. It was the slow part of the movie that he was trying to inject the drama into, and it just didn't seem like it fit. There may be a point in the trial where it will be right. Okay, there may be a witness on the stand that gets a little agitated or gets a little snippy back and forth, and then that may be like, okay, now this is justified, right? Now we have a situation where, I have every right to be a little snippy back at you and force you into a corner and demand an answer out of you and point, maybe not point, but be more aggressive and forceful. And just with this witness who was just calm as can be and answering every question, a lot he didn't remember, it just wasn't the one. Selena K, they handed it out to us, RA, before we went into the courtroom. Yeah, they're really good about making sure everyone understands. They pass it around in the hallway outside. Everyone's like, have you all read this? You all understand the rules, right? Because we are going to enforce these. And it's for being a new courtroom, it's not huge, right? The courtroom itself is not enormous. The jury room is not enormous. The media room is very small and cramped. And even though the waiting in the little lobby outside, there's not a ton of room. So in breaks, it fills up really quick, gets crowded, and you're crowded right up against the security point for the doors coming in. Real estate was at a premium when they built that. All right. They were also telling people to stop smiling and stop moving their heads. This is what I'm talking about. I'd hate to have someone get kicked out because they don't understand the rules. And you have to know that when you walk into court, I'm able to just about make whatever face I think is appropriate as I'm watching court. As the judge comes back, he's about to start any second now. But the judge is the king of his courtroom, or her courtroom, as the case may be. And when they say no smiling, no smiling. And they're the judge, the jury, and the executioner. And so don't get caught smiling or you'll lose out on being there. So just be prepared to to know the rules and to follow them all. Maybe. I don't like the ruling the judge made yesterday morning. We only got a part of it. That's when the live feed first started, and that was when the Salt Lake Tribune attorney was arguing about the ruling. I'm not sure if he was like defense for the particular reporter who was found in contempt. I'm not sure if it was a direct connection or if it was like a friend of the court or a friend of the defendant sort of filing. But he objected to the ruling, and the judge basically doubled down on the scope. And if you're familiar with Utah politics and the legal stuff, there has been time, place, and manner restrictions put in public spaces before that has withstood the scrutiny of higher courts. So I think this
Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
I'm ready, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think Emily D. Baker was the one who brought this up, that the attorney hadn't earned the level of outrage towards the witness, and I love how she put that. You have to build up to that. You can't just yell at someone, right? And you have to earn that and get that privilege through what your foundation that you've built up to, and it wasn't there. I really love how she put that. Scouty, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate that.
Please have a seat, folks. Thank you.
Kouri's doing the licking the lips. Not sure if that's
all
just
right. Have a seat. Thank you. Counsel, the state's next witness, please.
Deputy Pimentel, please.
Very good.
If you don't have audio,
will you step in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn
refresh
in.
your
My apologies.
refresh.
Good morning, this is Rich right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
It's a YouTube thing. I don't know why it's refreshed when it happens.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and pull that mic towards you a little bit just to make sure we don't miss anything. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
David Pimentel, Pimentel.
Where do you work?
I work at the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Almost 7 years.
What's your assignment at the Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Currently, I'm on patrol with the K-9 unit.
What about in 2022? What was your assignment then?
It was the same assignment.
You were working as a patrol deputy?
Yes, correct.
Before we jump into the case at hand, I want to talk a little bit with you about the chain of command within the police, within the sheriff's office. So you mentioned that you're a patrol deputy.
Yes.
And above that, there's a patrol sergeant. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's a lieutenant.
Yes.
There's a captain.
Yes.
And there's also an investigations division.
Correct.
And as a patrol deputy, you went out to the scene on March 4th of 2022.
That's correct.
And that was at the 282 Willow Court home.
Yes.
What were your responsibilities that night?
Primarily would be scene security, but I was also tasked with starting a medical log.
What's a medical log?
It's basically a log of any medication that the decedent would have in their possession. And we start the log, and we take all the medication that's there, we log how much is there, we log everything about that medication.
And that was your primary responsibility while you were there?
Correct.
And you completed that log to the best of your ability while you were there?
Yes.
Did you locate medications for Eric Richins?
I did.
Where did you look for those?
I looked for them in the bathroom, which is where I was made aware that they were most likely going to be.
Where did you look in the bathroom?
I looked on the counter. I think there was a drawer that was mentioned, and then I looked in a cupboard that was above the toilet.
And you were looking for these medications where you were told by Miss Kouri Richins they might be?
Correct.
And at this point, when you're looking for medications, you were aware that Mr. Richins may have taken a THC gummy.
Yes, I was made aware of that.
And while you were looking for these medications, did you see any THC gummies?
No, I did not.
When you looked in that cupboard above the toilet, did you see any THC gummies?
No, I did not.
How do you know that?
On part of my duties on patrol is typically to look for narcotics, and so I have a lot of training and a lot of experience in locating narcotics such as THC gummies, THC products, or other narcotics, and paraphernalia that goes with it.
So you're familiar with what those look like?
Yes, I am.
And if you would have seen them on the night of March 4th, what would you have done?
I would have left them where they were at, and then I would have notified the investigations team when they came in that there were, in fact, narcotics located while inside the house.
And you didn't find any?
No, I did not.
You didn't find any drug paraphernalia?
No,
You didn't find any illicit drugs?
I did not.
Just a moment. Those are all my questions for you. I expect the defense might have some as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Deputy.
Good morning.
So the night of March 4th, your early morning, March 4th, really, could you tell me what time you arrived at the scene?
I don't recall exactly what time I arrived.
All right. Well, let me just see if this refreshes your recollection.
Yes, that seems about right. Yes.
So about what time did you arrive at the scene?
Around 3:30 or 3:50.
3:50. And what time did you leave?
I also don't recall exactly what time I left.
Would it be accurate?
Yes, what's written there would be accurate. It would be based on radio logs, which is when I clear the scene or arrive on scene.
So does 5:09 a.m. sound correct to you?
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
All right. So when you got there, who was already present?
I believe that medical was present. I do not recall if there were any other law enforcement present, but I do recall that they were, medical was on scene.
Okay, medical. So EMTs and...
Yeah, so when I say medical, I mean like EMT and also the fire department. I just view them as the same entity. So I don't know if it was one or the other. I just know that medical personnel were on scene.
All right. And you said your assignment at the scene was security and a medical log.
That's correct.
So all your information about medications, did it come from Ms. Richins, or were there other deputies that told you or repeated to you what Ms. Richins had told them?
Both, yes. So there wasn't, as I recall, there was another deputy who informed me, hey, there might be more medications in the bathroom.
More medications in the bathroom as compared to the bedroom?
I don't recall if the bedroom was mentioned, so I can't give you a firm answer on that.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this. Where specifically in the home did you look for medications?
I looked in the, to my recollection, I looked in the bathroom.
That's the only room you looked in, was the master bathroom?
Looking for medications, yes, I believe that was the only place I looked for medications.
All right. Now, you started, is it a handwritten log, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let me just have you take a look at this. You recognize this?
Yes.
All right. So that's a list of medications that were found. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is not all in your handwriting, true?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. So what part of that is in your handwriting?
The first three of them that are in black ink, I believe, are my handwriting.
And are you aware who finished that report?
I do not know, no.
Okay. Let me grab that back from you. Can I just have one moment, Your Honor? Of course.
get a little bit of facial expression from this officer.
So, Deputy, the first 3 medications on this list were ones that you found.
Correct.
And do you recall what those 3 medications were, or do I need to have this back?
Yeah, I do not recall the medications.
All right.
Some of them have longer.
Before I get, I'm sorry, I have a tendency to talk over
I'm sorry.
My mouth goes faster than my brain. Are you aware where the other medications that are in someone else's handwriting, where they were found?
I do not know.
All right. Let me just have you take a quick look at the first 3 then that you found again.
Okay.
And you said you found those 3 all in the master bathroom?
To my recollection, yes, I believe I did.
All right. And the first one on that list is naltrexone, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware what that medication is used for?
I am not.
All right. The next one is the hydrocodone, which we've spoken about, correct? That's what the next one is you wrote down.
Mm-hmm.
And the third one was, you might have to remind me.
I'll do my best. Doxycycline?
Doxycycline. Okay.
Yes.
Cycline. All right. And you're not aware what that medication's for then?
No.
All right. Well, we'll talk about that then later. All right. So during the time you were there, you only found 3 medications?
To my recollection, yes.
All right. Over that hour and a half?
Yes.
Now, you said that you had a conversation with Miss Richins, and was it Ms. Richins that told you there were THC gummies, that Mr. Richins had possibly taken a THC gummy?
I believe she did mention that there was THC gummies, yes.
Did you ask her where the gummies were located?
I do not recall if I asked her that question.
All right. Would that be important to know since you were looking for medications to log?
Only if they were prescribed to him would I be looking for them.
Well, didn't you testify that you would also look for illicit drugs?
No, I was not looking for them, but if I had seen them during my time, then I would have made a note of them.
You would have made a note if you'd seen them. However, you were told that he had possibly taken this drug, but you didn't think to ask where that might be located so you could log it?
No.
All right. So where specifically in the master bathroom did you look?
I believe I looked on the counter. If you walk in and then on the left side, there's a counter there. I believe I looked on the counter. I believe there was a mention of one of the drawers had it, and then I also, on the opposite side, above the toilet, there is a cabinet, and I looked in there.
I'm sorry, will you say that last part again?
So on the right side of the bathroom, there's a toilet, and then above the toilet there is a cabinet, and I looked in there.
All right. And now that bathroom is connected to a walk-in closet, correct?
Correct.
So you go into the bathroom and then into the closet.
Yes.
Did you look in the closet?
No, I did not.
And you said you looked in the drawer, and I don't know if I understood you. Someone told you to look in the drawer?
I believe that somebody mentioned that there was a medication, not a medication, pill bottle, but it's one of those organizers for pills in the drawer. And I believe that one of the deputies came to me and said that one of those was in the drawers in the bathroom. So that's why I looked in those drawers.
All right. So when you left at approximately 5 in the morning, a little bit after 5, what did you do with that medication log?
So the medication log and the medication that was collected was left in the room on the dresser that was in that room.
You didn't hand it over to the person that was taking over for you?
No, I did not.
You didn't write a report that night, correct?
No.
But you went back and wrote a report in January of 23, correct?
That's correct.
So almost a year later?
Correct.
And what was the purpose of that January of 23 report?
I was asked to write a report for that incident at that time, so I went back and righted that report.
And was the purpose, well, let me rephrase. In that report, it was a very short report, correct?
Correct.
And it was basically that you left the medication log on the dresser, correct?
It was, yes, to describe my involvement in the case with the medication log, yes.
Why were you asked to do that a year later?
I don't recall why I was asked to do that. I was just asked by my supervisor, so I did it.
And you don't know why they needed that?
I do not know why they needed that, no.
Is it typical that you wouldn't write a report about what you did with the medication log at the time?
It depends on the involvement, the overall involvement that I have in a case. If my involvement is just a medical log where what I had done is logged on a medical log, then no, it's not typical that I would write a report.
All right. And did you type up what medications were found? Was that you or someone else who had typed up the medication list?
No, my involvement with the medication would be this log that you've given me.
So that's it. You were there for an hour and a half, and during the time you were there, well, about an hour and a half, you logged the 3 medications.
Correct.
And you only looked in the bathroom. You didn't look in the kitchen, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't look in the drawers in the bedroom?
No.
And you didn't look anywhere else in the house for medications?
Correct.
And you didn't ask Ms. Richins where medications for Mr. Richins would be located?
I believe I did ask her.
Well, you didn't ask her where the THC was located?
No, I did not.
All right. One moment.
It's almost like the police treated this as just a natural death and it wouldn't ever go to court, so they just did the basics on the report writing. And then when they're like, oh, wait, the evidence is pointing to murder, quick, go back and write your reports. Is that what you guys are seeing?
You mentioned that you were also in charge of scene security. What did you do in terms of security that night?
I secured the rooms in which Mr. Richins was found.
How did you secure that room?
I just stayed by the door to make sure that no one was getting in.
That was the entirety of the security at the scene?
Well, that particular area, yes, there were some children in the house that were trying to get in, so my job was to make sure they didn't get into the room.
Did the children, they did try to get into the room?
Yes.
Was Ms. Richins with them?
No.
He was the
All right.
babysitter.
And you said you're with K-9? You're with the K-9 unit, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And as part of your duties to the K-9 unit, you search for illicit drugs on scenes?
It depends, but yes, I have done that in the past, yes.
Well, I mean, the point of a K-9 dog, isn't it a drug-sniffing dog?
The point of mine, yes. Yes.
All right. So you're familiar with searching for drugs on the scene?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that the search you did that day was not a complete search for drugs at that scene, correct?
Correct. I was not searching for drugs at that time.
Okay. So you were logging medication, but you weren't searching for medications?
I was logging medication, but I was not searching for illegal narcotics.
When you weren't searching for medications either, right? Other than what was in the bathroom?
Other than what was made known to me, yes.
All right. I have nothing further.
Ms. Sherbanek, any further questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Deputy Pimentel, are you issued a body camera as part of your equipment?
Yes, I am.
Were you wearing a body camera on the night of March 4th, 2022?
Yes, I am.
When you prepared your report for this case, even though it was some time later, did you review your body camera to refresh your memory about what took place?
Yes, I did.
If we could please show the witness 1-28D. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is my body cam footage.
No, is it a? Can you tell how long it is by looking at that?
How long the...
The clip that you're looking at, does it have a time on it? I don't see it.
It does not. What I can see does not have a time. Okay, now it does.
How long is that clip?
That looks a little bit over, so about a minute and 53 seconds.
Okay, I'm going to move to admit 1-28D.
Ms. Lewis.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
Any objection to admission of states 1-28D?
It's body cam. It's kind
No,
of
Your Honor.
minute.
Okay, 128D is admitted. Is there sound for this one, Scott?
There should be.
Yes, Your Honor, I just had it muted for
Oh, my apologies. Okay, let me publish. Go ahead, sir.
So describe for the jury what we're looking at here on your body camera.
So this is the cabinet that was above the toilet that I was mentioning earlier that was on the right side as you walk into the bathroom.
And this is the bathroom attached to the master bedroom.
Correct. This is the bathroom that I had mentioned earlier.
Are you opening the cabinet? It's kind of hard to see. We only have the bottom.
Yes.
And what are you looking for?
So again, I'm looking for medication that is prescribed to Mr. Richins.
I think this body cam was worn as a belly cam instead. That's why we have the wall view. See some, what's look like some, maybe something herbal. We see some vitamins for sure.
And that was the counter you were talking about in the
That's
drawer.
correct.
Walking up past the body on the floor there. Just holding up that one pill bottle. That's on Kouri's side of the bed. That pill bottle. I spy a snow globe.
And so you testified that you're looking for medications of Mr. Richins, and you're not doing a full, complete search of this house, are you?
No, I'm not.
And that's because you don't have probable cause to do so.
I don't have a reason to search anywhere else in the house that I
Right.
searched.
And to do a complete search of a house, you need probable cause or a warrant, right?
Correct.
Just a second. You're looking in that cupboard above the toilet. There were no THC gummies in there, were there?
Not that I could see, no.
And you opened it up and you looked inside.
Correct.
You didn't see any weed gummies in there.
I did not.
All right, Ms. Lewis.
Ms. Lewis, anything within the scope of redirect?
That means yes. Flying through the witnesses here.
Can you pull up State's Exhibit 1-8, just for the... Sure.
Just 1 second.
I think the only thing
You want the witness to see it?
the initial responders found
You'll see it at the same time as the witness, Ms. Lewis. Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
on scene that
Okay.
was concerning
You and
was
the
the
witness can see
blood
it.
in his mouth or on his face, in his lungs.
I'm sorry. Okay. So in the body cam that we just saw, which is on your left, you're looking at a pill bottle, correct?
Correct.
And you took a photograph of that bottle?
I do not recall if I took a photograph of that bottle.
So the photograph on the right, is that the same bottle?
I believe so.
All right, we'd move to admit 1-8.
No objection.
Okay. State's Exhibit 1-8 is admitted, and anything further on that, Ms. Lewis?
That's the hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, you said we saw in the video, you were looking at the cupboard above the toilet.
Correct.
Did you look on top of that cupboard?
I do not recall if I did.
Well, that's a very high cupboard, correct?
Correct. I believe so.
So you wouldn't be able to see the top of the cupboard unless you got up on the toilet, true?
Probably.
Which isn't safe.
All right. And are you aware that later that is where all the THC gummies were located?
I wasn't made aware of that, no.
All right. So when you were looking for the gummies, well, you were looking for medications. I know you weren't specifically looking for the gummies. But in your experience, do people usually keep illegal drugs just right in their bathroom cupboard, or do they often put them somewhere out of sight?
It depends.
They often put them somewhere out of sight. True?
I mean, they can, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But you didn't look at the whole cupboard, true?
I just looked where there might be medication.
But not on top of the cupboard.
To my knowledge, I don't believe I looked on top of the cupboard.
All right. And did you photograph that before you started taking things and moving them around the cupboard to document it?
No, I did not.
Let me ask you one other thing about when you secured the bedroom. Who came in and out of that bedroom when you were securing the bedroom?
There were some other deputies and possibly some medical personnel.
Anybody else at all?
I do not recall if anyone else came into the bedroom.
All right. I have nothing further.
You sure, Mac? Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Deputy, you can step down. Thank you. You mind taking that glass of water with you? Thank you, sir.
He's like, I don't
Cancel
want
the
glass
state's
of
next
water.
witness, please.
Margaret Offred, please.
Okay.
I can't wait for one of the witnesses to say, that's not my water. I didn't pour that. I don't know where it's been. Next witness, I heard Margaret, but I did talk over her name. This will be witness number 7. It's the 4th person we've seen today, with the first witness being continuing.
If you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Yes. Please have a seat.
Thanks, Cody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and pull that mic close to you as we
Oh,
pick
sorry.
up your answers. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Margaret Offred, O-F-F-R-E-T.
You go by Margie? Is
I
that
go by
right?
Margie, yes.
Where do you work?
For this, I work for the University of Utah.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a medical assistant coordinator.
What about in 2022? What was your role back then?
Same role, but I also do part-time EMS, and at that time it was for Park City Fire.
What do you do as part-time EMS? What's that role?
Emergency responder, advanced EMT.
Is that similar to a paramedic?
Yes, one step below.
And how long have you been working as an advanced EMT?
Almost 40 years.
And now, given that experience, have you been called out to a death scene before?
Many, yes.
How many would you say?
Over the 40 years, probably more than 100.
Have you been called out to the scene of an overdose before?
Yes.
A drug overdose?
Yes.
How many?
20 to 30.
What kind of certifications do you hold to be an advanced EMT?
Well, I have advanced life support, pediatric advanced life support, and I do monthly training and recertify every 2 years.
And you're up to date on that training?
Yes, ma'am.
As you were back in 2022?
Yes.
Were you working on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And did you respond to the scene at 282 Willow Court?
Yes.
When you arrived, what did you do first?
We got our gear and went to the bedroom where our patient was.
Where was he when you arrived?
In the bedroom, on the floor.
What was the position of Eric Richins when you arrived?
He was laying flat on the floor, straight.
Was he on a sheet?
I don't recall.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 1-4S1.
I think that's body cam or a still image from the body cam.
It'll pop up on your screen there. Do you see that?
Not yet.
You should be able to see it.
I can see it. I can see it.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
The scene in the bedroom.
That's the scene that you were just describing?
Yes.
Judge, this has already been admitted. I would like to publish it to the jury.
No objection.
Okay, one moment.
So when you arrived on scene, if Mr. Richins had been on top of a sheet on the floor, would you have moved him?
No, only if it was in the way of what we were doing.
Now, were you made aware that Mr. Richins had been pulled to the ground from the bed?
I don't recall that we were aware of that. That's just where we found him.
Now, in your line of work, have you been on a scene where people have been pulled to the ground on a sheet to perform CPR in the past?
I don't recall sheets, but people have been pulled off the bed.
When you saw Eric Richins on the floor, was there anything that stood out to you about the position of his body?
That he was at the foot of the bed instead of the side of the bed.
Why did that stand out to you?
Because most places when we go, the person is on the side of the bed. Just easier to get them off.
And anything about the physical position of his body that stood out to you?
He was just very straight.
What do you mean by that?
Straight, like everything was straight.
What would you expect if someone had been pulled?
Sometimes arms are flailed about.
Okay, just let me finish the question.
Sorry.
That's okay. I just want to make sure that our both of our voices are being picked up. So, describe what you said. What would you expect when someone is pulled off a bed?
They're a little not straight, angled. Their arms are flailed about.
Did you perform life-saving procedures on Eric Richins?
Yes.
What did you do to attempt to resuscitate him?
We hooked up the Lucas machine. We started an interosseous IO needle and gave him epi and the cardiac arrest protocol.
So I'm going to have you describe a couple of those things for the jury because I know that you use these terms all the time, but they might not know. What is a Lucas machine?
A Lucas machine is the machine that does compressions for us so that we're free to do other things such as IVs or IO needles, interosseous needles, to give medications.
You also mentioned that Mr. Richins was given epi. What do you mean by that?
Epinephrine, which is a medication that we give to try and start the heart again.
And so those things were being performed on Mr. Richins.
Yes.
Is it also your protocol to ask if your patient is taking any medications?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you ask Ms. Kouri Richins if Mr. Richins was taking any medications?
Yes, I believe I did.
Were you given any medications that Eric Richins was taking?
Yes, I believe she told me, it's in my report, but naltrexone for Lyme disease, possibly.
Did she hand you that medication?
No.
Any other medications that you were made aware of that Eric Richins was taking?
She did also say CBD gummies.
as you are performing these life-saving measures on Eric Richins, are you also looking for things in his immediate area that might explain what's happening with him?
Yes.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes.
Did you see anything that to you might explain what's going on with him?
No.
Now, when you've been on the scene for an overdose death or an overdose call in the past, what are some things that you see around the person that might indicate to you what's happening?
Sometimes you see drug paraphernalia or pill bottles.
Did you observe any of those things?
No.
Now, were you there when the time of death was called for Eric Richins?
Yes.
What time was that?
3:58, I believe.
And that would be in the morning, right?
Yes, a.m.
Now, later you talked about Eric Richins being down sometime or dead sometime.
Yes.
What was that observation based on?
He was cold to the touch. His body was cold to the touch, and his heart rhythm, which when we hooked up the monitor, showed that he was in asystole.
What is asystole?
That's flatline.
So no heartbeat?
No heart electroactivity at all.
Did that ever change while you were there?
No.
Just a moment.
I want to know what his body temperature was when they checked
And those
him.
were all my questions for you. Thank you. The defense may have some as well.
We know the environment he was in, the
Please,
temperature
please.
of that. How long would it take for his body to cool down? I think he died right around 9 or 9:30. He must have.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You weren't the first EMT or EMS to arrive on the scene, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived on the scene, others were already starting to work on Mr. Richins, true?
One person, yes.
Was working on him?
Yes.
All right. And what was that person doing?
Compressions.
All right. So you don't know if the body had already been arranged in any sort of way by the prior EMT?
I do not.
All right. Now, when you were first called to the scene, you believed it was a call for cardiac arrest.
Correct. Yes.
That was the chief complaint that was brought to your attention?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do? What was the first thing you did when you arrived?
We hooked our I had a partner. We were hooking up our monitor to see what kind of heart rhythm we may have, and then attaching the Lucas machine, which does compressions for us.
That's cool.
It is cool.
All right. So you went directly into the bedroom when you arrived?
Yes.
All right. And you later wrote a report. It's called a pre-hospital care report?
Yes.
Is that true?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to have you take a quick look at this and tell me if this is... Well, actually, can you just pull it up on the screen and show her?
She has it.
All right. Is that your report?
Yes.
All right. We'd moved to admit that as, I guess, defense exhibit. I think now we're at 3005.
I have an objection.
We have an objection. Oops. Not that one. There we go. That takes us up to 31. Yes, those who are asking, it appears she's wearing a Eddie Bauer women's 3-snap on-button mock neck sweater in fleece. So, not a sponsor. I did find it on spottedclothing.com. So, it's there. We'll give the ejection time to work its way through the sidebar. Looks like it's going to be a brief one. They're headed back now.
The witness can still see it.
Oh, she can still see it, you said. I'm sorry. All right, so...
In fairness to her, it's pretty small.
It's, yes, it is small here, too. I can... All right, so where did you get the information that he was possibly having a cardiac arrest?
That's what the dispatch came across as.
So, but you didn't know if that was correct?
No.
And it turned out not to be correct, right?
That he was in cardiac arrest?
He didn't die of a cardiac arrest.
Well, I mean, he was in cardiac arrest. I did not know, and I don't know what he died from.
All right. Explain that he was in cardiac arrest at that time. What is the
His heart
He was in
stopped.
asystole, which is a flat line, which means there's no electrical activity in the heart. That's cardiac arrest.
All right. So
And he was not breathing, obviously.
So as a layperson,
he was dead.
I was reading that you thought he was in the process of having a heart attack, but that's not accurate.
That's not accurate.
All right. So that just means someone who is not having their heart functioning at the time when you're called in. That would just be called a cardiac arrest.
Correct.
All right. So that was the information that you based what you did following when you got there.
Yes.
All right. And when you arrived, you spoke with, well, first you said you went right into the room.
Correct. Yes.
And you administered epinephrine?
Once we got our lines started, yes.
All right. And you also, I'm just lost the word. You also admitted,
Yes, we did give Narcan.
Okay, what's the purpose of Narcan?
Narcan is to reverse any possible drug overdoses with narcotics.
All right. But he had been asystole, help me with the word,
asystole.
Asystole for a while by the time you gave him that.
Yes.
And that typically would be helpful if it was given pretty immediate after.
Yes, that's kind of a last effort. Let's try this.
Okay. And then at what point did you go from in the bedroom to, well, let me rephrase that. What did you do next? You gave him the Narcan, you gave him the epinephrine, and what else did you do in the room?
I just continued to work the code until the Park City Fire medics got there.
What does that mean, work the code?
Tried to save him, continuing CPR, trying to figure out why he's in a cardiac arrest.
And
breathing for him, things like that.
Were you able to determine why he was in cardiac arrest?
No.
All right. Not at that time, anyway.
No.
And then you left the room, true?
Yes.
And at the point you left the room, you knew that he was deceased, correct?
Correct.
And you went out, and is the first person you spoke to one of the deputies that was there, Deputy DeWin?
I don't recall.
Right. Do you recall telling one of the deputies that you thought maybe it was possibly an aneurysm?
I just possibly coming up with ideas, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. And at that time, did you know his medical history?
Yes, what I was given.
And who gave you that?
Kouri.
Okay. And she gave you the same medical history that she had already given to the deputies, correct?
I don't know.
Did you talk to the deputies about the fact that he had Lyme disease?
I think I probably told them that's what she told me.
All right. And the information about what medications he was on, did that come from her or did that come from the deputies?
That came from her.
And this was after he'd already passed, you got this information?
I believe while we were working the code, I had asked those questions.
All right. And you said that one of the medications that you were told he was on was naltrexone?
Correct.
And you were told that was for Lyme disease?
Correct.
However, that would be a off-brand use for naltrexone?
Correct.
Naltrexone is typically used for people that are suffering cravings either from drugs or alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I think we need to lay a little more foundation here.
Objection on foundation.
We'll just move on unless you're going to ask this witness more questions about the
Not about the naltrexone.
on-label and off-label uses of medications.
No, that was all.
Okay.
All right. Just give me a moment. Let me just look at your report here. Can you tell me about, in your report, you talk about blood sugar obtained.
Yes.
And you say the blood sugar obtained of 458. That was his actual blood sugar at that time?
Yes.
That's extremely high, correct?
It's high.
All right. And would that be a natural thing just based on someone passing, that their blood sugar would go up?
I don't know why his blood sugar was that high.
All right. And you also have in there that he had a GCS of 3. Can you tell me what that means?
Glasgow Coma Score. So that's basically he scored 1 on everything, which it goes from 5 to 1. Someone who's alert and oriented would get a 5. Someone who is not responding gets a 1. That's the lowest score you can get.
1 is the lowest score.
3.
Oh, 3. Okay.
Yes.
And tell me again, what does GCS stand for?
Glasgow Coma Score.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then are you the one that told Ms. Richins that Eric was in fact deceased?
Yes.
Is this something that you've had to do before?
Yes.
So it wasn't the first time you told someone that their spouse or someone else with them had passed?
No.
And I imagine this is difficult.
Very.
And I would imagine that you've seen many different reactions from different people to that kind of news. True?
Yes.
From silent shock, correct?
Yes.
To hysteria.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people throw up.
I haven't seen that but once.
You haven't seen anyone throwing up after hearing that news?
Not really, no.
Okay. You never know what to expect, though.
Correct.
You never know how someone's going to react.
True.
When they get terrible, traumatic news like that.
Yes.
Probably a little bit different for an unexpected death than maybe someone who's been terminally ill, true?
Yes.
Is it fair to say unexpected deaths get a wider range of reactions than someone who's been dying, say, for, months and it was expected?
Yes.
All right. Just back to your report for one moment. So everything in your report was done, you were just writing down what you did based on the information you had, true?
Yes, yes.
And you didn't know if the information was correct at that time, it's just based on the information you had?
Yes.
All right. I'd move again to admit Defense Exhibit 300.
I'll withdraw my objection, Judge, if they want to admit it.
Oh, okay. This would be defense, give me the numbering again. 3005.
5, yes.
Katie, is that right? Okay, D3005 is admitted. Is there any part you want to publish to the jury?
Not at this time, I just wanted to admit it.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Anything else for this witness, Ms. Charbonnet?
Just briefly, Judge.
So, you testified to Miss Lewis's questions that you had made a guess that maybe Eric Richins died of an aneurysm. Why did you make that guess?
Because he had a lot of blood coming out of his mouth when we arrived in while we were working on him.
And was that happening? When was that happening? The blood
during CPR.
So when you arrived, the blood was already coming out of Eric Richins' mouth?
Yes.
Did you have an explanation for why that blood was coming out of his mouth?
No.
No further questions, ma'am. Thank you. Thanks.
Here we go. Okay. Within the scope of redirect, please.
It's not unusual to see blood come out of someone's mouth during CPR, correct?
Not normally, but it seemed more than normal.
All right. So, the machine, the cool machine, what's it called?
Lucas machine.
The Lucas. That.
The cool machine.
Can you describe the sort
That
of
machine's
pressure
brutal.
that machine uses?
Well, it compresses the chest as you would in CPR. It's a continuous compression that, it's like doing CPR with your arms, only more steady than a human can do.
And consistent in terms of the amount of pressure.
Correct, yes.
Whereas humans of different sizes have different amounts of pressure.
Correct.
Did the machine break any of Mr. Richins' ribs?
I have no idea.
You don't know. Does it sometimes do that?
I don't know.
All right. Well, as a trained EMT, when the compressions are being given hard compressions, if there's blood in the lungs, it wouldn't be unusual to see that come out, correct?
Correct, yes.
And in order to do efficient CPR, one, you would need to be trained, correct?
Correct.
And fair to say that a very small person who's untrained would have difficulty doing the strength of compressions that's necessary when giving CPR.
They could, yes.
Okay. Anything else? All right, I have nothing further.
No questions, Chuck.
You can step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Shervnak, the state's next witness.
Sergeant Andrew Cernich, please.
All right.
Sergeant Andrew Cernich, number 8. No, I got that spelling wrong, so I'm not going to tell you how I spelled it. Objections have been a lot slower today.
Sergeant, if you'd step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Go ahead and move that mic close to your mouth so we can get all your answers. State your name and spell your last name, please.
Andy Cernich, Crnich.
Where do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
And what's your role there?
I am a sergeant on patrol.
And what about back in 2022? What was your role? First, let's talk about the Sheriff's Office. What were you doing for them in 2022?
In 2022, I was a sergeant working in the jail.
And back in 2022, did you have other first responder roles or other jobs that you did?
Yes, I also worked for the Summit County the South Summit Fire Department as a volunteer fire.
What do you do as a volunteer fireman for South Summit?
I respond to emergencies through the fire department and assist on medical calls.
So, were you working on March 4th of 2022?
I was.
What capacity were you working in on that day?
I responded as a on-call firefighter to assist medical.
And did you respond to the home at 282 Willow Court?
I did.
Now, describe for the jury, even though you're a trained police officer, what happens when you're on duty as a fire department role?
On the fire department role, we're trained in numerous different things as first responders. I also recently had quit working for South Summit EMS as a advanced EMT. So we assist with whatever needs fire department needs. At that time, I assisted with the CPR efforts of the individual.
But it's fair to say that when you get called to a scene in your EMS role, you don't mix that with your law enforcement role.
Correct.
You stay in that lane for that call.
Correct.
So what were your responsibilities? Just highlight that for the jury when you arrived at the scene that night.
When I arrived that night, EMS had arrived before I had. I asked what they needed, and they asked me to take over airway.
At some point during your responsibilities there, were you asked to look for medications?
I was.
If we could please show the witness Exhibit 1-5S.
He has it.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the bedroom where we were working on the individual, and it shows me reaching into the nightstand.
Fair and is that photo a fair and accurate representation of you on that night?
Yes.
I'll move to admit Exhibit 1-5S.
I just need to clarify, is there a second photo that's on this? Are there two photos? Because the one I have has two photos, and this may be a later one or an earlier one.
Ms. Shervanek, forgive me, is this
There it
the
is.
1
There it
through
is. There is
5
two
series? No, it's different.
Different number.
Okay.
There are two pictures. No objection. As long
Okay.
as both pictures come in, no objection.
Sure.
Okay. Scott, will you go back to picture number 1? And I'll publish now. Just make sure the jury sees
body cam
both
picture?
photographs in 1-5S, which has been admitted.
And that's the exhibit you just looked at.
Yes.
And describe for the jury, where are you in this photo?
I'm the one wearing red next to the bed, where I just turned around from retrieving that bottle from the nightstand.
Scott, if we could go back to the first image, please.
Okay, so that
and
was
what
on
does this image show?
on the other side of the bed.
I believe that's where I was searching the nightstand drawers for any type of medications.
And you were asked to search, right?
Correct.
Who told you to look for medications?
I believe it was Margie Offred, who was the EMT on scene running the scenario, or not scenario, but the scene.
And Scott, if we could go to the next image. And you pulled something out of that nightstand, right?
Yes.
If we could show the witness Exhibit 1-8, please. This has already been admitted. We can publish it to the jury. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the pill bottle that I found in the nightstand.
Just a moment. Sir, those are all my questions for you. The defense may have some as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Nesser.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
My name's Kathy Nestor. I represent Ms. Richins along with several other attorneys here. So I want to just clarify, you said when you first got there you were assisting EMT that were already on the scene?
Correct.
And someone was already doing CPR on Mr. Richins when you arrived in the room?
I believe when I arrived, they were just hooking up the Lucas machine, which is a machine that does CPR, or chest compressions.
Okay, so there was not a human doing compressions before they hooked up the Lucas machine?
I do not recall if they were doing it and stopped to hook up the machine or if they were actually in the process of hooking it up.
And the individual, before they hooked up the machine, can you describe, besides Miss Offred, who was around the body?
I believe there was my partner firefighter that was there next to them and the other EMT that was on scene, but I do not recall who that was.
Can you describe their build for me?
Medium build, males.
Both males?
Yes.
Thank you. You took over the airways, so you had to just clear an airway so they could get oxygen to them?
Correct. So my job was to deliver oxygen to him.
So did you put a tube down his throat?
Yes, I did.
And when you put the tube down his throat, was there any blood on his face before you did that?
Not that I can remember, no.
Okay, great. And after you put the tube down his throat, did you see blood come out of his mouth?
Shortly after, there was blood that showed up in the tube and coming out of his mouth.
How far down does the tube go that you insert into his throat?
Sits on top of the larynx.
So down to about where your voice, that's your voice box,
Correct.
right? Sorry.
Yes, correct that
Not
area.
great at biology. Okay. All right. So have you seen that before where when you insert a tube into someone's throat, it can cause there to be bleeding in their throat?
Not usually, but yes, I have seen that before.
Okay, great. So then they're doing the CPR, and you were asked by Ms. Offred, who we just heard from, Margie, to check the nightstand for any medication. Is that right?
Yes.
And I noticed, can you pull up, please, Exhibit 15S, which has already been admitted, Your Honor. Can we please publish?
One moment.
I noticed you went to the bedstand on that, the nightstand on that side of the bed, right?
Correct.
So is your understanding that was the side of the bed that Mr. Richins had been on?
Yes.
Right. And You're pulling out a drawer. Is it the bottom drawer or the top drawer? Do you remember?
I believe there was only one drawer, but I am not sure.
Okay. I'd like to show you now exhibit, and this is not admitted yet, so if we could take down the publication and just let just the witness and counsel see exhibit 14S. Is it up?
He has it.
Okay, thank you. Is that the nightstand you pulled the pill out of?
That looks like the nightstand, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, could we move to admit 14S?
No objection.
States 14S is admitted.
It's defense, yeah.
It's not the way it's marked.
Oh, sure, right. It's 14S. Sorry about that. Okay, there's the nightstand, right?
Yes.
Okay. And on that nightstand, Katie, can you zoom in to the top of the nightstand if it's possible? You may not be able to on this photo. Yeah, there you go.
Big in the pixels
So
for us,
that's
please.
phone is sitting in a charger. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what it shows.
And right next to it, it looks like an Apple Watch that's on the little watch charger right next to it. Is that right? Can you tell?
Is that the one in front of the phone?
Back of.
It's to the back of the phone.
Oh, okay.
See the
I
little
see that,
little
yes.
square? I think that's an Apple Watch, but if I'm wrong, tell me.
I do not know. It very well could be.
And this picture of the nightstand, there's no wallet on it, correct?
Correct.
There's some pills and a little metal, like push thing that you push pills out of, right? Do you see that next to the TV power?
Like a Pez dispenser?
Right. And were those pills taken by you or anyone else, do you know, to be tested?
They were definitely not taken by me.
Okay. All right. Can we also just to the witness only show states exhibit 1-9? Only the witness. It's not admitted yet, Your Honor. Do you see that picture? That's a little better and clear and close up.
Yes.
All right. In that picture, were you still there when the wallet was put on the nightstand?
I do not recall if I was or not.
Okay. But that is the same nightstand we're talking about.
Yes.
Your Honor, can we move to admit 1-9? No objection.
States 1-9 is admitted.
May we please publish it to the jury? Okay. Can we please blow that up as big as we can, just focused on the nightstand? Okay, so here you can see the Apple Watch a little more clearly, right?
Yes.
And you can also see a wallet that's been added to the table that was not there before, right?
Yes.
Did you put that?
We don't know the timing of these photographs. That foundation has not been laid.
Well, it's in now, so.
You can compare the photos. You can't state when the wallet was there or wasn't there.
Okay, sorry. I'll retract that. That's fair. Can we zoom in at the very bottom of the power of the power TV? There's some white specks on the nightstand. Can you try to zoom into that if possible? Right there. Do you see those white specks on the nightstand?
Yes.
Did you see the white specks on the nightstand when you were there that night?
I do not recall it being there.
Did you gather them or swab them or put them in a little plastic bag to be tested later?
I did not.
Right. So as you sit here now, can you tell the jury what those white specks are?
White specks.
That's it.
Yep. They're white
All right.
specks. You can see them. Is that going to be like, is she insinuating a crushed pill or?
Also, was there a time where you found Mrs. Richins' phone and handed it to a deputy? Did the deputy come in looking for her phone?
I do not recall.
You can't remember that?
I do not.
Do you remember her phone being in the room at any point?
I do not.
All right. And did you personally have any conversations with Ms. Richins that night?
I may have asked her if he had taken anything or how long he had been down,
Okay.
but I do not recall.
You can't remember for sure.
I don't know for sure.
In your experience, both as a police officer and a trained medical responder, is it fair to say that it was apparent to you he had been deceased for some time?
Yes.
Thank you. think that's all I have. Just one moment. Thank you, Your Honor. I tender the witness.
Ms. Shervinick.
One question, Judge. Sergeant Cernich, was it your job that night to collect evidence?
It was not.
That's all I have.
You can step down, sir. Thank you. You might
He
bring
can
a
be-
glass of water.
Your Honor, he can be finally excused.
Yes, you are released, sir. Thank you. Thank you for
Your
asking.
water. She didn't even sip.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state has a witness ready, but I think the defense wanted their expert to be present.
Where's your expert?
Yes, we had an agreement that we would be notified of when an expert would be testifying, that our expert would listen in. That wasn't done. And so we're trying to work that right now. We emailed or texted our expert, and we're working on that, but he has not responded as of yet. So I've asked Mr. Burmester if he could move it to the back of the line until I get noticed.
That expert is somebody that's physically present in the state of Utah?
Yeah. Their expert.
Yours?
No, he's going to be remote, WebEx listening in.
Okay. May we take I'm going to let you stretch your legs here for a minute. This may take a minute. Rise for the jury, please.
Judge has some questions. Defense very gently throws the prosecution under the bus, saying we had an agreement. They were going to tell us when their expert was going to testify, and then we would get our expert ready to watch. They didn't tell us. And so now they're calling their expert, and we're not ready. I do think they need to sort of stick to their agreements unless there's good reason not to. Judge might sort this one out. Might just take 2 minutes.
Folks, have a seat. Mr. Ramos, tell me, what was your understanding of the deal that you had reached with State's Counsel?
So what we would do is we would be given 24-hour notice of their expert testifying. So we can make arrangements for our expert either be present physically or listen in to the proceedings.
With the idea that if they're listening in real time, they can send you feedback, suggestions?
Not even that. Well, I mean, obviously, I would be able to consult with them if that was the case, but more than anything, so they could listen in to see if they were going to offer anything in rebuttal.
They can do that no matter what. I mean, I can watch the entirety of yesterday's proceedings right now
No, I
on Court
understand
TV.
that. That's why I'm saying it's
Yeah.
too kind of
Not
too
a
far.
sponsor.
Okay. And then I'm inferring that your position is that who's the expert?
Your Honor,
can watch this tonight.
Dr. Ulmer, the medical examiner.
Okay. Was this person on the witness list for, or the proposed list for today?
Your Honor, I guess no, although we had a discussion at the end of yesterday's trial that where were we going after crime scene? And I said, you know, I informed counsel, whatever, 5 o'clock yesterday that we would be going to medical examiners after crime scene. So it was, it's not, this isn't a shock, but I did not say we will bring in Dr. Ulmer tomorrow.
How long do you think you have in your direct with Dr. Ulmer?
My direct is probably 30 minutes.
Okay. So what if we say we'll do the direct of Dr. Ulmer, which your expert would be able to go back and review during the lunch hour if you need to, and we'll start cross after lunch?
So my only concern is that I'm attempting to get a hold of him to see if he's available right now to view those. So I've sent a text message as soon as Mr. Burmester told me. So that's what I'm waiting on. I have no problem with that, assuming I can get confirmation that he can log on.
That's the best I can do.
How about you step out and call?
That's the best I can do.
I understand.
Okay.
Could you,
I'm expecting Maggie Mobley, who's the morgue clerk. She should be getting here any moment.
You want to slip her in first?
Yeah, if she gets here in the next minute or two, it would be no problem.
We could, Your Honor, we can also start with Chelsea Gibson. We've been trying to accommodate Dr. Ulmer. She is out of town and all the things. And so that's why now. But we have you know, we could start Chelsea Gibson, but maybe she's going to be a long way.
I don't know if you would.
That's better for us because we get more time to be able to, and that's, yeah, that is what we expected.
When you say start, though, we would not be able to get her direct completed before lunch, correct? Would we be able to do Ms. Gibson, understanding we need to interrupt direct during lunch and cross her and then get Dr. Ulmer on and off today?
That's the state's concern, is that crosses have been tending to take longer than direct.
They take what they take, sure.
And I can't say that. I mean, if we were to start Chelsea Gibson.
Let's not do that.
I'd rather not.
My sense is that that's a self-inflicted wound. So, how close is Ms. Mobley?
Ms. Mobley, I'll go back out and check.
Okay. We're going to take a 5-minute restroom break. We'll see what percolates during that 5 minutes.
Percolates.
Okay, very good.
So it's going to percolate to the top. Or down through it. I don't know. We're gonna see. We're gonna get some percolation done, and then we'll have a witness. This guy, they're expert. They knew he was going to testify today, but they didn't get 48 hours or 24 hours to know exactly when he's going to testify, so he's not ready. And the judge is like, why can't he just watch tonight on YouTube? Okay, why can't he just go to court TV and watch this? Why can't he? Why are we waiting for him to be online and watching? Are you going to be getting like real time communication back and forth? And he's like, no. Oh wait, yes, I could do that. But the judge's voice is just particularly resonant today. I love it. Used to have a percolating coffee pot. Well, that's what we're doing. We're percolating with witnesses. We'll see what filters out. How can they predict how long defense is going to take to cross witnesses? They can't. The judge asks them to sort of, they'll ask the prosecution, how long of a case do you think you have? And they'll give a list of witnesses they think they're going to call, and defense will be like, well, we think that if they take that long, we'll take about this long, and they schedule a court case based on that. And they'll slide it into the docket and block out the time, and sometimes, we finish weeks ahead of schedule. And sometimes it's like, wow, you guys cut it really close. The jury wasn't expecting to be here this long. I feel dumb asking, but have we seen this judge in another high-profile case? He seems familiar to me. We've followed him in other hearings for this trial. I don't think we've seen him in any other case, although I'd like to. I really do enjoy listening to this judge. You can just message them on Teams. They need to make a phone call, not just a text message. I mean, you're paying the guy, what, $500 per hour. I'm just guessing that's let's throw that number out. That's a pretty average number for an expert witness. $500 an hour to do work. That's a call I'd take for $500 an hour. I'd take that call. Sure. I'll hop on WebEx real quick and do nothing, say nothing, and just listen. At that price, it's $250, and you might have a minimum of 1 hour per session. So. Thank you all for all those who have clicked the like button. We've had about 10,000 people come through and pop in for a time or stay for a while. Those of you that are here, welcome. Do stay for a while. Click the subscribe button. We do have a 5-minute delay before you can talk in chat. All that does is help filter out some of the trolls that like to subscribe and start throwing out everything from, snake oil sales, spam to just yelling into the void, but that helps with that a little bit. So I apologize for that delay, but do join us. We'd love to see you in chat and have you weigh in. Just ask that everything be respectful. We know that there are family and victims and friends and everything, and sometimes lawyers and judges who do watch our channel and follow up with what we're doing and try to get a feel for how you guys think court's going. So we do ask you to be respectful for that reason. Yes, we'll be waiting to welcome you to chat. Our mods are amazing for that. I do happen to be low on snake oil, says Nomi. Well, hold tight. I'm sure we'll get an offer here. What about frog oil? Oh, that just sounds slimy. Why does the judge allow the defense to make comments about the prosecution? He has not cracked down on some of the commentary that has been offered, and possibly because it has not been objected to. A judge often will wait until there is an objection and then make a ruling. Obviously, if anyone, and it's happened on both sides have made commentary. If the other side did object, the judge would sustain it. But basically, he's sort of letting them call their own fouls, or call the other person's fouls, and then he'll just referee from there on. All right, a few minutes break while they try to sort out their witnesses. Just a quick recap of what we've had so far today. Deputy Wen, the Summit County Sheriff of the body cam, who filled out the death checklist and did pretty much nothing else, was cross-examined about everything he didn't do, and it wasn't his job. We then had Cameron Sessions, or Larson, her first time ever being called to a crime scene for a death investigation as the representative from the Office of Medical Examiners, was this case. And so a little deer in the headlights a little bit. She handled it okay, but sort of got roped into looking for alcohol in the trash cans, like I guess a police investigator just assigned her to that, and she did. That's how we got the cock and bull ginger beer comments that came in, because she recognized that from something her dad used to always drink. So that was interesting, but not a ton of great information as far as moving the case forward on the guilt and innocence front. We've got Deputy Pimentel. I don't know how to spell that name. I'm sure I spelled it wrong. Did part of the medication log for the crime scene. Also another officer who seems to have just done his responsibility and nothing else, and the bare minimum at that. Possibly thinking that this was not going to be a big case, that this was maybe open and shut. Just somebody died in their sleep, as they do, and this would just fade out of the forefront of our minds. This turned into a bigger investigation than I think a lot of the officers expected. It also turned into a murder investigation with a suspect and then charges. And so a year after this call, he went back, used his body camera to write for the first time a report about what he did. Watch your mouth. Yes, I'll do that. Let's see who else we had. Margaret Offret, that's Margie, the medical assistant coordinator you just heard from, and now Sergeant Andrew Krinich. Oh my goodness, Andy. It's just some quick witnesses, getting some stuff out of the way. All right, Susan Basturk, welcome to the gallery. Thank you very much. You are an OG. Judge is back, but we're not back quite yet. Yes, the Paltrow case was up here in this courthouse. The ski crash civil suit. We did follow that, so this courthouse may look familiar. Cameras were in different positions for that one, but the courthouse should look familiar from that. Gwyneth Paltrow came to court every day, and it was quite the show. That was a great trial. We got the stick figures, the skiing instruction stick figure shirt from that. That was amazing. Amazing expert witness. Is it lunchtime? Not quite yet. Probably half an hour. Utah is 2 hours behind the East Coast, so it is 1:20 here. It's a little bit late for lunch, but they'll take their lunch around noon, I believe, and they've been known to take only a half-hour lunch. Because of that, and because of a couple other things, we're not going to break our live stream into two parts. We'll be here all through the lunch hour with the live feed from the courtroom continuing, and I'll just step off for just a minute and return back when they're restarting. So you can just stay here for the rest of the day and get all of court. Jay Marshall, well, I ate lunch early, so I'm done. It's time for another shirt. Haven't had one for a while. We're looking for things that would apply to a wide variety of court cases. If we do any more merch, I'm not big on merch, right? I know it's fun to do, and We've done a few items, but I'm not out here trying to sell merch all day. You guys know I was losing money on every coffee mug we sold for 3 years because I just wanted to get you a good product at cheap price. Can Eric's family sue the local PD for that $100,000 for the PI if Kouri's found guilty? No, I don't think they can sue the local PD for that. I just don't see where the liability would be. Like failure to investigate, thus forced us to, because they did investigate, they just didn't do a very thorough job. I don't know. That would be a hard one to win, I think. You should link the screaming goats. People are going to need them. This is a Christmas screaming goat. It's my loudest one right now. My regular screaming goat is... It just sounds like he's passing wind. His batteries are a little low. Ladybug's mom gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Ladybug's mom. That one went to Trina Lee. I've exhausted him. We put him to work. This is the goat emoji story. Trust the kids would sue them for wasting their inheritance. In the scope of the inheritance, the $100,000 is not a ton. I mean, Eric was worth what, $4 million at the time he died. I think that pretty much was his trust, was worth about $4 million. So it's not a vast percentage of the money, and arguably it was an elective spend that they did trying to fight this. Granted, as Nicole Goodman has said in the chat a couple times, I don't think this would have gone to trial without the family have been so adamant that something was wrong in the situation. Let's see. Selena K, can you remind us of what the jury makeup is? There are 8 deliberating jurors, total of 12 jurors, so 4 alternates in this case in Utah. So 8 deliberating jurors. I believe we have 2 women and 5 men. Wait, 6 men? Or 3 women, 5 men? 7 women, 5 men, all white, mostly middle-aged.
Mr. Burmester, are we ready for the jury?
4 women, Your Honor. 4 women are the alternates.
Okay, we invite the jury in, please.
Okay. All right.
I'd love to hear from Kouri's mom. If there's some point we get to hear from Kouri's mom on the stand, oh my goodness. Either in this case or another one. I'd like to find out more about her. That's where I have a lot of question marks, but I don't know if we will.
Feel free to take your seats when you come in. Thank you.
We're standing for you, jury. We're standing for you.
All right, have a seat. Thank you. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness.
Yes, the state would call Maggie Mobley.
Ms. Mobley, if you step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Another quiet speaker. Get nice and comfy with that microphone.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Mobley, can you please state your full name and then spell your last name for the record?
Maggie Mobley, Mobley.
Are you employed, Ms. Mobley?
Yes.
How?
I am employed with the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
In what capacity?
Right now I'm a medical examiner's assistant.
Okay. Do you know a term morgue clerk?
Yes, that is what I was in 2022.
Oh, okay. So it's a different job assignment, not a
Yes.
rotating one.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Mobley, may I ask you just to pull the mic a little closer to you? Thank you. I appreciate it.
So in 2022, you were a morgue clerk.
Correct.
Could you describe what a morgue clerk does?
A morgue clerk is responsible for receiving and releasing decedents, as well as answering phone calls and the door.
I see. So
answer the door.
Could you tell us just very briefly how a body comes in just generally, and what the procedure is?
So a case will come up in our system. We will make a folder with the decedent's information, and then transport will bring the decedent to us, and that's when we take custody of the decedent, and then we will inventory the decedent's belongings.
I see. So you say transport. Is that oftentimes a vendor that's contracted with the Office of the Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, were you working on March 4th, early morning?
Yes.
March 4th? Did you receive the body of Eric Richins on that morning?
I did.
Okay. So walk us through. The vendor brings the body in. What happens? What happened?
I'm responsible for breaking the seal.
Okay.
As long as the body bag has been sealed, I will take a photo of the seal before it has been broken. I'll record the number of the seal and then take photos of the decedent and his belongings, inventory that on an inventory sheet before putting the decedent in a cooler.
Okay. If there are belongings, are they inside the bag or outside of the bag?
Inside the bag.
I see. And when you have belongings, do they go in the refrigerator with the body?
The belongings will.
The belongings will. Okay. In this particular case, can we see? It's already been offered and admitted, so 10-3.
Any objection to publishing to the jury, Mr. Ramos?
No, Judge.
Okay.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the first photo I take before the seal. So that is the seal before broken. So it will be sealed on the scene.
Okay.
Transported to us, and then that's the first photo I take before opening the body bag.
And did you make sure that this had not been broken into in a different? Okay. Is that your case number from the Office of Medical Examiner?
Yes.
Okay.
Kouri's sister's in back in the blue, right in front of that reflective mirror.
So, how do you break the seal?
With scissors.
Okay. And then
I think next to her
once
is the other
that's
sister.
happened, what did you do in this case?
You'll open the bag. We will write down the seal number on our papers for our record.
This is a written checklist or a written form that you fill out?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
And then we record the clothing that the decedent would be wearing, any medications that would have come with the decedent, and any identification as well.
Okay. Did you record that in this case?
Yes.
And what did you do with the identification?
Driver's licenses, we make a copy on our copying machine, and those will stay with the folder and the paperwork.
Sorry, I meant Eric.
How
You guys are
about
completely
any
correct. Eric's family's
medications
in
or
the back row.
medication bottles?
Yes, we receive those and put those in a locker as evidence.
Okay. And
I don't know what
are
Kouri's sister
those made available to
if she has one.
the medical examiner doctor who later
Yes.
does an autopsy?
Our investigation will take custody of that, and the doctor has access to all of that information.
I see. Upon completion of the autopsy, and if it comes to a point where there's no more need for the physical body, in this case of Eric Richins, what happens next to the body?
With the body, as you mean as a morgue clerk?
Yes.
We would release to a funeral home. In this case, I'm unaware.
Okay. Are the driver's license and those sorts of things released to the funeral home as well?
Yes, as long as they were not collected as evidence.
I see. Okay. I don't have any more questions for this one.
Mr. Ramos.
That was not half an hour.
Good morning, Ms. Mobley.
Good morning.
We've spoken on the phone before.
Mm-hmm.
Just to get clarification, it was unclear to me in the way the question was asked. When you receive the body, the medications are inside of the bag, correct?
Correct.
And I imagine they're in a separate bag?
They would be in either a paper bag or a plastic bag.
And do you open that bag?
I would not.
Okay.
Unless there was a driver's license in the same bag.
And in this case, do you remember if they were separate?
I'm unsure.
Okay. But you knew they were medications?
Yes.
And I imagine the reason, or just tell me the reason how you knew they were medications.
They're in the photo. You
Okay.
can see them.
And which photo was that?
Those intake photos.
Is it just the one that you just took? Or I'm sorry, the one that was just shown to you? Is there a different one?
I'm responsible for taking photos when I receive the body.
Okay.
So they are with the body.
Got it. Do you remember the medications in this case specifically?
That's not my job to look.
Okay. I'm going to show you two documents, and just to her, Your Honor. And the first one, I do see I believe it's your initials or maybe even your full name. So we're going to start with that one.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. And could you tell me kind of what it is?
That looks like a printout of the record that I put the medications in a locker and the chain of custody aspect of it.
Perfect. I'm going to show you another document,
Mhm.
okay? Now, do you recognize what this document is?
I recognize what it is, yeah.
Okay. But you didn't do this part?
No.
Okay. 1 second. Now, is this this document that you're looking at right now, is it related to this case?
Yeah, I took it away.
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge.
I'll give her one moment. You can now see it.
Yes.
Okay. And is this something that's kept kind of in the normal course of business?
Yes.
Okay. We would move to admit at this point, Judge.
No objection.
I need a number.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll put one
It'll be
on.
3006, Your Honor.
Okay, so any objection to publishing this to the jury, Mr. Burmester?
No, Your Honor. I'll be
You
using
don't
it
need
for
to.
Dr. Ulmer.
No, we don't need to publish it right now, but just
Okay.
as long as it's admitted.
I just need to create a descriptor for Brittany, defense D3006, entitled Report on Prescriptions Found with Body is Admitted.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Burmester?
No, Your Honor.
You can step down.
Thank you.
You're free to go. Thank you. What's next?
Numbers here, if you want to start. Okay. I'll get Dr. Ulmer.
Very good.
And Judge, while Mr. Burmester gets his form remaining, Mr. Ludwig and I approach.
Of course.
All right. See if they can sort out the expert watching on webinar. She forgot her water. Now somebody else could drink it and it'll be contaminated. I bet Ramos was testing the waters for closing effect on jury. I don't know. Mr. Ramos is, he has his own firm, I believe. I think from his email, I think he indicates he has his own firm. He's a He's not just a partner in somebody else's firm. It has his name on the shingle. So, the court water monitor. They have employed one of the bailiffs in that position. Yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of people on the Kouri's family row. Some of the spaces that are occupied, I can't see the face. So, bailiff, waiter, same difference, right? They all work for tips, right? No, just kidding. He was in a better mood today. Must not have drank that nasty kombucha.
Dr. Ulmer, good morning. If you would step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about
she
to give
looks
in the matter
familiar.
before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
And she's quiet.
Do you mind bending the mic down just a little bit? Thank you. Mr.
Okay.
Burmester.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Pamela Sue Ulmer, U-L-M-E-R.
Ms. Ulmer, are you employed?
No, I'm retired.
In 2022, were you employed?
Yes, I was a medical examiner at the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
There's a term forensic pathologist. Is that what the capacity you were serving in?
That's correct.
What is a forensic pathologist?
So a pathologist is a medical doctor who has gone through all of the medical training and then done residency in pathology. For a forensic pathologist, we do additional training in forensic pathology specifically, and then we sit for boards and take all of our board certifications for both pathology and forensic pathology.
I see. So when you receive a body, just generally speaking, into the OME, what is the procedure? What happens?
So basically, I'll start at the scene because an investigator will be at the scene, and then the body at that point will get sealed in a body bag that has a seal identification number on it, goes through the zipper pull so that it can't be tampered with while it's being transferred from the scene to the office. Once it gets to the office, then it's brought in and documented by a ward clerk who's going to put various information into the computer, identifying information and stuff. We used to actually open the body bag at that time and take an identification photo, and then the body would go into the cooler. But I believe we changed our policy though, so that at the time that this event was going on, the body bag was still sealed when it went into the cooler, and it wasn't unsealed until we would start the autopsy examination.
I see. So did you perform an autopsy on the body of a person named Eric Richins on March 5th of 2022?
I did.
Do you recall about what time that began?
I don't have any paperwork with me, but it was around 7:30 in the morning.
I see. You very briefly went into your education. Could you give us a brief description of your education to become a forensic pathologist?
Sure. So medical training is a 4-year degree. I specifically went to an osteopathic school, but whether it's an osteopathic or an allopathic school, it's the same type of training. So I did my medical school at Des Moines University in Iowa. Then I went on to do my pathology residency training at Creighton University in Omaha, Nebraska. So that's typically either a 3-year or 4-year program, depending on what you're doing. For me, because I was going into forensic pathology, I opted to do 3 years of pathology and then 2 years of forensic pathology training to take care of all of my residency and fellowship training.
I see. So after all your training, where did you go next?
So I did my fellowship, the first year of my fellowship was at King County Medical Examiner's Office in Seattle. And then at that point, I still had 1 more year of training that I needed to do, but I got hired on at the Medical Examiner's Office in Salt Lake City. And so we coordinated so that my first year at the office would also count as my 2nd year of forensic pathology training.
I see. Did you stay on then after that year?
I did.
Okay. How long did you serve then, the Utah Medical Examiner?
So I started my employment there in July of 2009, and I retired January 1st of 2023.
That 2009 is including that year of
training, yes.
Yes, okay. Are you, or at the time, were you certified by any certifying board?
Yes, so I was certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology by the Board of Pathology.
Were you a member of any professional organizations?
Over the years, I've been a member of a variety of pathology-related and forensic pathology organizations, including the National Association of Medical Examiners, as well as the American Society of Clinical Pathology.
Have you ever testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
Multiple times.
Okay. Do you have a ballpark figure for how many times?
You know, I don't have my case log anymore, so a lot of it was preliminary hearings for various cases, and then as well as doing like other types of cases. So maybe about between 75 and 100 times for all of my testifying.
When you do an autopsy, first of all, what is an autopsy, I guess?
So it's an external and internal examination of the body. So we're basically looking for why the person died. We do an external examination describing any unique features of the body. In a forensic autopsy, we also describe like the clothing, any identifying features like the color of the eyes, any tattoos, anything like that, because we need to know who the person is as well as why they died. So all of those items get documented. Additionally, any like scars or anything like that to show any prior medical procedures or injuries. Any injuries that they might have sustained, whether it's bruising or gunshot wound or anything like that. And then once all of the external items are documented, then we start on the internal examination. So we'll do a Y-shaped incision on the chest. Skin gets reflected as well as the fat and muscle. And then we can see the rib cage. The rib cage will get removed. Then we're looking at all of the organs in the chest and abdomen. So those all get examined in the body, and then they're removed and weighed to see if they look normal and whether they're of normal weight or within range of normal weight. And then we do the same thing with the head. We'll make an incision across the top of the head, reflect the scalp, and cut the skull off so that we can look at the brain in place and then remove the brain and look at it out on the table and weigh it. Everything is sliced so that we can make sure there's no natural disease on the inside that would explain why they're dead. Like if a person had a stroke, we might see that in their brain. If they had a heart attack, we might see a blood clot in their heart, or there might be muscle deterioration. So a lot of different things that we can examine and document to explain why the person is dead. We also draw different blood samples, urine sample, gastric contents. we're looking at all of that so that A, we can see what it looks like, and B, so then we can retain it for toxicology purposes.
I see. So you go through, it sounds like you go through these methodically, like system by bodily system.
Yes.
Okay. Is that the standard in your field?
It is.
You mentioned also that you take samples, blood, gastric, etc. Do you always analyze those, or is that just by case by case?
Some items are case by case. We'll routinely do toxicology analysis on blood and vitreous fluid. So that allows us to screen for common things, and then we can determine whether an expanded panel is needed or other testing.
That's Eric's dad.
Since this case was during the COVID era, pretty much everybody was getting swabs so that COVID PCR could be done. And then there's other microbiological cultures that might be performed on a case-by-case basis, as well as other types of laboratory testing for, say, like potassium level or something like that. So it depends on why we think the person might have died to answer those questions.
Do those samples get sent out to other labs, or are they examined internally at the medical examiner's office?
They get sent out to other laboratories.
I see. You've talked now about generally the procedure. Is that what you followed in this case?
Yes.
Okay. With identification, you mentioned right off the bat is an important thing. Is that what you did in this case?
Yes. So obviously at the scene, because he was at his residence, his wife was able to identify him. But we also look at photographic identification, meaning driver's license, and we can compare that to the individual to make sure that they look like their photo. So that's, if it's a case where there's additional identification needed, because maybe we don't know who they are and they don't have any identification with them, then we can do fingerprint analysis, or we have to go further, we can do DNA analysis.
But you didn't have to in this case?
No.
So do you have a worksheet or something that you use as you go along and write information, such as the time and the seal number and all those things?
Yes, there's an autopsy worksheet.
Okay. Can I show to the witness State's Exhibit 10-4? Do you see that up there?
Yes.
Could you, do you recognize it?
So it's a body diagram
Okay.
showing notes that I made during the autopsy.
Okay, and is it a true and accurate copy of that worksheet?
Yes.
State would offer State's Exhibit 10-4.
Johnson.
No objection, Judge.
10-4 is admitted.
Would ask to publish that.
There you are.
Okay, there's one thing I wanted to have you identify. Is have you written down the tag number from the seal?
Yes, I have.
And what's that number?
It's 0002713.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on then to the external exam. What did you notice or anything? We can take 10. I don't think that 10-4 is necessary.
So basically, he had evidence that he had received CPR. He had an endotracheal tube in his mouth. He had needles in both shoulders in order for IV fluid to be submitted. He also had defibrillator pads that were on him. There was really no evidence of injury. EKG pads were also present, and I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, was there blood present externally on his face?
There was.
Can you explain that?
So, in cases of potential drug overdose, it is not unusual for opiate overdoses specifically to have pulmonary edema. So you've got foaming of the mouth coming from the lungs. And then in addition to that, then when you're receiving CPR and you have that intrathoracic pressure that every time a compression is made, that's contributing to the lung injury. And so it's not unusual to have blood seeping out with that fluid from just the vasculature of the lungs. But in addition, when somebody gets intubated, there's a risk that they might get mouth injury or they might get other injury just when the tube is being inserted. And so with that, every time you're doing a compression, you've got potentially a blood-tinged fluid that's spurting out.
I see. Did you see any evidence of injury that contributed to death during your external examination?
No.
Okay. Let's move on then to your internal examination. What is the first thing that you look at?
Well, the first thing I looked at were the ribs. He had rib fractures on the left side, on the front. I believe it was ribs 4 and 5 were fractured, which was most likely from CPR.
I see.
And then you remove the chest plate and you're looking at the heart and lungs.
Well, let's take a look then. Let's go down system by system. Did you lay those out system by system in a report that you subsequently produced?
I did.
Okay. Cardiovascular system. There's a mention here of 50% occlusion. Could you tell the jury a little bit about what that means?
So it just means that he had the beginning stages of coronary artery disease, so that the lumen of the vessels in his heart were thickened. It's usually not thought to be significant until they're at least 75% occluded or more. And this is a common finding in adult males in general, and then adult women as they also age. There was no indication of any kind of coronary artery thrombus to indicate that he had a blood clot form in his heart and cause a heart attack. And so there was no damage to the heart muscle. The heart was within normal range for weight.
Okay. So that was not a cause of death?
No.
Okay. Respiratory system, you noted trachea, bronchi, foam present.
Correct.
I think you've said that was probably from CPR.
So it's probably originated from his fentanyl overdose.
I see. Okay.
CPR can also cause pulmonary edema, but since he had no return of circulation during this CPR process, the majority of that fluid and that foam probably originated from the drug overdose, but CPR can still contribute to it.
I see. Okay. Pleural surface small tan white nodules.
Yes.
What does that mean?
So on the surface of his lungs, he had these little tiny white nodules all over. which are little granulomas. I looked at them, so in addition to removing all of the organs, I also did histologic examination on the main organs, which means I took a little piece of tissue so that it could then be cut very thinly and then stained and looked at under the microscope.
And did you look under the microscope at these?
I did.
Okay.
And so you can visually see them on the lungs just looking at them grossly. They were very obvious. And they're just little small granulomas that were coating the surface of the lungs.
I see. Is there some significance in this case about those?
There is, because his history, his work employment history, he was a stonemason. And so all of that dust that's created when you're cutting either brick or blocks, you can inhale it if you're not wearing a respirator or a mask. And then that goes into your lungs, and your body tries to protect itself by sequestering that stuff off. And so then these little granulomas form.
I see. Did that contribute to his death?
I don't believe it did. Obviously he had the granulomas present. He also had a small amount of pleural fluid present associated with these.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't significant enough. There wasn't like scar tissue that it was in his lungs that was preventing him from breathing or anything like that. So I felt like it did not contribute to his death.
I see. Did you note anything about his liver and biliary system? Biliary?
From my recollection, the liver was normal. There was no surprises there.
Okay. What did you note, if anything, about the digestive system?
Again, I don't have any notes in front of me, but he had about 700 milliliters of pink fluid that also had like food particles in it that were partially digested. Some of that was retained and saved for toxicology purposes.
Did you have a discussion with Brianna Peterson from NMS about the volume that you measured from the gastric?
I may have. I don't recollect it.
I see. Do you have any idea about the pink coloration? Was that from anything that you're aware of, or?
No.
Is it okay? Urogenital system.
Okay.
Was there anything? Did you know?
Kidneys looked fine. Bladder looked fine. The genitalia all looked normal within limits. So.
Reticuloendothelial system.
So that's referring to more like your organs, like the spleen or lymph nodes, things that have to do with immune response. And he did have. So when you have those types of granulomas in the lungs, it's not unusual for the lymph nodes surrounding the lungs to also have the same kind of stuff in them and also have granuloma formation. And I did see that when I did histology on those lymph nodes in that area.
I see.
Otherwise, the spleen and everything looked normal.
Okay. Endocrine system? Was there anything that you documented?
No.
Excuse me. And musculoskeletal system, anything?
Other than the rib fractures, it was all normal.
I see. Now you mentioned you sent some samples out to histology. Did you receive those things back and look under the microscope yourself later?
I did. For part of them I did. Part of them were examined, I guess, at the state lab. So let me clarify. So we did microbiology testing of the lungs, which you just collect a swab. And so each lung was swabbed and sent to the lab. We had that tested for bacterial infection as well as fungal infection and then TB infection. And that was significant because we had all of these granulomas in the lungs as well as he'd recently had a history of having COVID. And so just to confirm that there was no active infection going on that I could document that was causing those granulomas, like TB, for example, or any kind of fungal infection, all to explain what was going on in the lungs. And the only thing that I saw, again, was the granulomas that were due to his work history. In addition, I did special stains to confirm that there were no fungal elements present and that there were no significant changes to the lung tissue, as well as the heart and the liver and the kidneys.
That's what Kouri said he died
I did see the granulomas
the fungal
in the lungs
same thing
and
his mom had.
those lymph nodes.
So absolutely no fungal infection in the lungs?
No. And to clarify, that was not by culture, that was only by looking at the stain. Okay. So,
did you, we'll get to that, I guess, in just a minute. I guess with histology, you also sent out liver samples, epiglottis, or was this just part of your internal exam? Maybe I've mixed that up.
I think I did submit a section of the epiglottis, and I'm not sure whether that was specifically because he had a history of allergies that was reported, and just to confirm that there was no evidence of anaphylaxis.
And was there?
The tissue was denuded, but I did not see any evidence of histamine release granules that were in the tissue itself, so I can't. It did not appear that anaphylaxis was an issue.
Did you send out samples or send out samples to the health department for disease and fungal cultures?
So I did for the bacterial cultures, I did for the TB stain or the Mycobacterium stain, and yeah, I don't have the autopsy report in front of me, so I can't answer a lot of this stuff.
Would it be helpful to look at your report?
It would be, yes.
They approach the witness.
Of course.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes, this is the report that was generated by myself after the autopsy examination was performed on Mr. Richins.
Can you find the portion of your report where you're talking about disease, the samples that you sent to the public health lab?
So for the public health lab, we did an Auramine O stain, which is a special stain that they do looking for acid-fast bacteria, and that's to help rule out tuberculosis, which again would be something that would cause that type of granuloma pattern on the lungs. and that was negative as reported by them because they observed it. I did not look at that particular slide. In addition, we did bacterial cultures, again, on the right and left lung. Those grew up multiple organisms, and when I see that, usually what it means is it's just normal flora from the respiratory tree, and then as you are dead, these organisms just continue to grow inside your body, and so you will see more of them show up with these postmortem cultures. If the person was dead from a specific bacterial infection, say like streptococcal pneumonia or something like that, you should predominantly just see the streptococcal bacteria and not all of this other stuff quite as broadly. So that just looked like postmortem change. And then we did a blood bacterial culture, which also, it came back no growth, and so there was no evidence of any kind of sepsis. The COVID swab for SARS-CoV-2, which is the organism name, that was positive. So he did test positive for COVID. And my understanding is that he had been sick with COVID-like symptoms, more of like a cold, recently prior to his death. But at the time of autopsy, he did not show any evidence of like pneumonia that we would normally see for someone who's dying from COVID.
Your Honor,
lunch?
There's a good little portion left. I wanted to know, based on time, if this was, could we break and return to Dr. Ulmer, or would it be?
Any objection, Mr. Ramos?
No, that everybody would like that.
Okay.
Everybody would like that.
I need you to sit tight for just a moment. if
We
you don't
always
mind.
like to take lunch during
Folks,
the
let's
middle
take
of
lunch
the
break.
MA testimony.
We have lunch for you. It's 12:10. Why don't we come back at 12:45? Is that agreeable, counsel?
Here's to the state.
Judge, if I may, if we could get just a little bit longer, let's get the issue that we're dealing with the expert.
No problem.
Is that okay?
1 o'clock?
Long
I'll
lunch.
take anything. Thank you, Judge.
Get 50 minutes.
1 p.m. We'll be back on the record. I appreciate it. Please stand for the jury.
So it's going to be, we're going to have a little break. We're going to keep it right here with the courtroom seal, live feed from court. If anything happens during the lunch break, you'll hear it and see it. But I'm going to step away just for a little bit so I can eat lunch. Recommend you do the same if you're able.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you. Dr. Ulmer, during the break, you are still proverbially on the stand, so please isolate yourself. Please don't interact with anyone. If you need to go get a sandwich or something to eat, that's fine. But please do not interact with anyone, especially not any attorneys or investigators. Can you live with that? I just need a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
He asks the ME. Okay, so there's pool feed. Thank you, Court TV, for doing that. That's funny because this is the pool feed with their logo. There's not supposed to have any logos on it. This is Court TV's actual feed. All right.
Thank you very much. If you would be back ready to take the stand again by 1, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Counsel, anything else on the record before we recess for lunch?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Very good. Court's in recess. Thank you.
All right. There we go. Now we're back on the pool feed. That's what it should be. We're leaving the volume up so you can play. Not everyone wants to hear non-stop sound effects. You hear that. Artie, so we're doing a little bit of work on the audio side. I have to admit, the courtroom is mic'd very well. This whoever did this, I don't know Pole Sound. I forget who had the contract for building this building, but the microphones are very well placed. They're good quality. The system is configured correctly, so we're getting sound from all across the courtroom. If there's sound, we're hearing it. We're hearing it pretty well. There's only a little bit of work I need to do on it on my end to boost the levels sometimes when they're quiet, but not a problem there. No complaints. Stretching lunch just a little bit. That means we have 49 minutes before they come back. We'll probably be back in just over half an hour, so I'm going to step away for half an hour. This will be the live court feed showing. I don't think you need me in the corner, do you? You need to see my desk in the corner, or me? Lunch break music? No music. We also have a clean feed going on the Top Mark Media channel, so it looks a lot like this over there, if you want to watch there. I will say that on the Top Mark Media channel, which is my company, my media company that Recovery Addict operates under, it does have closed captioning enabled over there where we don't hear. So it's a little bit longer delay on that one, but if you need closed captioning, that's a place you can go to get that. And we do have some mods over there. Policing chat, making sure everything's happy. Anything interesting happened yet? Well, we've got the medical examiner testimony coming in, and we're hearing a little bit more about what the findings found. And unfortunately, for the state, the findings don't tell how certain things happen. So when we hear about toxicology and fentanyl in the system and 5 times the lethal dose, not legal, lethal dose, how does it get there is the big question. And the defense has been the first one to point out they can't tell you how it got there. So you're going to have to use other information to see if that can get you to guilty for the state. Let's see. What was important or spicy this morning? Walker, I will say that the spiciest thing that happened was the defense attorney, Mr. Ramos, dialing it back from 11 down to a 2 in cross-examination, even as he continued the cross-examination from the witness yesterday. Yesterday, he was in his full Matlock mode, trying to have his moment in court and commanding attention and yelling and pointing and being confrontational and making comments. And I would think pretty much almost across the board, I won't say everybody, but almost across the board, if you go through all the different channels that are following this, the community is like, yeah, that guy sort of, where was that from? He was out there. He must have seen some of that or heard some of that feedback. He was a different man today. He was calm. He was quiet. He was polite. We didn't get the pointing and the yes. And what was the answer? Right. We didn't get any of that today. But it might come out again with a different witness. So we'll see. It might just be that just in the time of the day and, whatever had happened previously, he was fired up. It might have been whatever was in that little brown bottle that he took a sip of right before he went on cross-examination yesterday. But today, he was a much different person. So we heard the end of Deputy Wen on the stand. We got the medical examiner who showed up on scene. First time she'd ever done that. Let's see. The medication log, that was not... there's a lot... For defense, a lot of the questions are, and you didn't do this, right? And you didn't do that, right? And you didn't do this, right? And you don't know who did this, right? There are so many officers who had very minimal roles at this crime scene. Defense is taking the opportunity with each officer that's put on the stand to ask them about everything else they didn't do, which is protocol. But it wasn't their job, and the state gets up afterwards and like, that wasn't, you weren't supposed to do that, were you? That was someone else, right? So for the most part, the state has sort of negated any gains that the defense brought in by questioning and making it look like it was a very ineffective investigation. But that was good. Let's see, he had Post-it notes today, yes. I'm not sure if he's using the fan Post-it notes that are fun to play with. I like. But he said he had 6 or 7 today that he's been using. It was a great defense to seek. It's there. I will say this. Defense is pointing out that the investigation into the death, initially at least, from the officers on the scene, did not seem suspicious, even though there were some That's interesting moments that individually different people noticed or noted in their reports. They treated it like this will be nothing. Once we leave here, we'll never hear of this one again. This won't be a trial that I'm going to be testifying in a couple of years. I'm not going to have to write very detailed reports. I'll just do the bare minimum because it's just a regular call. It's just somebody died in their sleep call. And it's sad. It happens. And then as the investigation developed and it became more of a thing, probably with the help of the insistence on the investigation and the private detective that was working for the trust that Eric's family had hired. And he was calling constantly. He's like, look what I found. What about this? What about that? How about you guys come up? 10 times the sheriff's office comes up with a search warrant to research the house to get stuff that the private detective was turning up in the house. So probably that was what forced this ball to get rolling. I won't say that it was politics or money or anything. This family is a wealthy family, but it probably took a lot of work on their front to get this investigation beyond just he died in his sleep. We'll wait for results, the standard results to come back. Anyway, once those results came back and it was looking more and more like murder, then officers who took little roles on the case had to go back and sort of perfect the record with their body cam and writing reports and things like that. And it comes out and it shows up in these witness testimonies that they didn't really put their heart into it on that day. They were just, doing the minimum. All right. I think that's it for. He must have watched or heard Lawyer, because everyone was saying that he didn't like his style. I think Emily Baker, Lawyer, Ian Runkle. Obviously, we had a few people here that made comments along that line. It did seem over the top. They called him Dramos instead of Ramos because of the extra he brought and injected into the trial that just didn't seem warranted at that time. It might later on, and I actually hope it does. I think this will turn out to be a pretty spicy trial as we get further into the facts. All right, with that being said, we're going to go to lunch. I'm going to turn off my camera. We're going to leave the audio on from the courtroom in case anything does happen. You might get a hot mic. We'll let that just come out to you as it does. And I'll be back in about 25 minutes. So grab a bite to eat. And no portal. We're just staying live from the courtroom. The video you have on your screen is live. Here's what I'll do. I might put my screen like this, so you can see the lights are moving so that you know it's live. Does that work? There we go. All right, see you guys in a little bit.
Saul, are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction? You are banished from the state of Georgia.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Well, thank you.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
And now let Murdoch stole it.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Squirrel!
I'm the one who gets to say that.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. Don't raise your voice again.
I'm not a cat.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
are banished from the state of Georgia.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
I'm not a cat. Hush! Now I'm trying to have court. You don't raise your voice again.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
It's not your turn to talk. I'll tell you when you can talk.
I'm not a cat.
There's nothing in the order that restrains you from talking to cats.
Thank you.
There's a lawsuit.
You don't put a diplomatic plate on a hoopty.
Squirrel!
In front of the Walmart.
Even a blind squirrel finds a nut every once in a while.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Because he's the guy.
I saw
saw a chicken fight.
I'm not a cat. You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Shame on you, sir. I object.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
It's not your turn to talk. I'll tell you when you can talk.
I don't like podiums, Your Honor.
Somebody just sent me a video of roaches fighting. I don't know who won.
I'm not going to argue about semantics here.
Are we going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
I'm the one who gets to say that.
I turn the sound back up. Hey, welcome back. We're just a couple minutes early as we wait for the judge to return. I think we've got maybe 15 minutes, before the court comes back. But sometimes we need to do a whole courtroom conversation with these sound bites. I had this volume way down. I apologize. I've turned them up again for just a minute until court starts. But I was looking up online how fast a body cools, right? We think hello is broken. Okay. Let me do a quick check. Yep, it was broken. And it should be fixed now. Okay, try that.
Remember in the beginning when
Yeah, sorry. I think I hit a button there. Sorry about that. All right. How was lunch, everybody? We ready for part 2? Continuing the medical examiner. We've got a little bit left. 1.5 degrees an hour. Yes, that's where we're going. We're talking about how fast a body cools, and they say 1.5 degrees an hour. If your body is what, 98.7 degrees? Is that a good starting temperature?
If you could just use your words.
98.7
I got a stubby little pencil.
minus 1.5. So we'll do the hours. Here's what we don't know. I'm assuming his body was room temperature. And that's a bad assumption, and I admit that's a bad assumption. But if it was, how long would he have been dead to reach 70 degrees, which is the ambient temperature of the house? So we're doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, about 19 hours. And we know that he wasn't dead for 19 hours, right? Because other people saw him alive within that time. He was talking on the phone with his friends the night before, possibly, around 9 o'clock. And also, I think Kouri's mom was over. That's how she knew that he was, had some chest pains or whatever it was he was dealing with, and that he got his allergy shots. So definitely wasn't all the way room temperature cold, but and possibly he could have dropped degrees a little faster because he was just in his boxers, right? So he's not covered in a blanket. He's just laying on the bed in an air-conditioned or a heated house where the air is circulating at 70 degrees. The circulation is going to help cool. But still, he couldn't have been 70 degrees. Like that's impossible unless you put him in a freezer and then brought him back out. We don't know if anyone took the temperature on scene. I haven't heard that testimony yet. Alcohol can drop your temp faster too. So 2 degrees an hour. Is that enough? We had 10 gifted memberships while we were away. Oh my goodness, who do I have to thank for that? Let's go to Angelique, gifted 5 memberships. Red Pen, gifted a membership. Thank you. Joanne Laidley, too broke to send more than one communication. Hey, Joanne, thanks for being here. It would not be the same without you. Thank you very much. Angelique gifted another membership. Josh gifted a membership. Drama Llama Mama OG gifted a membership. And Joanne Laidley gifted a membership as well as Ladybug's mom. Thank you. And Susan Basterk, welcome to the gallery. You are an OG. I think that gets us all the way back to where we started. So thank you for your generosity in welcoming people. Let's see. By the way, for lunch, I had leftovers. Mrs. R.A. yesterday made a crock pot lasagna, which all of the kids turned their nose up at, which I don't mind because that just leaves more for me. It is delicious. It was unbelievable. I added just a tiny bit more Parmesan on top, but it was good. Fentanyl has been shown to induce a temperature drop. Could slow mode be reduced a little for now? Chat was not on screen for any of that. I will go back and do it again. These are the wonderful people we get to thank for their generosity. Starting up with Susan Basterk, going forward to Ladybug's mom, gifted a membership. Joanne Laidley, thank you. Drama Llama Mama OG. Josh Hutchins, thank you very much. Angelique, Joanne Laidley with a membership message, 3 months. That's awesome, Joanne. Red Pen gifted a membership, and Angelique gifted another 5 to match all the other ones before. Thank you for your generosity. I'm sorry I didn't put that on screen before. I was busy fixing the words and everything. Google searches are off the chart today. Can't wait to get to those in this trial. We have some searches. Oh, man. remember the song we wrote, What Not to Search For. We might have to play that song at some point. Jody Callahan just gifted a membership as well. Thank you, Jody. My hubby will eat anything the 1 year for April Fool's. Son's fed hubby an Oreo with toothpaste filling. I didn't know. Oh, my goodness. Toothpaste filling. Minty fresh. That's terrible. My friend's son passed from just one pill. His friend took one, and he took one, and his ended up the bad one. Oh, my goodness. Virginia, I think you might be referring to, there's street drugs and pharmaceutical drugs, right? And there's sometimes the street drugs are made to look quite real and safe, but the content on the potency can vary greatly. And what they're cut with or mixed with can vary greatly. And sometimes they're literally cut with, a poison, for lack of a better word. And other times they're cut and diluted. So, does anyone know how she got hold of the fentanyl? It hasn't come in yet, but we are expecting to hear from the cleaning lady she used in her business, who supposedly had a source with a dealer where she could get drugs from the dealer, and Kouri got them through the cleaning lady, and then they were left at a place there. There was an exchange. I think most of the transactions happened out in Draper, which is just south of Salt Lake City. So it's about an hour drive from where she lived, maybe a little bit more. Just Stephanie W. gifted a membership as well. Please play gray is the new green. Maybe at the end of the day we will. Is that all right? Leanne, thank you very much. This is a wonderful channel. The community is amazing. Okay. Just checking on the webs to see if everything's working properly. We're up on Top Mark Media, both a vertical and traditional horizontal widescreen, and we're also live here. So let's see, a couple more minutes and the court should be back in session. Is she trying to say he wanted her to buy them for him, or just that the cleaning lady is a liar? Is she trying to say, by she, are you talking about, is Kouri saying that? I think the defense is going to say that the cleaning lady changed her story after the police talked to her, which I think she did. So there are some credibility issues that will be called into play. The jury gets to decide if she's believable or not. But I think we have a lot of evidence that shows Kouri did go and meet with her supplier to pick up stuff at a Maverick, which is a gas station, a local chain of gas stations in Draper. Don't forget, in the police video from yesterday, Kouri put her cleaning lady as having touched the medicine bottles and moving them around right before Eric died. Well, she wouldn't have. The cleaning lady wouldn't have come between 9:30 at night when they were up doing their celebratory drink, the Moscow Mule, and when the police showed up. That was just overnight. But yes, she did come recently and move things around. Which is funny, because I had a friend who had a cleaning lady that came by, and that was her number one complaint. She's like, oh, my house is a mess, the cleaning lady comes today, and it's like a good thing. And then the next day we'd be like, I can't find anything. My cleaning lady's put it away. I have to go hunt across the house and find where she put stuff. So, Dial M for Mildred said, no, Kouri meant she had been there the afternoon before. Yeah, so immediately before, the preceding day, she'd moved stuff. I'm not sure how that plays in exactly to the timeline. The Judge ruled the walk the dog letter is coming in. I think most of it comes in. There might be a part that doesn't, or a couple parts that don't. That is going to be a day you do not want to miss when walk the dog comes in. Oh my goodness, it's going to be epic. Can't forget the source of the cleaning lady recanted months later that he didn't sell a specific substance. It's going to be contentious testimony. Well, I also have to look at that and say, why would he change his story? Well, because if you sell the drugs that eventually kill someone, you can be held criminally and civilly liable. So there's a lot of reason for him to say, I didn't sell them. I'm the one that has to clean prior to the cleaning lady coming. Okay, we have a cleaning lady that comes just for our Airbnb. We've never had our home cleaned by anybody other than ourselves, which is why we're always behind and it's not clean. But on our Airbnb, it is the best thing ever to not have to worry about as soon as our renter checks out, she just shows up and gets it all done, and not just like, yeah, it's clean, it's all picked up, tidied and neat, beds, linens are changed and everything, but the rugs are vacuumed, so there's those neat little triangle patterns, and there's no footsteps anywhere, and everything is refilled. The toilet paper rolls have the neat little folded thing, and the only thing she doesn't do is make a towel swan on the bed, just like they do on the cruise ships. But she's amazing. And she gets it done in like 2 hours. What's the walking the dog stuff about? Phoenix Feather. Oh, are you in for a treat? Well, Kouri Richins was incarcerated, which she is right now, because her bond's been denied. She wrote an instruction letter. At the top of the letter, it said, "Walk the dog," in it with a big exclamation point. And we think that was code. But the idea was that she was taking these letters and showing them to her mom at visiting through the glass, or she would hold it up to the glass. Her mom would read it and either take notes or mentally commit it to memory, and then carry out Kouri's wishes outside without them ever having to say over the phone, which can be listened into and recorded, what she wants communicated across. So it was a way to sort of communicate to the outside world without being caught. This letter is a list of witness tampering instructions, like literally by name. Tell so-and-so he needs to say this. Have them call my lawyer and say, I just remembered this, and have him tell this story. Make him use his own words, but it has to include this. It is just like, it is, if you look in the dictionary under witness tampering, it has the walk the dog letter in it. That's how bad it is. Kouri Richins and her team said, no, this is a script she was writing for a book she's working on. Well, the book has all the names and characters of her current court case in it, and there's no other chapters written. It's bad. It's really, really bad. And when that comes in, you will want to be there to hear it. There is going to be some drama. There's going to be some objections. They're going to fight it tooth and nail. It's a nonfiction book. It's a biography, autobiography. Anyway, they say they wanted to keep it out because it was marked. It was found in her cell during a search by the jail guards, and it was supposedly found in an envelope that was marked for lawyers' eyes only, or something like that. So they're saying clearly that was privileged communication.
I think I'm about to catch a whooping.
Yeah, there will be a whooping given out after that one. Walk the dog is a command. She was commanding her mom. Get it done. Anyway, you don't want to miss that. And there's more, for sure. Thank you and welcome. We've got a lot of new friends here. If you're here for the first day, first of all, you have to click the subscribe button. That's the minimum we ask. It's free, but it will notify you if you click the notification when we go live, and you can join us on this amazing community every time court starts. After 5 minutes of clicking the subscribe button, it's a small price to pay. It's a tough 5-minute wait, but after 5 minutes, you can join us and chat. We do that little delay because it's believe it or not, trolls don't have the patience to wait 5 minutes. And that fixes a lot of the spam troll problem we have in chat. So join us, raise your hand, let us know you're here for the first time. You'll definitely be welcomed, and we can't wait to hear what you have to say and what you're thinking about. Did Courtney know the names of the jurors? Kouri Richins did not know the names of the jurors because they weren't selected until earlier this month. There were about 700 or so jurors that got a questionnaire, and about 70% of them had heard of Kouri Richins, but Kouri, I don't think, knows the names of any jurors beyond what she's found out, as everyone has, was they got seated. Selena K gifted a membership. Thank you, Selena. We have a 2-minute warning coming up. Yep, we're about to start at the top of the hour. I need to just stop this. Actually, I'm good. I've got enough hours left. Fat Moto says, I'm super new. We know that you're not. We've seen you around. Raise your hands with your mitts, as the case may be. Do also make sure you've turned on gifting options on this channel. Once you tell YouTube you're willing to accept a gifted membership, they'll include you in the possible pool of recipients when gifted memberships are given. And this is an incredibly generous community. So even if becoming a member is not financially in your future, you turn that option on, and there's a good chance you might get gifted one. Kelly H. also gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Who would stoop so low as to lie in a YouTube chat? Greeners, I know. The audacity. Kelsey gifted a membership. True Crime Timeline. Thank you once again, Kelsey, for your timeline yesterday. That was great. Kind of bummed, says Virgorella. I'm kind of bummed I'm going to miss the rest of the week of trial. I have company coming. It's worth it, though. Great. Good company. Maybe they'd be interested in the trial. Sleepy Vapor says, YouTube still hates me. I wish we could steer the gifted memberships to deserving individuals, but unfortunately YouTube takes all the control there. Shelly Small, member for 5 months. Shelly, thank you very much. Congratulations. Next month you get a new color of courthouse. It's going to be wonderful. As long as you don't offer company Moscow mules. I was telling my wife about, she said, I'm not going to have time to watch today on lunch. We were just talking over lunch, and she said, can you just catch me up on what happened? And I said, well, it's been some slower testimony with the medical examiner. It's important, but it's not as fast-paced as others. And we talked about, they're like, well, how did the poison happen? And I said, well, here's what we expect all the evidence to say. And I told her about the Moscow Mule and how it was made with ginger beer. And then I said, now I want a ginger beer. And she just laughed and said, that just shows how much trust you have in our relationship. So anyway, MDY gifted a membership, 1211. Thank you very much. What did you change your name from? That's not your first name. MD. Whisk Brand also gifted a membership. You guys are great. Thank you very much. Mary says, I'm on my 3rd gifted membership. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just come to accept that I'll never get a gift again, says Valerie. Valerie, it seems to be like a high probability when you're new, and then it drops quite a bit, and then it slowly picks up again. But I have asked my YouTube partner to please just make it random. Instead of having this, I'm sure there's like an algorithm where, like, if we give somebody a membership, then they're more likely to buy it later within this time period, and then we stop giving it to them. Just make it random, and I'd be happy. Tammy Lee gifted a membership as well. Tammy, thank you. Thank you as well. Purple Coconut OG says, Gray Song. We'll do the Gray Song at the end of the day if you remind me. Is that all right? I'm trying to keep the court proceedings as clean as we possibly can, audio-wise. Although I do have a clean feed over on Top Mark as well. When your account is a brand account, you can't get gifted memberships. Jan, you are right. Judge is tardy, time for detention. Probably has a reason. Christina gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Christina. I didn't know ginger beer was mixed with anything. I always just drink it straight like a soda, because to me that's what it is.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Yes, 110 years ago, Laura. That was a fun soundbite from the last trial. Half a yard, you are not wrong. People are amazing here. Ginger beer is a great mixer. I've always just had it straight. And yes, it does burn.
You are banished from the state of Georgia.
Okay. I'm getting word from my sources that the judge is coming back in right now. So let's turn the sound effects off so we can focus on court. And let's get everything ready. I think we're ready right now. All right. Yes, deep voice judge. Look for the little shake of the camera.
Thank you.
There we go. There's the judge's voice.
Mr. Burmester, anything we need to address before inviting the jury back in?
No, Your Honor. From my perspective, Omer, no.
Mr. Ramos?
Sorry, Judge. I was focused.
It's okay. Anything on the record before we invite the jury back in?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're still under oath. Okay, sounds good. Have some water? Okay. We're ready for the jury.
You will bring the jury.
You will bring the jury.
I like to think that the judge is the key member of a choir somewhere, a judicial choir, where they sing in their robes. Maybe a barbershop quartet. I could see him doing that. Courtroom looks a little bit more occupied than it did earlier today. We have had a few gaps, which was surprising considering how full it was yesterday. There might be still a few slots open, obviously, on the Kouri Richins row, and maybe a couple spaces for more spectators as well. Just reminding you, for those that are looking in the audience for the family members, Eric's family are on the back row today. They were on the second row yesterday. Today, Kouri's family is on the second row. They were on the back row yesterday, and that's by order of the judge. One of those rules that he has a lot of rules for this courtroom, and he tells them where they can sit and the schedule of when they will sit in the different places, so it doesn't alternate day by day. Gillian McNally from Ireland. Welcome. Great to have you here. Judicial Misconductors.
Feel free to have a seat. Thank you.
Great band names. Jiving Jurists. Death Penalty.
All right, folks, have a seat. Mr. Burmester, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Omer, when we last left off, we were talking about the results from the Public Health Department.
Yes.
Neighboring the Public Health Department is the tox lab. My understanding is there was you had sent a vitreous sample to the tox lab for testing there.
It was routine to send vitreous samples to the state toxicology lab for volatile testing, which would mean looking for various alcohols, like alcohol that you would ingest, like ethyl alcohol or methanol or other alcohols that could be determined whether that would participate in the cause of death or not.
And vitreous fluid is from the eyes?
That's correct.
Okay. So in this case, did you get a result back from them?
If I can get that report back, that would be helpful. But my recollection was that the vitreous fluid was negative for any type of volatiles. Thank you. Yes, it's none detected for ethanol, acetone, isopropanol, or methanol.
Okay. Is there something important about vitreous versus blood with regards to alcohol that you're aware of?
Well, it's multiple things, actually. For one thing, it's kind of a sequestered area. You don't have direct blood flow to that area, so things just kind of pass through the membranes as opposed to having direct blood flow. And so it's kind of protected and it's delayed. And so like if you're comparing like a blood alcohol to the vitreous alcohol, the blood alcohol will be different than the vitreous alcohol depending on whether the alcohol is going up or going down in the intoxication time frame.
I see.
And then also because it's protected, you're less likely to have bacterial contamination of the vitreous fluid because some bacteria produce alcohols during decomposition, so you have more of this sequestered environment.
Okay, so a more perfect record, so to speak.
Yes.
So did you, you also sent out samples to NMS Labs?
That's correct.
And what is NMS Labs, to your knowledge?
I'm sorry?
What is NMS Labs, to your knowledge? I mean,
they're a reference laboratory that does toxicology testing. So they do clinical toxicology as well as forensic toxicology, and we were using them at that time for any of our more complicated cases.
I see. Okay, and so you send it, and this lab is located in a different state or something?
That's correct. I believe it's in Pennsylvania.
I see. Did you get a result from them?
I did.
And what information did you get?
So the primary information was that there was a fentanyl level of 15 and a norfentanyl level of 3.3, and those are both in nanograms per mil. Additional information that was not confirmed but still indicated presence was naloxone, caffeine, and 4-ANPP.
Okay, so, and that's from the blood samples that were sent?
Correct. I'm sorry, because we did two different stages of testing.
Okay.
So this was all of the blood testing, and then after I got this testing back and we decided we needed more information, then we also had testing performed on gastric contents. And the purpose of that was to, A, determine if there were any other drugs present in the stomach contents that weren't necessarily showing up in the blood test, and then B, to give an idea of where the fentanyl might be coming from, because the question would be, was it orally ingested or was it injected, or, you know, trying to narrow that down a little bit.
Okay.
And so that was part of the rationale for doing the gastric testing.
Let's stick to the blood for a minute. First of all, where did you draw the blood?
So initially, they probably would have attempted to do a femoral stick, but because when you die and you start going through all of these changes that your body goes through after you're dead, the blood clots. And so I'm not sure if this was specifically what happened for this case, but they probably tried to draw femoral blood, and because it's a smaller gauge needle, because they're just going down through the skin, they were probably unsuccessful in getting any of the blood to come up into the needle or any significant amount.
When you say they, who is they?
The autopsy techs assisting on the case with the autopsy, so that we have folks who are trained to assist with the autopsies, and so they will a lot of times do the toxicology sample collection.
Okay, so it's a team.
It's a
you and these other personnel.
That's correct. Our office is way too busy to just have the doc go boom, 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 and do everything. So.
I see. And so, did whoever drew the blood from that team, where did they end up getting it from?
So they ended up having to go inside when we opened the body up, and they entered in through the inferior vena cava. And then you direct it down towards the femoral artery, because the syringe that you're using when you're collecting these samples, when you're going into the body, not through the skin, but once you're inside and actually doing it, is a huge syringe with a big long needle. So the needle itself is probably 5 to 6 inches long.
I see. So I'm not sure, femoral artery, I gather, is the legs?
You're going for so it's
by your femur.
But usually when you're collecting it, when you're going through the skin, you're going in the groin area.
I see.
And so you kind of go femoral, inguinal region, and so in this particular case, we weren't necessarily getting specifically femoral blood, but we weren't getting blood specifically from the inferior vena cava either. It was in that region.
Okay, so what is the inferior vena cava?
So in the body, you have arteries and veins. The arteries, generally, you're taking blood from the lungs that's oxygenated, and the heart distributes it out to the different portions of your body.
Okay.
And then the veins bring the deoxygenated blood back. And so the best source for collecting toxicology samples is peripheral blood, which is further away.
Okay.
And so when you're talking about the inferior vena cava, the leg veins come back and they connect in the middle, and this is the inferior vena cava that then eventually moves the blood back up to the heart. And so that's the process of bringing the peripheral blood then back up. And so it's still essentially peripheral blood, but you're getting closer to the major organs.
Okay, we'll talk about any problems with that in just a minute. So this quantity, you said there was, I think you said 15 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl?
That's correct.
Okay. As a medical examiner, is that, explain what the importance of that number is.
So what you're doing is you're taking the information that you have and you're looking and comparing it to what would be expected in someone who's not taking the drug at all. You expect not to find any. Someone who's taking it as a prescribed medication, so you expect it to be within therapeutic range. And then once you start seeing above that, then you have the potential to go into a level that would be toxic, and if it's high enough, then potentially cause death.
Okay. and in this case, the number 15 nanograms in the blood, given its location?
So, with the information available to me at the time of the autopsy, the decedent did not have a history of any kind of illicit drug use or prescription medication abuse. So the fentanyl level should have been 0. There should not have been any fentanyl or norfentanyl present. The fact that I have fentanyl present tells me that fentanyl was obviously ingested at some point recent. And then if you try to manipulate from the information that's available in the toxicology report as well as other toxicology references, then there's kind of estimated therapeutic range versus toxic range versus
15 nanograms per milliliter, is that a toxic range?
in someone who is not prescribed this medication and taking it routinely, it is toxic.
And what is norfentanyl?
Norfentanyl is a metabolite of fentanyl. So you're ingesting the fentanyl drug, and then it's being absorbed and going through the liver, and then you are having it broken down into other pieces, and norfentanyl is one of those metabolites.
Okay. And, okay, when it breaks down, like is it the body's way of getting rid of this toxin? I mean, it's breaking it down so it can get rid of it?
It could be breaking it down to be getting rid of it, or it could be breaking it down into a component that actually does the work.
I see.
So the drug that you ingest may not be the drug that's active. It might break down into other components that are active, or there might be other variables that play into it that I'm not describing very well because it's been too long since I've done this.
She is retired.
At some point in your, at some point in this process, did you request a Doppel report? You know, the report of any prescriptions?
That was a routine process that we did on cases, just to review and see if there were things that we should be paying attention to. And in this particular case, I believe that we reviewed at least 1 year's worth of medical history, and we might have gone back even a little bit further once we saw the fentanyl present. But I don't have any further information other than just the fact that there was nothing that was seen except for some testosterone, I believe, was the only thing that we saw that was in Doppel. So they don't see all medications. I think they just predominantly see things that are classified.
Schedule 1,
right,
2, 3,
right.
4. Your Honor, I'd like to just show the court and the council State's Exhibit 1-27.
One moment, please. I'll fix that, I promise.
The alarm goes off. The judge's desk.
Scott, do me a favor. Would you mind unplugging and plugging back in to see if that helps?
What's funny is it always fixes it. The judge is like, try this. Every single time. It's like, there, now it's working. Every time he says Scott and he looks at the camera, I'm like, you can see me. It's funny. It's really easy to work in IT most of the time. Have you tried turning it off and on again? It's a miracle. It's working now. What did you do? You just turned it off and on again.
Thanks.
held up and drugs. You put it up on
I don't know if Scott is the state's tech guy or the court's tech guy. I think he's the state's tech guy.
Yes. I'm just asking, is it 3007? Yeah, okay.
Mr. Burmester, the witness is currently looking at states 1-27.
Your Honor, the state would proffer that 1-27 is a self-authenticating document, and we would offer states 127.
Is there any objection? What's that?
Mr. Ramos once again.
Is this a one-page document?
It should be 2 pages, Your Honor.
Scott, can I see the second page?
What's the judge sipping as well?
I don't
His
know that
little cup.
Mr. Ramos saw the second page.
Looks like a tea of some sort. Something that soothes his voice.
And you should take a look at the second page.
Oh,
before
sorry,
you-
Judge.
Yeah.
There's a huddle. Almost all collided heads there in the middle.
Oh, it has? No.
Looks like they're doing a team defense selfie picture. Scott is Mr. Mustache with the curls. The guy's got style.
Of course.
All right, not necessarily an objection here, so I'm not going to call that. We're going to keep our counter where it is, which is for your information at 32. I'll show you that now. Let me. There we go. Now you can see it. But they just not an agreement here. They might ask for more foundation, which would be an objection if he tries to lay foundation now. They might have a problem with the document itself based on what's included in it, if there was hearsay or something else. If it's a regular record kept in the order of business, regular course of business, might be coming in. But we'll wait and see what that is. I know the defense wants the death certificate in. That's one of their pride and joys. Be a little bit longer here on the sidebar. I did post the clip, just a short little 9-second clip of what happened yesterday on my Twitter account with Mr. Ramos taking a little swig of the little brown bottle. And I didn't insinuate anything. I just said, "What's in the little brown bottle?" And we're getting some funny answers. And Cock and Bull ginger beer seems to be the favorite right now. But if you were over there on Twitter, look up Recovery Addict to take a look at the clip. But I thought it was pretty funny. It happened yesterday. If you were here live and watched it happen, we had a little bit of fun with that because it did seem to fuel his very heated cross. And the way he takes the sip and, afterwards he makes the face and then drinks water after that for his whole cross. It was funny. Could have been ginger beer. What time did we end this yesterday? Anyone remember? Melpoy, this runs, I think we stopped between 4:30 and 5 o'clock Mountain Time. So we were probably 7. I think it was around 7 our time, actually. So that would put it at 5 o'clock their time. 6 p.m. Central. Yep. Midnight Ireland time, which is 3.5 hours from now.
Mr. Burmester, your next exhibit or next question, please.
Yes. The
defense won.
Excuse me.
Defense won that. I'm counting that as an objection.
Did the medical examiner's office receive prescription medication bottles and or prescriptions with the body?
Yes, they did.
And so did you or your team make note of those?
Yes. There was information in the investigator's report And then there's also a separate form that shows the inventory that would have been done by a different investigator.
Okay. Can I take a look at State's or Defense Exhibit 3006, please? I think that's been offered and admitted and published.
Yeah.
So
It hasn't been published yet, but.
Oh, it hasn't?
No objection.
Okay. Would ask that it be published.
Okay, one moment. There you go.
Okay. So there appears to be 5 substances. Can you, I guess they're not substances. These are taken from labels of bottles?
Yes, these are medications.
Okay. Can you, starting from the top, going down to the bottom, can we talk about those?
So there's an injectable form of testosterone, doxycycline, hydrocodone/acetaminophen, and then disulfiram and naltrexone.
Okay, so let's what is the doxycycline?
It's an antibiotic. It's a broad spectrum antibiotic.
And according to the label, when was that prescribed?
That was prescribed July 3rd of 2019.
Okay. By Dr. Peterson?
Correct.
Okay, then the next one is hydrocodone.
It was prescribed June 29th of 2016 by Dr. Charles Lind.
Okay. And hydrocodone, do you know what that is? Or
It's a pain medication. It's another opiate pain medication.
okay. Then we've got disulfiram.
Disulfiram was prescribed December 9th of 2019 by Dr. Andrew Peterson.
And does it have multiple uses?
It does. As a prescribed drug, it's commonly used for alcohol prevention. So another common name for it is antabuse.
I see.
And then as an off-label use, it's used for chronic symptoms of Lyme disease.
I see. And naltrexone.
Naltrexone was prescribed August 24th of 2020 by Dr. Hunderman. Again, it's also used for helping to prevent people from drinking, and then it's also used for opiate reduction. So.
And does it have an off-label use?
It's also used for chronic symptoms or complications from Lyme disease.
And this last one was prescribed in when?
2020. It's August 24th of 2020.
And how many were prescribed according to the label?
90 pills were prescribed. There were still 88 pills that were remaining.
Now, this is probably a super dumb question, but take hydrocodone, for example. If it's old and beyond its expiration date, does it spoil, like food spoils and becomes more toxic, or not?
Not that I'm aware of. Generally what happens is that these medications tend to get less useful. They get weaker, if anything, but pretty much for a lot of them, they're stable for a really long time.
Let's move on. You said that at some point you asked to have NMS Lab examine the gastric contents.
I did.
And you published a second report?
Yes.
This is the... In case you have to, if you can't remember, oh, you've got the gastric in the main one?
I hope, well, the supplemental is attached with the original, so I've got it.
So what was tested for out of the gastric contents?
So again, it was for a complex toxicology panel that does, a wide range of drugs. And in this particular, so in the gastric contents, and I just have to be careful when I'm looking at this because they've combined both items into one report. So there was some ethanol present. That was 279 milligrams per deciliter.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a second. Does that mean there was 279 milligrams per deciliter of vodka or beer in his stomach when they tested it?
Well, it's not that simple because you have to take the volume of the gastric contents and then determine a bunch of information. So in essence, yes, per the aliquot that was measured, this is my understanding of it, that's the amount that was present in that test.
Now you mentioned before about decomposition. Is that a potential problem for this gastric sample?
It is, because you'll have bacterial contamination in the stomach, and so that could potentially create a false positive.
Is there a way to determine what is alcoholic beverage versus decomposition alcohol?
No.
Okay. What else did you receive back?
So there was a presumptive positive for acetaminophen. There was a presumptive positive for caffeine. Quetiapine, which is an antipsychotic medication, was present at 16,000 nanograms per mil. The ethanol level was confirmed. Again, fentanyl was present at 20,000 nanograms per mil. And the norfentanyl was present at 52 nanograms per mil. And acetylfentanyl was present at 29 nanograms per mil.
As a medical examiner, do those numbers mean something in particular to you?
They mean call the toxicologist.
Okay.
Basically, as a medical examiner, I can say that we know that he reportedly had a drink at bedtime, so that might explain that presence of ethanol, or it could be decomposition, either one. We know that he was not reported to be taking any medication, so then I have no explanation for the quetiapine or the norfentanyl or fentanyl or the acetylfentanyl.
You've already said if for someone who is not using fentanyl that the 15 nanograms per milliliter in the blood was potentially toxic.
Correct.
How about the 20,000 nanograms per milliliter in the stomach contents?
I can honestly say, since I haven't talked to a toxicologist in over 3 years, that I would defer to them because it sounds like a lot, but without having reference ranges to go by or someone to consult, I would not jump on that bandwagon by myself.
Quetiapine, did you find any evidence that he had been prescribed quetiapine, either through Doppel or through the medicines that you looked at?
No, and I didn't see any mention of it in the medical records that I had reviewed at that time, so.
Well, that's a good point. When you made your report, were you able to come to an opinion, a conclusion?
Yes.
About cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And at that time, what was it that you were relying on to render this opinion?
So I was relying on information that was provided by family members on, you know, how he'd been feeling or how he'd been acting. I was relying on information that was acquired by our death investigator. I was relying on information provided by law enforcement. And then I was also reviewing medical records from the physicians that I knew of that I could get records from.
Okay. In addition to your own observations of autopsy.
Right, and then in addition to, you know, reviewing Doppel and seeing what his history was.
Okay, so what was your opinion of the cause of death?
My opinion of the cause of death was drug intoxication by fentanyl.
In addition to the NMS labs, was there other evidence that you looked at, specifically, say for example, pulmonary edema, that corroborated the information that NMS labs provided?
Yes, he had heavy lungs and foamy edema. You know, like I said before, some of that could have been contributed to the CPR, but it was still quite an abundant amount that was present. So I would have a hard time excluding that wasn't also caused by the drug intoxication.
That's primarily occurs due to opioids?
Yes.
And
it can happen with other medications too that cause respiratory depression,
but there weren't any other intoxicants or medications other than fentanyl
that were prescribed or that were contributing
that we know of. There was quetiapine found, fentanyl found.
Quetiapine can cause some sedation, but in this instance where we didn't initially see it in the blood, I don't know what to make of that since it was only seen in the gastric.
Okay. What opinion did you come to with regards to manner of death?
Could not be determined.
Okay, now let's talk about that determination is guided by a statutory scheme, is that true?
Yes, we have classifications that it's divided into, and basically it's for statistical purposes. It's not really designed for other purposes per se. And so we're limited to natural, accident, homicide. I'm just blanking here.
Suicide?
Suicide, and then undetermined as well. And so because this investigation was still ongoing when I retired, I felt that could not be determined was the best solution for me to finish my report before I retired.
Okay. So were there some, since the investigation's ongoing, you didn't have access to certain things?
Correct.
Did you have access to the forensic examination of electronic devices?
No.
Did you have access to financial documents investigation?
No.
Okay.
You're coming close to saying, had you had that, what would you have classified this as? Hopefully say homicide for the state.
At some point, do you release your report to family? Or
Yes, unless there's some reason not to.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
They need it for insurance purposes and just other documentary reasons.
Okay. So on can we take a look at State's Exhibit 124, please?
The witness has it.
Do you recognize this?
No. Oh, it's scrolling through, so I'm,
Oh, okay.
it's a records request form.
Okay. There's some notations on it about ready for pickup and
You may need to zoom in, Mr. Burmester.
This record is from the Office of Medical Examiner, is it not?
Yes, but it's not something I would normally be looking at, so.
I see. Okay. We can, let's move on. During the course following the death of Eric Richins,
Little misstep there.
until the records were released, did you have an occasion to talk to Kouri Richins?
Yes, multiple times.
Okay. And how did that, mechanically, how did that operate?
She would call and leave a message with the front office staff. The front office would leave a message on my desk, a written actual message form.
Can we see State's Exhibit 122, please?
And then I would call her back.
Okay.
Do you want her to see 122?
122.
My apologies, one moment. Witness can see it.
Okay.
Are those the slips that you received from your reception?
Yes.
Okay. And then, is it the policy of the OME to document when you talk to people, such as when you call?
Yes,
Kouri
we have a
Richins
log
back?
form that we fill out.
Okay. I see State's Exhibit 123, please. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it would have been information that I typed in from a conversation.
Okay. On March 17th and then later, April 21st of 2022?
Correct.
Do you have an independent recollection of those conversations today?
Not explicitly, no.
Okay. So, did Kouri Richins provide you certain information in those conversations?
Yeah, she provided me a lot of health-related information, indicated that he'd had Lyme disease 2 years ago, and that he was still having problems with neuropathy, so therefore he was getting treated for that. And that's apparently a chronic problem that you can have with Lyme if it's not treated right away with antibiotics. Also indicating that he wasn't feeling well currently or right before his death, that he was not feeling well in general and his chest hurt.
Did you explain to her about the granulomas that you observed?
Yes, and so the not feeling well and chest hurt could have been part of the problem with just recovering from COVID, as well as this granulomatous lung disease that he'd had from his chronic work exposure.
Okay. Did she offer up any other information to you?
That his mom had died from a fungal infection 3 years prior.
Okay.
And so, we did fungal stains just to make sure that his lungs weren't showing any indication of fungal pneumonia. And then just the fact that you know, he was a stonemason, and that's where he was getting this exposure to what I was seeing in these granulomas. So that was helpful to me because, you know, he's cutting stone, so.
So you mentioned that you did this stain that's part of the histology. You went back and looked for the, or was that the?
That was for the fungal organisms, yeah.
And did you exclude that?
Yes.
Okay. On April 21st, you had another conversation with Kouri Richins?
Yes, I did, and I believe that I indicated that the case was still ongoing. I asked if he ever had any history of drug use, and she said, other than just using some THC gummies, he had no history of drug use. So, so that was helpful.
Never used drugs is what your note says?
Correct.
Did she talk to you about those two substances on your list, the last one?
Yeah.
ETOH tests.
Yeah, the medications that are used for helping people not to drink. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, basically he was being prescribed those medications to try and help with his chronic Lyme symptoms.
I see. Did she say he hadn't used those for a while?
Yes, that he hadn't taken any of it for 4 months.
I see. I have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Are we admitting 122 or 123?
The state would offer State's Exhibit 123.
Any objection, counsel?
123.
Yeah, that's.
So, yeah, no objection.
Okay, 1-23 is admitted.
No
Mr.
further.
Ramos is witness? Okay, very good. Didn't want to, okay, very good.
Mr. Ramos is up. Both sides feel that this witness is key to their case. You've said that they're not going to disagree about the evidence, just on what it means.
Just 123. I have no problem doing 123.
Yeah,
Just
can we do 122 as well?
Okay, very good. States 1-22 is also admitted.
We're now on cross, so he's going to be able to lead.
Good afternoon, doctor.
Hi.
How's retirement? Besides today.
It's good.
Good.
I recommend it.
I'll get there one day.
We hope we all do.
We talked about a lot, and I'm trying to kind of drink out of a fire hose, so I'll try to follow some semblance of a good timeline. But I want to talk about what you just left off on. You indicated chronic Lyme. Could you explain what that is?
So with Lyme disease, you can get kind of an antibody response that then also affects your body as it's trying to ward off the Lyme infection. And so you can end up with like chronic fatigue syndrome or peripheral neuropathy or things like that. Things that maybe more recently people would associate with long COVID. So,
okay. Is it painful? Bless you.
I guess it can be.
Yeah, you guess.
Yeah, I mean, peripheral neuropathy is definitely can be painful. So some people will just have tingly pinpoint feelings. Other people, maybe they just can't feel anything. So it varies from person to person. So.
And did you gather more information about Eric's Lyme disease and the pain that he was feeling?
No, I I have not had the opportunity to review any of his medical records that I reviewed 3+ years ago. So my current recollection is limited to reviewing the information that I have available to me.
That's fair. Did you confirm that he actually had Lyme disease?
No, but it was in his medical record, I do believe.
Okay. Would you have been able to, having what you had at the time, you doing the autopsy, the records you had, would you have been able to confirm that?
I don't know how long the antibodies stick around, so I can't answer that effectively.
So possibly.
Possibly, but I don't know.
Okay. You indicated that one of the, and I can't remember which one, so if you can't remember, we'll pull up the medication that was listed. You mentioned opioid reduction for one of them. Do you recall that?
That's the naltrexone.
Naltrexone. And that was found in his system, correct?
No,
one was
naloxone
not.
was found in his system. That would have been given by when they were doing CPR, so that would have been given by EMS.
So the naltrexone, that's the one he had a prescription for?
Correct.
Tell me about opioid reduction. What do you mean by that?
So for people who are chronic abusers, whether it's using too much of their prescription medication or using illegal narcotics, and when they want to stop, then they might need something else to help them stop.
Okay. And do you recall how many were left?
Of the naltrexone?
Correct. Would it be helpful to pull it up?
Yes, it would be very helpful.
Just publish it just to
I want to say it was like
the doctor.
88 out of 90.
That was the bottom
So
line.
90 were prescribed and there were still 88 present.
And how do you know, with the information you have, do you know how often they were, or Mr. Richins was told to take it?
If I were to go back and review the scene photos and look at the bottle, then yes.
But not with what you have?
Not with what I have, no. But this prescription was from 2020.
And do you know if those who are prescribed naloxone, is it something that you need to take daily, or does it vary just whenever you feel the urge, I guess?
I'm sure it's supposed to be taken on a certain time frame, but I don't know what that time frame is.
No problem. Mr. Burmester was talking to you about the blood alcohol level, or rather the presence of alcohol. I'd like to talk about that now.
Mm-hmm.
So you mentioned that initially there was no presence found in the initial testing, but then there was an expanded panel done, and it was at that point that it was found.
Well, it was found in a different sample.
Correct, the gastric.
So the initial testing was done on the vitreous fluid, which was negative.
And was it found in the blood?
No.
So in the vitreous and the blood, no alcohol found, correct?
Correct.
But then when with the expanded one, it was the gastric, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, does that tell you in your profession, and you had mentioned earlier that maybe it's a toxicologist world, so let me know if that's the case here, that does it tell you, those two things that you have, or I guess three, blood, vitreous, right, and then gastric, does it tell you kind of chicken before the egg, which one was ingested first? Can you tell me that?
I can tell you that there was no measurable intoxicant related to alcohol that was in his blood or vitreous.
And with your knowledge, if it's in your gastric, does that indicate timing-wise whether that was first and then it goes to the blood?
If it's from ingestion, I would say possibly. If it's from bacterial decomposition, then it doesn't tell us much.
Okay. And did you do any, I don't know, additional tests or studies to try to determine that in this case?
No.
Okay. Was that asked of you?
No.
Okay. At any point, was it asked to determine whether or not the fentanyl was taken along with alcohol?
These are questions that I would not be able to answer because I don't think that they are answerable.
That's an interesting answer. That's not an answerable question.
Okay.
No pushback there?
Actually, I'll go back to that. Let's go to the, was it 122, the calls, the messages, Katie? Can you just show that to just the witness, Judge? And page 2, please. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, but I mean, it's a typical note that we would get.
And this is one that was addressed to you?
Correct.
At the very bottom, there's a signature. Is that yours?
Yes, it says the call was returned on March 17th of 2022.
Perfect. Could we go to the case notes, Katie, for that same day, please?
Sorry. It's over here.
123, you can do it.
She has it as well.
Sorry, I didn't know. Is, what's in front of you, is that for the March 17th that you returned that call?
Yes.
Okay. Now, on the case, is it called the case log, case notes? What would that?
Same thing.
Same thing. Is that automated?
Is it automated?
In terms of the, let me be more specific. Is
No,
it
I have to type it in.
But in terms of the time and date?
No,
It's not automated.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I don't know for a fact.
Okay. Could we just do a? Yeah. Could we not call it out? Yeah, just like that. So there you have a full view of what I see as case notes, case log, correct?
Right.
Okay, and so you can see that on the top, it has a date, time, doctor, and I guess who's calling. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know, I know you're retired, whether you would have inputted that information, not the contents of it?
I believe I certainly would have entered the date and time. So yes, I think I would have entered that.
Okay. And
Because generally I would try and enter these as soon as I was done with the phone call. It didn't always happen in that fashion because I'll usually make paper notes and then, because you can't remember everything and you're not recording the phone call, so.
correct. So when you get to the point where you are inputting it, correct me if I'm wrong, the purpose of inputting that information is that whoever's working on that case can have the information that you have.
As far as the investigators and stuff?
Sure.
Sure, but mostly it's just a documentation of what happened.
That day?
Yeah.
Okay. And it seems like whenever calls were made to you, you did a pretty good job of summarizing what was discussed.
Yes, it was more for my recollection maybe than anybody else's.
I think that was just a compliment, not a question. Thank you.
With that,
was the response.
kind of like you said, you were trying, or you indicated we. I imagine your team, correct?
Yes.
Does that include anybody outside of the Office of Medical Examiner?
No.
Okay. So people at the Office of Medical Examiner working on this case, notes for you to try to determine what the manner or cause of death is going to be in this case. Fair?
Correct.
And as people are calling you to get information, you're uploading all the contents of those calls, correct?
Yes.
And you do that with every call?
You try to do it, but sometimes you might be someplace you might be in a situation where you can't, like if, for example, when I was in the process of retiring, I might not be working from the office, I might be working from someplace else, and it just may not be feasible to do it because I might be making phone calls on my personal phone, for example.
Sure.
So.
And so in this case, you did get a note that Ms. Richins called on March 17th, and then you did speak with her that day, correct?
Yes.
And then you put that information in there.
Yes.
And in that discussion, you talked about the lungs and how Eric's mother had died previously, correct?
Yes.
And I want to get the timing right. Mr. Burmester asked you about the fungal testing that you had done. Was that before or after this call?
I'm sure it was before, because since I already knew they were granulomatous lungs, I wanted to look at what might be causing that problem.
Okay, and when did you get the results back from fungal?
Well, when did I get the slides back?
Yeah, when did you determine that the fungal...
I can't say for sure when I reviewed the slides.
So it could have been before or after this call?
Well, I wouldn't have been able to review them until they were back.
Right.
So I don't know the timeline on that.
Okay.
It would have required special stains, which I think I did order up front. But I'm not sure that I have that information in front of me.
You discussed the NMS labs and how you had sent out, or your team had sent out for further testing. The expanded lab, is that, or the expanded panel?
Yes.
Okay. Can we pull that up?
Trying to remember when I was cutting concrete for my Airbnb.
Is that up on your screen?
If I was wearing a mask.
Okay.
I think it was.
And you saw a couple of these during Mr. Burmester's direct examination, correct?
Yes, one for the blood toxicology and then one for the gastric toxicology, yes.
Okay, and now we're just clicking through all of these fairly fast. I just want, do you remember how many pages you received back from NMS Labs?
What I see is what's in the autopsy report.
Okay, so, and let's pause there, Katie. So, with the NMS Labs, the only document that you received was just that one? The one that's in your...
The one that's in the original report, and then the one that's in the supplemental report.
Okay, and those are the only ones you received from NMS?
That's what I received, yes.
Okay. If you could highlight, Katie, for the doctor, the page number at the bottom for the last page. Can you see that, doctor?
Yep.
And how many pages is that?
999.
Now, you had mentioned earlier toxicologist.
Couldn't add the extra
as
page.
She was clicking through all of these, I think there's graphs and everything. Is that something that's more suited for a toxicologist to be able to interpret what's in those documents?
For this extent, yes, yes.
Okay. So I won't ask you any questions on that.
Okay. I've never seen one of these before. It's
That's good. Would have been an awkward cross-examination. No, we talked about that. I'd like to talk to you about I think it was before the lunch break, you talked about the anaphylaxis, kind of like a reaction. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Could you talk to me a little bit more about that? I want to make sure I understand that.
So he had a history of allergies, just a broad history.
Right.
And I don't really know how much information I had, and I don't know whether I was more concerned about the COVID or about the allergies when I put that section in of the epiglottis. But for people who have chronic allergies and who are known to carry EpiPens around, then that's always something that you're concerned about.
Okay, and so what is it that you found exactly?
I found nothing of interest. It was just normal inflammation, and I didn't find any histamine response that would be of concern with anaphylaxis. So you have cells that release the histamine, and that's what causes you to have the throat swelling or whatever response you have when you have these severe allergy reactions. So.
And the allergy reactions, they could be for plants or trees?
Yeah, I mean, the one that we classically see is for peanuts.
Peanuts. Medication?
Could be. There's really only a couple of things that I've actually seen it for in the office. Peanuts is one of them, and maybe another thing would be like for like an antibiotic.
Like penicillin?
Yeah.
What about opioid drugs?
No, I've never seen that.
You've never seen it? Does it exist?
I don't know, but it possibly could. I mean, there's always going to be somebody who's allergic to stuff, but I've never seen it, so I can't answer intelligently about it.
That's fine. If somebody were to have been, I'm allergic to, well, I shouldn't say this. It's fine.
No, you shouldn't.
If somebody's allergic to a medication, and you, it would come up, right? And so that medication or that nut allergy, you would think that you would see it every time that individual ingested whatever that was.
No.
So a nut allergy could happen once and not again.
Could happen. Usually what happens is it doesn't happen, and then all of a sudden it happens. I mean, it's going to vary, and this is, again, getting a little bit out of my realm,
That's
but
fine.
You may have a mild response to it, but you never know when you might have a maximum response to it. But the range of drugs or whatever that would cause that type of reaction are beyond my purview, and so.
So you can't say sitting here today that, fentanyl causes an allergic reaction in anybody?
I cannot. I'm not saying it doesn't, I'm just saying I can't say it does.
If it had, you would have seen it here?
I don't know what type of allergic reaction it would cause. Not all things that cause. So most of the medications that your doctor says you're allergic to, it's just that it didn't work for you. Like they'll switch you from your one high blood pressure medication because now you've got a cough.
Okay.
And so they're saying, well, we need to put you on a different one. And it may not be that you're allergic to that medication. It may just be that that medication either A, isn't working for you, or you have a side effect to it that's undesirable. And so when you have all of these things that you're listed in your medical record that says allergies, it may not really be an allergy. It's just where they document that stuff.
Understood. The food particle that was, you indicated that you saved it. Is that correct? Food particles?
The gastric contents?
And the gastric contents, correct.
We saved a portion of it.
Okay. And did you locate any THC gummies in there?
Nope.
Okay. Did you look for them? I should have asked that first.
I'm sure they would have melted by then.
That's fair enough.
And there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis either. I don't know that I would have had to order that specifically. I can't remember.
Okay, fair.
So gummies are not a thing officially. The ME says gummies not a thing. Get over it, right? She just adds that as a Additional fact there on the end. Defense not happy about that addition, I think.
Can you, may we publish, Judge? Just to Doctor.
So we're going to show the witness this document? Okay.
And can you see that, Doctor?
Yes.
The time of death, that is, you are referring to the time that it was called, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when Mr. Richins actually passed, do you know?
No.
Okay. So the time of death is just the time it was called?
That's correct. We have limited information that we can go by, last known alive time, and when CPR was performed, once they stopped performing it. And if there's no obvious information in between, there's maybe some soft factors that we can use to kind of narrow it down. But typically, I'm going to go by last known alive time and when his time of death was called by EMS or in the emergency room or wherever.
Okay. Could we go to the second page?
Another possible explanation would be time found. So those are the three kind of guidelines.
Okay. And now, with what you have there in front of you, I want you to just review that real quick. Do you recognize both pages of the document in front of you?
Yes, this is the form that when you request a death certificate, this is what it looks like.
Okay. And is that the final one? We could.
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit. Is it 3?
It should be 6.
300.
No. Thank Broken Baker for the
3017.
raid. Welcome, Muffin Tops. Good to have you here.
Do you want to use defendant's exhibit for the time?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Sorry, guys.
Yes.
1088.
Mr. Vermister, defendant's 1088.
We do not object.
Okay, defendant's 1088 is admitted. Are we publishing to the jury?
Yes, Judge. Second page, that highlight. Or
Will
that
you show
call
the
out.
first page before we get there? Just so they understand what they're looking at. Thank you.
So this is a certificate of death here, correct?
Correct.
And now the information that's contained in it, this was, I don't know, like for a better word, you signed off on it.
Yeah, we do a preliminary death certificate initially. Just you have to have a death certificate of some form in order to initiate a lot of things that occur after death for, you know, the funeral home and whatnot. So we'll do a preliminary one that's basically just says pending.
Okay.
And then once we determine what the cause and manner of death are, then we amend it.
Okay. Let's go to the second page if we could do a call out. And so this is the pending on that first line, correct?
Yes.
B-Crumbs, thanks
Now,
for the 5
the
gifted
amendment, it seems
memberships.
to just track the same day. I imagine that's not obviously how it went. Maybe this was internal. Could you just help explain that? Is that just when the amendment was?
That's the amendment when that was done, yes.
Okay. Now, initially, the immediate cause of death was pending, as you said, and then it changed to drug intoxication, fentanyl.
Correct.
Now, that was the cause of death, and now the manner of death was pending to not determined.
Correct.
Okay. Now, that never changed, correct? The manner of death, as I'm reading through it.
B-Crumbs, thank you. You are an OG. 34 months. Appreciate your support.
What do you mean it never changed? It changed from pending to not determined.
Sorry, since then, I apologize.
Oh, no, it hasn't changed.
Okay, so that's remained the same.
Correct.
Okay. Now, we could take that off, Judge.
Patricia, if you ever wonder if lawyers watch these channels, this is
You
your
indicated that as you're working specifically on this case, you are gathering information from everywhere.
Correct.
So from NMS Labs, correct?
Yes.
Getting fungal slides or testing done,
Yes.
speaking with law enforcement,
Yes.
and using their reports
Yes.
from your OME investigator, correct?
Yes.
From calls that you've received from Miss Richins,
Yes.
from calls you received from other members of the Richins family,
Yes.
and those are all documented as we saw in the case log, correct? Correct.
Correct.
Now,
Thank you.
you did you have meetings with Summit County Sheriff's Office?
Yes. I mean, I certainly had phone calls with them. I don't know whether I had in-person meetings or not. I can't remember.
Okay. And during those calls, what did you learn, or meetings?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Were you told that law enforcement believed that it was a poisoning? If you don't remember, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, yeah. I'm sure that I had some logs in there that indicated some of the conversations, but
But you don't remember now.
I don't, yeah, I mean, I can't remember individual conversations. That's why I make notes.
Right. Now, regardless, with all that universe, right, of information, you can also ask for follow-up, correct?
As far as what?
Anything. So let's say Ms. Richins indicated something to you, you can have a conversation with her.
Yeah.
Try to get a little bit more. Correct?
Yes,
And when you're speaking with, did you speak with Detective Woody?
I did.
And so with speaking with Detective Woody was giving you information, correct?
Yes.
And you could also have a conversation with Detective Woody and say, well, could you follow up on X, Y, or Z? Correct?
I usually don't. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could. I'm not sure where you're going with this.
I'm just trying to see that all of this you indicated, you were gathering all this information so that you could ultimately make a determination as to the manner of death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you indicated that you had, make sure I get this right, natural cause of death?
Yes.
Suicide was one of them?
Yes.
Homicide?
Yes.
Not determined?
An accident.
An accident. So, for example, the accident with the information you have here, if you were to have been given information, hypothetical, that Mr. Richins took a pill not knowing what it was, that could have assisted you in determining whether it was an accident.
Correct.
Okay. And that is why it's important to get all the information, all the details to you so you can make that determination.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, when was it? I think it was June, but correct me if I'm wrong. When was it that you made that final determination of undetermined or not determined? Do you recall the date? Or would you like to see the death certificate, or?
The death certificate said June 22nd.
So that would have been it?
I would imagine.
Okay. So after you have all the information, you've gotten everything back from NMS Labs, you've spoken with everybody, the world of that information, the answer you came up with was not determined.
That's correct.
Okay.
I like this witness. Her demeanor on the stand is the same for both prosecutors
And I know you've been
defense.
retired. When did you retire?
January 1st, 2023.
So, about 6 months before, right? In that time, did you see in your line of work overdose deaths
All the time.
From fentanyl?
All the time.
Accidental?
All the time.
Not determined?
I probably saw some of those as well.
And then, I imagine suicide?
Yep.
Would you say that during your time that has increased? That number that you saw?
During that era, yes.
And what era would that be? 2020 to 2022?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
2018 to 22.
Were you familiar with the one pill, one kills? One pill kills, I mean?
Not that phrase, but
Okay.
certainly the concept.
And were you trained on that in while you were, or before you retired, as to the increase in fentanyl overdose?
I saw it. I didn't have to be trained on it, yes, but I mean, sure.
Okay. My point is that you've seen a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of fentanyl overdoses recently, or before you retired.
Yes.
Okay. Promise you I'm almost done. Okay. Let me check with my colleagues.
Sounds like he's crossed off all his post-it notes. Let's see if there's anything else he needs to address with the ME. Gets a new post-it note. And another post-it note. Color of the day is pink, by the way. Might mention post-it notes here for the win. Yellow and pink.
In your case log, a case note, specifically that March 17th call with Kouri, there was no reason for any of us to believe that that call did not happen, correct? No, I know it's funny.
Correct.
Yeah, because you did have that call on that day, correct?
Yes.
And you did speak with Miss Richins on that day, correct?
Yes.
And you did discuss lungs and what was in that day, correct?
Whatever it said.
And as well as you knew, at least at that point, or timeline's off, but at least that you looked into that fungal situation, and you were aware of Eric's mother's passing from something related to fungal infection, correct?
From the information that she provided, yes.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you so much, doctor. Enjoy retirement.
Mr. Retirement. You're done.
So,
post-it notes are done.
To be clear, the fungal infection information was not you providing it to her, but rather she provided it to you. The fungal.
From that
phone call.
information, yes.
Yeah.
But the testing that I performed was just routine testing for the type of case that it was with the granulomatous lungs.
And so could we get that I didn't get the dates right, I guess, on the death certificate. Did we look at that last week? Did you get?
What date was the call?
Thought it was
Kouri
already-
Richins have had any information to give to the family?
So the jury can see it right now? Or?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. What part do you want us to zoom in on?
The second page. Now, do you create this document? You, the OME, the Office of Medical
Vital
Examiner?
records. I mean, I type the basic information in, and then this information is populated through vital records.
And so the only thing I see on here is June 6th. So you change, no, not change, you finalize the cause and manner of death on June 6th. Is that a fair statement of what's going on there?
That's what I'm seeing.
Thank you. So, as of June 6, 2022, did you have any of the text evidence from Kouri Richins' phone at your disposal to make your determination?
No.
How about phone calls from Kouri Richins?
Anything further would have been what was documented in the call log.
That you didn't have recordings of phone calls or Verizon or T-Mobile or whatever things, correct?
No.
Okay. And you didn't have access to any financial documents at this point?
No.
June 6th. Okay. Let's talk about what's going on there. That's you have those categories, and that's required by statute. You need to call it at some point in one of those homicide, suicide, accident, natural death, or undetermined, correct?
Yes.
So homicide, that isn't a legal criminal determination.
No, it's simply a term that we use indicating that the death was caused by another person.
As opposed to suicide, for example.
Yes.
Okay. When you're, this is, I would guess at its core, a scientific endeavor. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What you do, or did do?
Yes.
So, in pursuit of science, you don't start from a presumption, I would assume, that you look at all the evidence before you make, and you go off of the evidence that you receive before you proceed in any direction.
Correct. You might have a working hypothesis, so you have a direction to start in. But yeah, you have to be receptive to all of the additional information.
Okay. And by June 6th, in your possession, did you have anything that would help you to determine whether this was a homicide, poisoning, or accidental, or
No.
suicide? Okay. And that's why you came up with the decision you came up with?
That's correct.
Do you consider motive evidence when you're making a determination of homicide, suicide?
Not typically. I think I just missed it, but you said there were some things that you are unaware of whether they can be determined, or the things that can be determined. Is one of them whether the alcohol found in the gastric fluid ingested or decomposition, to sort those two out? There's no way to sort those out because the chemical makeup is the same either way.
I see. Lyme disease, is it fatal?
It can be.
I see. Did you see any evidence that Lyme disease was fatal in this case?
No.
Okay. Finally, is there anything, any change in your opinion that the cause of death in this case was fentanyl intoxication?
No, I don't have any additional information to provide otherwise.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Ramos, anything within the scope of redirect?
Yes. Of course. No post-it notes. You know it's going to be quick.
You mentioned post-it notes.
From June, when that change was made, until you retired in January 2023, you had the opportunity to change anything if you felt it warranted changing, correct?
It was discussed with law enforcement that if they had additional information that they would let me know. I was busy signing out hundreds of other cases. I was still cutting cases, and this was not the only case that I was working on.
And during that time, you weren't provided with any additional information from the law enforcement that did cause you to change anything?
No, because my understanding was the investigation was still active.
Okay. And from that point on, obviously you have nothing else to do with it, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Sure.
I have nothing else, Your Honor. for this
Dr.
witness.
Ulmer, thank you for being here. You can step down.
Okay.
Folks, let's take a restroom break, please. Please rise for the jury.
One of you asked in chat if I feel the state's, she's guilty now. And I'd have to say, if I look at this honestly as a juror member, should be viewing this, I'd still have to say a resounding no. The only thing we have that's been given as evidence is that she was acting a little funny the day she called.
Have a seat, please.
About his death. And
Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we take a recess?
He had fentanyl poisoning.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor.
Do we need to deal with the altered document?
I'm going to talk about that now.
What?
Let's one step at a
I'd be
time.
happy to.
So,
Altered document.
Do we need to deal with this now, or do you want to keep running with?
While they're on a break, I don't mind talking about it, but if the court chooses to, that as we were preparing for trial, I recognized that though our subpoena had asked for the full year, they got us a random month in March. So I sent I asked them to give us the information we had asked for. Then they send us the correct time frame, but in the header, the caption labeled Eric Richins defendant. It's not appropriate. So we said, okay, can we try and get the information that we asked for? They finally provided it, and that's why what they had received prior, though we've continued to send out the reports as we received them.
Can, forgive me, I've already forgotten how this document was marked. What's the number?
It was 1-27.
Can somebody put 127 up for me?
Judge, show me
Okay,
the
one
document.
moment, please.
I don't think this is a shady type situation.
Scott, would you please go to page 2 for me?
Yeah. I can't see it. I'm sorry, Judge.
I appreciate that. One moment. Okay, so, Mr. Burmester, I understand that this declaration signed by Jeffrey Henry and dated 19th of February 2026 is the declaration that you most recently received along with the document, that's page 1, that you most recently received. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Your Honor, this is really problematic. So I am looking at the original document they gave us, and it has different dates that have been altered.
Well,
And
hold
the
on. Why isn't it just different documents produced at different times?
Whoa.
What indication do you have? For example, the one that you're looking at, the declaration that's page 2, what's the date on the declaration?
3/1/21.
No. What's the date on the
Oh,
declaration?
it's dated January 9th. January 9th, the exact same date as, I'm sorry, this one's dated 19th of February.
So they're not seeking to admit the one that you're looking at. They're seeking to admit a different one that is authenticated on a different day. If you would please have a conversation with them about whether you have any objections to that one during the break, we can pick it back up after that.
All right.
Thank you.
So there
Folks,
might be
back
an issue.
at 2:50, please.
We get a nice good break here, a good 12 minutes, solid 12 minutes. So we'll take it. I do like the judge. He is so calm. His demeanor. There are so many times where a judge could get offended, right? where they could come in and just come unglued and lay down the law because they can, right? He doesn't. Even in situations where, and this has happened already in this case, where he's basically been pointed out as you're doing it wrong, or everybody else does it differently, Judge. This is the only court that's ever, and when they say court, they're talking about judge. This is the only judge that's ever required us to do it this way in all my years of doing lawyering. And the judge is like, all right, I understand. Thank you. That helps me understand your situation. This is the way it's going to be. It could be very easy for a judge to snap, and we've seen judges with the short tempers. But this is not him. A recap of what happened. Well, here's what we know evidence-wise when it comes to the ME. There was no THC in Eric's system. There was no sign that he had consumed gummies, THC gummies. I don't know if there was any CBD trace anything, but no THC. We also know that there was a lot of fentanyl in his blood, enough to kill him. As a matter of fact, that's listed as the cause of death, is the fentanyl poisoning. But the ME, the state's ME, at the time that she's doing this, and she's about to retire, right? She retires at January 1st, 2023. So she's wrapping up her caseload. She's, at the time, did not have all the other information about Kouri's texts and things like that. That residual outlier, info that the investigator can collect over time that can help shape the scenario that this all went down in. She doesn't have that. And so based on what she does have, she does the undetermined as the cause of death on the certificate. Defense loves that. The state's own medical examiner can't determine this is a murder. How, jury, are you supposed to, with your experience, tell us otherwise? They're going to love that little bit of information. A little louder, please. A little louder for the people in the back. I'm sorry. All right. Let's see. So I don't think the state has proved their case yet. I think they do need to meet their burden, which the state's fairly confident they can do. They have not done it yet. It's going to take days or possibly weeks to get to that point for me. Big shout out to Weather Watch. Congratulations on 36 months. And thank you, my friend. Weather Watch is my partner on the podcast. And love it. How you doing? Did it work? You need to do underscore.
It said connect failed.
Yeah, it's probably the password was wrong. See if you can get one of the boys to put the password in and make sure they know it's an underscore. Sorry, we're trying to connect the 3D printer for my daughter who's printing something, and it's forgotten what network it's connected to. Unfortunately for the defense, the pesky investigation that went on after the designations of the death certificates, that's going to come in as well. Yeah, and that's not going to be nearly as fun for them to address, for sure. Reasonable doubt for sure. Marilyn Skoll, member for 36 months as an attorney. Prayers me if you could. I'm having another surgery on March 24th. Marilyn, that's my birthday. Only good things can happen on March 24th, which is great news for you. But definitely we'll keep you in mind. Thank you for your support, and I'll just have to keep in mind that on my happy day, you've got some scary things happening, so we'll keep you in mind for that. And thank you. Let's see. Need more information, like how he got the drug, how he ingested it. What do you guys think about this whole idea that there were contents there was no alcohol in the blood, but there was, if I remember right, there was some in the gastric juice area, stomach, but not in the bloodstream. Is this an indication that the poisoning, if it consumed with alcohol, worked so fast that the alcohol couldn't even get in his system, in his blood system? Couldn't even be absorbed? Is that how quick it works? I'm not sure how quick fentanyl can work. Absolutely. You're saying yes? That's what I gathered from that. This must have been potent stuff. Maybe that's why he didn't finish his drink. He couldn't. if it literally killed him before he could finish his drink. That is very fast. Wow. And scary at the same time. Don King says, right now I'm 51-49 for the state. So you're leaning, 51-49, if that was on the scale of reasonable doubt, is still a not guilty, right? I think 49% is still a not guilty, but I can see leaning that direction. The state's definitely making some progress. Can you go back and replay the prosecution getting annoyed the defense had more questions at the very end of the ME? I missed it, Cody. I didn't see that. I think there was a point where the prosecution misheard and thought that Mr. Ramos didn't have any questions, but the judge had already turned it over to Mr. Ramos. Mr. Ramos was just getting his Post-its in a bunch to come up, and so defense is like, "Oh, no questions, so I guess you're excused." And the judge is like, "No, he has questions." I think that's all. Very dark to think they shared a drink and it started working that fast. Wouldn't Kouri still be in the room? Laura, when I think of how fast this would have to be, this is like the Princess Bride. You've watched the Princess Bride movie, right? You've got a scene where there's a battle of wits regarding poisoned cups and which one should have the poison in it and which one doesn't. You know, we're both going to drink at the same time and one person falls over. It seems like it's like that quick. Now, in that story, both were poisoned, and the hero of the story had just built up his immunity over years of, poisoning himself. but so that's a little different. But it seems like it's almost like the Indiana Jones, and the goblet. You chose poorly. The effects happen almost immediately. It's inconceivable. I can't believe RA's seen The Princess Bride. As you wish. I've seen it. I can quote it. I don't. I'm only a little bit dead. I thought fent can be deadly if you breathe it in accidentally. I've seen that officers who are exposed to fentanyl in the line of duty could have rapid reactions that are scary. I mean, like super, super scary. No THC on the autopsy. That's important because they were THC gummies, right? These were not CBD gummies. We were talking THC gummies. I wonder how late Kouri's mom was there that night. Oh, man. And Julia. That's an interesting question. She must have left before the celebratory drink, I think. Otherwise, there would be more than 2 cups in the sink. I guess she's driving. I'm not sure if she drinks. The effects of fentanyl were almost immediate. That's only if they inhale it, not touch it, says curiously Randy. It can't be a contact thing. It has to be in the lungs. That's why if you're not an opioid user, fentanyl is deadly. Whiskbrand says the amount of lethal dose of fentanyl is visually equal to a few grains of salt. You take that and you mix it up with the pictures from the drug busts, say from like, I don't know, the Coast Guard or something. And they're like, we took 2 tons of fentanyl off the street. Like, holy smokes. It's like supplying a whole nation's drug habit. Didn't occur to me that Kouri may have still been in the room when this happened if it works this fast. That's devastating. She might, if this is how it went down, it's possible that she saw the effects and she's like, all right, now I'll just walk away and make sure my kids stay in their room and don't do anything. It can take 1 to 2 minutes. What I didn't hear from the ME, and maybe you did, and correct me if I missed it. We heard that there was the 15 nanograms was the reading. I don't know what the per liter, per ounce, per pound, per gallon, per drop. I don't know what the rest of that is. Just 15 nanograms per something was how much was found in the system. I think it's probably per 1,000 milliliters. I'm just off the top of my head. But I didn't hear them say that was 5 times the lethal dose. We've heard that fact tossed around pre-trial for quite a while, that he had 5 times the lethal dose of fentanyl in his system. I didn't hear that from the ME. And I was expecting to see that, almost like the state was asking that question. They asked twice, and she sort of more just described, the general idea about it. Anyone else have an anxiety attack from this? Not me, but it's scary. Nanograms per milliliter. Ng per ml. Okay. So was he ever in the bed? Maybe passed out on the floor? I think possibly if they show pictures of his body at the autopsy and show his back, particularly where they had that the pooling of the blood, the pattern of the bed, the mattress, the blanket, any fold of the mattress or sheet underneath him would be replicated in how the blood pooled and congealed, and where it would basically make a carbon copy of whatever he was laying on. It would appear on his back. And I don't think that would fade very quickly over time after he had really, been dead for a while. So I think if they show those pictures, that might tell us where he was. Dan B, welcome, and thank you very much for a gifted membership. I went to Catnap. Congratulations. Toxicologist incoming probably. I loved that the ME, she looked at these results from her preliminary tests and said, this requires a specialist, this requires a toxicologist to come in and give those numbers. I expect we'll get the 5 times the lethal dose from them. I think she gave him the drink in the room. Was told I had fentanyl while in labor. It's a commonly used medical drug. It's very effective. Catnap, congratulations. Lizzie had a great question. Where's Lizzie's question? What's a lethal dose to one person isn't for another? Right. And I think the ME was trying to say that. She said, to someone who shouldn't have any in their system, wasn't prescribed, isn't something they abuse, and things like that. The scale of where that lethality is might be different. I think that's what she was getting at, although it wasn't extremely effective. The state did bring in the whole, or maybe it was the defense who talked about the 1 pill can kill idea, that just a tiny bit, the first contact is enough to kill. It doesn't need to be a lot. But she watched him drink it and then watched him die. Unless she tells us that herself, I don't think we'll have any testimony about that. That seems like something that would be knowledge only available to Eric and whoever else was in the room when that happened, if there was someone else. Does anyone know if Kouri will testify? It can't be. I can't see this at all. I can't see her taking the stand. Now, maybe she's got her story that she thinks she can tell. There's so much that she would have to explain, so much she'd be crossed on, that or challenged on. The text messages, the affair, the lies to the police, the lies to the family about the medical examiner, and there's just so much that I don't think it would be a wise idea to put her on the stand. I'm going to say absolutely not. I think she will, says Laura Leanne. Oh, man. If she does, I'm here for it, but I don't think it's going to happen. I think the judge... Do we see a little camera shake? I think we might be getting coming back from break. These breaks are running a little bit long, so I don't see her as someone who will take the stand. What's on top of the hive and the seal? It's an eagle with spread wings, and I think the eagle has like arrows and no arrows there. It's definitely an eagle with wings spread, perched on top of the beehive. I don't think it's supposed to be eating the bees, but nor is it attacking the hive. It is a weird combination. I'll give you that. All right, I think we're coming out of the break right now. There's the judge. Oh, he just dropped like. That was funny. He plopped down. Hope he didn't fall and hurt himself. He's here in the courtroom, just waiting for audio and camera. There we go.
Okay.
They're still conferring. I'm wondering if they sorted out the issue with the document. They probably have. The judge didn't seem to think it was a big issue. Were they celebrating the house that Eric didn't want Kouri to purchase? Yeah.
Have a seat, folks. Thank you.
Shall we?
Please have a seat. Mr. Burmester, the state's next witness.
State calls Allison Christensen.
Ms. Christensen, would you step in front of Brittany? We'll get you sworn in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Please have a seat.
Can you please state your full name and then spell both your first and last name?
Allison Christensen, Allysson, Christensen.
Now, I know that you brought into the courtroom your own bottle of water and some cough drops.
Yeah, I'm just getting over a cold and have lost my voice over the weekend, so I'm just hoping my voice will hang with us today.
Okay, excellent. I'm rooting for you. Okay, so are you employed, Ms. Christensen?
I am.
How are you employed?
I work for the Statewide Information and Analysis Center, housed under the Department of Public Safety.
Did you work for them in 2022?
No, in 2022 I was working for the Office of the Medical Examiner.
Okay. What were your duties and responsibilities at the, or let me rephrase that. What capacity did you serve OME?
I was an autopsy assistant and an autopsy technician supervisor.
I see. And so what are the duties and responsibilities, very briefly, of that position?
The autopsy assistant is there to assist the doctor in a variety of ways with removing organs during autopsy, taking notes, photographs, or handling toxicology.
Okay. And on March 5th of 2022, were you serving in that capacity and on duty that day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Do you know what role you were? My understanding is that's a rotating role.
Yes.
Do you know what you were doing on that particular day?
That day I was assigned to handle the toxicology samples.
So, what does that mean? You were handling the toxicology?
So all of the samples are collected during the autopsy, and then my role would be to get them ready and prepared to be sent to their various labs for testing.
I see. Okay. So, in this particular case on March 5th, did you receive some samples from Dr. Omer?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. What did you receive?
I can't recall directly. It's been a few years.
Okay. Do you remember? Now, let me just give this to you. No. Do you recognize, just for the record, what those items are?
Yes, these are our toxicology requisition forms that we use. And it looks like the samples, the toxicology forms for the samples that were collected that day.
Okay. Does that then help you remember what it was you were working on that day?
Yes.
Okay. What was the name of the body from which the samples came?
It says Eric Eugene Richins.
Okay. And so, what was requested by the doctor?
Can you clarify?
What sort of tests?
For the testing?
What did you have to prepare?
So testing that was requested, it looks like there was samples to be sent to NMS for testing. There was one sample that was sent to our state lab for different testing. There were some histology tests requested, and then it looks like some cultures that are also done at the state microbiology lab.
Okay. So I'd like to focus in on the NMS sample.
Sure.
What did you receive to send out?
So I would have received the samples after they were collected at autopsy. They're placed into a fridge. So I would have gotten the paper, just like the one that you handed me, and would have used that to submit the test request through NMS.
Okay. Do you know what samples you received, what they were?
On the form it says that there were 3 tubes of IVC blood, which is inferior vena cava.
Okay.
2 tubes of vitreous fluid, which is the fluid from the eye. 1 tube of urine, 1 container of gastric fluid, and 1 container of liver sample.
Okay. Now, was there an indication to do something special with one of those 3 blood tubes?
Yeah, it says on the 3rd blood tube that the doctor requested that it be held in our freezer at the OME for possible future testing.
And is there these tubes that they're collecting in, is there something, are they just blank test tubes, or are they prepared with anything?
No, they're prepared with things. So there are 2 gray tops, and a gray top, it's a vacuum seal container. It's just like when you get your blood tested in a hospital. That gray top indicates that there's something inside the tube to prevent the blood from clotting.
Okay.
The other tubes, it looks like they were red tops, which means there's nothing inside of those, so they're still vacuum containers, but there's no additive inside. And then the gastric and liver samples are in, it looks like a cup. So that would have just been a small plastic container.
With no preservatives?
With no preservatives, correct.
So you have those 6 samples that you're going to send out, 1 you're preserving.
Sorry, correction, 7.
Yeah, 6 that you're going to send out, 1 in addition that's going to go away.
Sorry.
Or stay, rather.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So how do you package those up, and what's the process?
For NMS in particular, the process would be I would take the requisition form and I would use the online portal that NMS has. We enter all the information that includes the case number, the patient name, date of birth, date of death, date of collection, the person who collected it, what was collected, and then the tests that are requested. Once all that information is put into the system, a form is printed out and it has all of that information on it. I'll use that form to double check against the samples to make sure that everything matches, so that everything as far as the case number, the name, what the samples are, everything matches on the samples versus the paperwork. Once that's done, the tubes are placed into a plastic vial sleeve, which is just a plastic envelope that has slots in it for these vacuum container tubes. I place the tubes in that's sealed shut. And then the other specimens that don't fit in that, so the cups and that sealed envelope, would be placed into a biohazard bag.
Okay.
I would sign and date the paperwork to say that I was releasing those samples to NMS through FedEx to be tested. I'd place that form inside of the biohazard bag, seal that shut. All of that is placed into a cardboard box that is provided by NMS, and it's 1 case per box. And then that box is, again, sealed shut with a evidence label that I would sign and date.
Lots of
So
seals.
it's sealed from contamination from each other and from other sources, exterior sources.
Yes.
Do you notify anyone that you're doing this? I mean, FedEx?
We would know.
NMS?
Yeah, so NMS would be notified just by using their online portal. They get that notification. And then once there are enough samples, like at the end of the day, we would notify FedEx to come and pick them up. I believe March 5th was a Saturday.
Okay.
So these samples would have been held in our toxicology lab until the following Monday and then sent on that Monday.
So that would have been 7th?
Correct.
Okay. And okay. Let's take a look now at the Tox Lab and Health Department. Where are they physically located vis-a-vis the OME?
They're in the building next door. It's just a short walk next door to the lab.
Okay. And so did you have any samples given to you to send to either of those two?
Yeah, so the state lab is not open on Saturdays for the vitreous testing that was requested. So that would have been held until Monday. But the other samples for the cultures would have been walked over directly to the microbiology lab at the state lab.
And did you do that?
I did.
Okay. Now let's talk about histology. Did you get histology samples?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have a particular experience and training with histology at this point?
Yeah, prior to working at the medical examiner, I was a histology technologist at a hospital. I am board certified as a histotechnologist through ASCP, the same board that certifies doctors for medical examiner. So yeah, I have some experience in that.
Okay, so did you have a particular position within the OME regarding histology at that time?
It didn't really have a title, but I did oversee the histology lab, if you can call it that, or the histology storeroom.
I see. And in this case, when did you receive any histology requests on this case?
It would have been collected at the time of autopsy, so on the form here it says March 3rd, or sorry, March 5th.
Okay.
Juror 0, welcome.
And is there a delay for sending it out?
There can be. So histology is a different process than regular blood testing. So histology tissue needs to be what we call fixed in a formaldehyde type solution. So the histology samples were sent to an outside laboratory in California, and they would all be batch sent, usually once a week. And so while waiting, they would be in a container of that formaldehyde solution.
I see. Now, is any staining or anything done at the lab or done by you?
It would be done at the lab.
I see. And in this case, what did the OME send out to histology?
So it looks like, so histology is labeled alphabetically. Each alphabet letter is one cassette, I guess. The tissue is placed into a plastic cassette. It's about 2 centimeters by 1 centimeter. And so each cassette is labeled in that way. So it looks like there were samples of heart, right lung, left lung, liver, kidney, hippocampus, epiglottis, lymph node, and coronary artery that were sent.
Okay, did you receive the prepared slides afterwards?
Yes, it shows on the form that I signed and dated that.
When did you get it back?
On March 23rd.
Of 2022?
Of 2022, yes.
Okay. Thank you. That is all that I have for this witness.
Mr. Ramos, please.
Let her go home and get better.
Ms. Christensen, when we did speak, that I wouldn't have any questions because she answered all my questions. So no questions.
You can step down. Thank you so much.
All right. Ma'am, thank you. Take your water and your germs. Go rest. Get feeling better.
Chelsea Gibson.
Chelsea. Oh, Chelsea Gibson. I think this is an interesting one. Chelsea Gibson will be our 12th witness. So 8 today. Let's see. I think she has some things to talk about. Please Lysol the microphone. Hear the door. Somebody coming in. Maybe somebody's going out to get her. Paging Chelsea. It's always bad if you no-show on your court date. Ramos has redeemed himself today. He definitely has changed. Okay, there she is. And she brought a box of goodies. She has evidence. Look at this.
Take your time.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Have a seat.
Her collar's turned up and back, but we'll forgive her. She's had to carry a bunch of stuff. There's a laser pointer.
Good afternoon.
She's going to be using that box.
Afternoon. If you could state your name and spell your last name, please.
Chelsea Gibson, GIP as in Papa, SON.
Move that microphone a little bit closer to you. Just pull it forward. Yeah.
Better?
Better.
Okay.
Thank
Pretend
you.
it's not
Where
infected.
do you work?
Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you worked there?
Total about 7 years.
What is your current assignment?
Lead crime scene investigation technician.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 4.5 years.
What did you do before you were the lead crime scene technician?
I was dispatching for the county. And while dispatching for the
Really?
county, I would do part-time as helping out with the evidence room and crime scenes.
She went
So
from dispatch
as
to
a
investigator.
lead crime scene technician, what are your main responsibilities?
To oversee the evidence room and respond to crime scenes, to document, analyze, collect, and process evidence.
Do you have any type of training to perform that responsibility?
Yes.
Describe that for the jury.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science with a minor in Criminal Justice. I am a certified crime scene analyst through the International Association of Identification. I have over 700 hours of training in crime scenes, death investigations, and digital evidence, as well as being Celebrate certified as a operator and physical analyzer.
Thank you. Were you on duty on March 4th of 2022?
Yes.
And were you called out to a scene at 282 Willow Court?
Yes, I was.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-1, and you can put it up for the jury. It's been admitted. Is this the scene that you responded to?
Yes.
Approximately when did you arrive?
Approximately 6:30 in the morning.
Who else was there when you got to the scene?
Family members and law enforcement officers, I believe Detective Woody, OME Sessions, and Deputy Orgel were on scene.
What was taking place when you arrived?
OME Sessions was finishing up with her investigation of Eric Richins.
When you got there, what, in general, we'll get to the specifics, but in general, what was your primary focus when you got on scene?
To document the scene and assist Detective Woody in looking for anything that could have explained Eric Richins' death.
I want to begin by talking about the crime scene generally. Was a 3D scan completed of that home?
Yes, it was.
What is that called?
We utilize what's called a Matterport. It's a camera that takes a three-dimensional scan of the inside of the residence that allows the user to remotely or virtually go into the scene at a later time. It also takes measurements during the scan.
Did you create one of these 3D scans for the home at 282 Willow Court?
Yes.
When was that scan completed?
I believe it was May 8th of 2023.
So not the night you arrived, but sometime later?
Correct.
How, functionally, how does it work when you're creating this scan?
Essentially, it's a large computer that takes a three-dimensional photo. It's placed on a tripod, and you scan in different areas of the home. It's typically, you want to keep about 5 to 7 feet from the previous scan. The program will then let you know if your next scan is too far, and it'll have you rescan at a closer point so they can be spliced together. And then it's uploaded onto the Matterport that then creates a three-dimensional view of the scene itself.
And you did that for the scene in this case?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-15D, like Delta 6. Let's pause it. I don't want it to play yet. I'm going to stand over here so that I can see what's on the screen too, for now. Do you recognize what's on your screen?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a video documentation of the Matterport that shows a walkthrough.
And this is the scan that you just talked about completing?
Correct.
I'm going to move to admit 1-15D6.
No objection.
States 1-15 Delta 6 is admitted.
If we could publish that, please.
Sure. Brittany, this one only exists electronically, if you can make a note of that. Oh, wait a minute. I may have announced it incorrectly. Can you give me the number one more time? I should clear this up.
1-15D6.
One second.
I'm hopeful that we'll get enough detail about this scan that we can calculate the Boone and Crockett score of each of the trophy mounts in the house.
This might be the updated one, blurred visions. But
We blurred. Yeah.
Here, take
Yeah.
a look here. This
Take a
is
look.
why we're confused.
Okay.
We did find out
Is
from the
that-
defense
is that we have in
that
mind?
Eric was a big hunter. He went on trophy hunts around the world. He even has a giraffe
If you say so.
mounted, I believe, in his
The
garage.
reference to search warrants is something else.
That description. The description is wrong.
No problem. Got it. 1-15D6, a 3D scan from Matterport, correct?
Correct.
Admitted. And published now?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I believe it's up there already.
My apologies. Keep going.
And so, Ms. Gibson, Scott, you can go ahead and play the video, or the scan, I guess. As we're walking through, if you could just describe what we're seeing.
So we're passing a couple of the kids' bedrooms. I believe this is Ashton's, and then it shows into Weston's room. And as the scan turns, you could see the shared bathroom. And it'll take you into the master bedroom.
The steps are for, I believe, their
And
dog.
from the master bedroom, it's going to move into the master bathroom.
This is really neat technology. One day we'll be able to do this just with a phone without some special camera. I think we're actually there, but
And then it'll show the master closet as well. And now we're going back through the master bedroom, through the main hallway of the home.
there's a kid's room.
And that's our front door there to the right where you enter.
Yes, to the right's the front door, and then Carter's room right in front. And then there's a set of stairs that leads to the attic, and then to the left is the living room.
It's got a American bison up there, a black bear, a full body mount. This looks like a North American.
And now the living room's connected to the dining area and the kitchen.
The case you see on the counter there is the Matterport case.
We see a
that they
black case
transported.
on the counter at the top there. Was that your equipment?
Yeah, that's what the Matterport was in.
Called that. Amateurs, you should move it. Mule deer looks like a possible moose on the left with a. I can't tell. Looks like another mule deer. Can't tell if it's an elk or mule deer without seeing the antlers.
And where are we headed now?
This is the mudroom hallway, connects to the kitchen, and then the laundry room and a half bathroom to the right. And then the attached garages to the left.
So turning your attention back to March 4th of 2022, what specifically were you doing on scene when you got there?
I was there to assist Detective Woody in documenting the scene as well as collecting any items of importance.
When you say documenting the scene, how do you do that?
It's a lot of photographs and taking notes.
As you were doing those things, did you see anything out in the open that might explain the death of Eric Richins?
There wasn't any obvious signs when I arrived on scene.
Did you see any THC gummies?
No.
Did you see any drug paraphernalia?
No.
We've asked a couple other witnesses about drug paraphernalia, but I don't know if any of them have described what it is. Why don't you tell the jury, what are we referring to when we say drug paraphernalia?
A simplified version, it's anything that is an item or a piece of equipment that can be used to consume or conceal illicit drugs. It's typically known as pipes, bongs, needles, can be concealed in little baggies.
Baggies, grinders.
So you mentioned that you took some photographs. I want to
Torches.
turn your attention to the master bedroom. Did you take some photographs in that room?
Yes, I did.
Scott, if you could show the witness exhibit 1-10 and 1-11. Do you recognize these?
Yes.
What are they?
Overall photographs I took of inside the master bedroom.
Fair and accurate depictions of those rooms on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-10.
110 and 111 are admitted. Do you want to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Did you also take a photograph of a nightstand in that bedroom?
Yes, I did.
I think we've already admitted this exhibit, so if we could put up 1-9. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And this is another photograph that you took?
Correct.
Now, we see a safe there. Did you later look in that safe?
Yes, later on that day, yes.
What was located in that safe?
Inside the safe were a couple of firearms, a large amount of cash, I believe some ammunition, I believe an empty checkbook, and some handwritten documents.
All right. As you were in the bedroom, was Mr. Eric Richins was his body still there?
Yes.
And did you document that as well?
Yes, I did.
If we could see exhibit 1-7, please, for the witness. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's an overall photograph I took of inside the master bedroom showing where the deceased was located when I arrived.
Fair and accurate representation of the scene on that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-7.
No objection.
And publish, please.
1-7 is admitted.
And so this is where Eric Richins was when you arrived?
Correct.
Did you look through the bedroom, or did you look around the bedroom to see if there's anything that was significant that might have caused his death?
I looked around the bedroom a little bit, yes.
Did you find anything that stood out to you that may have caused the death of Eric Richins?
Nothing that could have caused his death, no.
Now I want to talk about the bathroom that's attached to the master bedroom and the closet. If we could have exhibit 1-12 and 1-13, please, for the witness. Are they up for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
Are those photos that you took?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representations of the scene that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 1-12 and 1-11, or 1-13, excuse
No
me.
objection.
1-12 and 1-13 are admitted.
And, so again, did you look through the master bathroom and the master closet?
I looked through the master bathroom.
Okay. Any THC gummies found in there?
No.
Any paraphernalia found?
No.
What about, I should have asked you these questions for the bedroom too. Did you see any THC gummies in the bedroom?
No.
Any drug paraphernalia?
No.
Okay, let's move to the kitchen. Did you yourself look through the kitchen?
I did not know.
Are you aware if anyone else did?
I'm unsure who looked in the kitchen.
If something of significance would have been found in the kitchen, would you have been notified?
Yes.
Speculation.
Would you rephrase sustained?
Sure. As other people were around the house, what would the protocol have been if an item of significance had been located?
If an item of significance is located, I would have been notified to photograph and document.
Did you do that with anything in the kitchen?
No.
What else did you do on March 4th?
I collected a few items on scene and that were transported to the sheriff's office.
What were those items?
Medications in Eric Richins' names, and there's a sheet underneath the bed that was kind of balled up.
Approximately what time did you leave the scene at Willow Court?
Approximately 8:29 in the morning.
Who did you leave with?
Myself, Detective Woody, OME Sessions, and Oracle. We all left it at the same time.
And
sorry,
to your knowledge, when you left the scene, were there any other law enforcement officials still there?
No, there were not.
You were the last ones to leave.
Correct.
To your knowledge, were there other searches made at the 282 Willow Court home?
Yes.
And were those searches subsequent to March 4th, were they different than what you did on March 4th?
Yes.
How were they different?
With a search warrant, we have more reason to search the home itself. So it's a more extensive search of the actual home itself. We're looking for specific items pursuant to the search warrant. So typically we're looking in cupboards, cabinets, drawers, inside closets, inside boxes, inside pockets.
And so compare that, what you're describing with a search warrant search, to what you did on March 4th. How is that different?
March 4th, we didn't have too much information to go off of on what we were looking for specifically. So we weren't looking through every drawer, everything. It was more so to the naked eye.
So talking about when a search warrant is performed, how many times have you been part of searching a home or something else for a search warrant?
I responded to the home on Willow Court 8 times.
And what about in general as a crime scene technician? How many times have you assisted investigators in executing a search warrant?
I don't know about including search warrants, but overall including search warrants and crime scenes, over 100.
So when a search warrant is executed, are different officials on scene given different assignments?
Yes.
How are those assignments made?
Typically it's the sergeant over investigations or lead detective, and sometimes the crime scene will assist.
What are the different assignments that are made for the personnel on scene during a search warrant?
We give them names such as searcher, finder, photographer, and a scribe.
And describe for the jury what each of those assignments mean, what those people would do.
As they're given assignments, it's also we work hand in hand, so they kind of commingle, but for the most part a searcher is kind of self-explanatory. You search a specific area that you're given or a room, and then the finder kind of assists the searcher in searching, but is also able to leave that area and go notify the photographer, who then comes and documents the item, where the item was located. And then the photographer then takes additional photographs of the item. They're called mid-range and close-up photos. It's just to show more of directionality of where the item was located. And then the scribe is typically in a common area or more of a central location where the items can be moved to, and they document onto a property seizure form on any item that's collected, where it was collected, and by whom it was collected.
Is it possible that someone on scene could have more than one assignment?
Yes.
Those things could overlap. One person could do multiple things?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 13th of 2022. Were you present for a search of the Willow Court home on that date?
Yes, I was.
And similar to what you've just described, were assignments made to different personnel that were on scene?
Yes.
And what was your role on April 13th,
To
2022?
photograph and assist in searching.
And to your knowledge, what areas of that scene were to be searched on that day?
The entirety of the home, including the attached garage as well as the detached garage and shop.
And when you say search, describe for the jury how someone goes about searching each of those rooms.
Room assignments are made, so we number the room numbers. That way it's a little bit easier to kind of keep track of who's searching where. It also helps with keeping track of which item was found in which room. And then people are given their room numbers and they start searching that area.
So talking about April 13th of 2022, let's first talk about the master bedroom. Were there any items of significance located in that room?
Yes.
Scott, if we could put up Exhibit 1-15D, like Delta 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a Matterport video showing the items of importance that were located on the April of 22 search.
So is this scan, explain how it's different from that overall scan that we saw previously?
So this one's showing what they're called are tags. So you're able to tag the area and it'll help depict where the item was located and give you a visual of where it was.
And are you the person who placed the tags on this particular video?
Yes.
And how were you able to do that? Not technologically, but how do you know where to place the tags?
Because it was documented on where the items were located as well as photographed.
And so that's where you put the tags on this scan?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to move to admit 1-15D4.
No objection.
States 1-15 Delta 4 is admitted.
If we could publish that, please. So again, describe for the jury, we're seeing the same scan, right? But you've added some information.
Correct.
So I think we were talking, Scott, you can play the scan. I think you were talking about the master bedroom. So we'll wait till our scan takes
In
us
that main
back to the
family
master
room,
bedroom.
all the animals on the wall are animals that would live near or about the Richins home. All those are native to Utah. The black bear, the mule deer, the moose, and the bison, not in that area, but there are two free roaming bison herds in Utah. One down south and one on Antelope Island. I like that big
And if we
sliding
could
door on
pause
the
it
bathroom.
there, please.
Barn
So
door.
if you can use our magic pointer there, and on your screen, it should let you point out what item of significance was located in this room. You might have to aim it at Scott's computer. He's got the receiver.
That was working for a moment. It's a very small cursor.
It's in the middle of the screen, right next to the bed.
It's not coming up.
It's
It might not work. It's too far away.
I can see it.
It vibrated. I don't know if that helps.
Well, why
That's a
don't
little more
we look
information than
at?
we need.
That's okay. We can talk about what we're looking at here without the clicker, even though I wanted to use it. That's okay. So, describe for the jury what we see on this scan that was different from before.
There's a yellow dot that's kind of pointing towards the nightstand.
And what item was located there?
A green iPhone.
Okay. Now you've got a box of items beside you.
Yes.
If you could please grab item 9-5 or exhibit 9-5. And go ahead and open that up.
This is when the ASMR starts.
Well, before you open it, why don't we do it this way? Do you know what this item is?
Yes.
What is it?
It is the green iPhone that was collected that night.
And is that item in your hands now in the same or substantially the same condition as when it was located on that day?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 9-5.
Yeah, no objection.
Go ahead and open it up.
9-5 is admitted.
And you can just hold it up and let the jury see it. Did you determine who this, was it determined who this phone belonged to?
Yes, it was determined to be Eric Richins.
Okay. Now what about in the master bathroom? Was that area searched?
Yes.
Scott, if you could continue playing our video, or exhibit, sorry. Were there items of significance that were located in the master bathroom?
Yes, a few.
Scott, if you could, pause it there, please. So, what about in that closet? Was there an item of significance located in there?
Yes.
If you could grab from your physical exhibits, Exhibit 9-1.
I
can't find where he was grabbing it.
Complete. The date of the search, would you confirm that for me one more time, is?
April 13th of 22.
Okay. Please proceed.
So, do you have Exhibit 9-1? You have a lot of things up there, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead and pull the item out of there. Or take a look at it. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is it?
There's a couple bottles of prescriptions that were collected that were located in one of the baskets.
And I don't know that the clicker's working, so why don't you just come down and point to your screen so the jury can see which item we're talking about, where it was located.
Is your Coca-Cola?
Yes.
You turn your Coca-Cola.
Go ahead.
Now you're ready to work.
Is it working now?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so the first item we're talking about right now is going to be this orangish yellow dot.
And you can head back to your seat, sorry. And the item that you have there, 9-1, is that a fair and accurate representation of the item that you collected from that basket on
Yes.
that day?
Yes, it was.
I'm going to move to admit 9-1.
May I see it, Your Honor?
Of course.
I want to see which bottle's there.
I'm gonna bring it down now.
Sorry,
No objection. Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm working with
States 9-1
a couple partners
is
really
admitted.
quickly.
Go ahead and open up that bag.
I see it. It's the Mento moment. I got it.
Was there a particular bottle within that bag from those items that you took a photograph of?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-20, please. Do you recognize this?
It's not, there it goes. Yes.
What is that?
It's a photo I took of what was located from that section of the linen closet.
That's a photo that you took?
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of what you collected from there?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 1-20.
No objection.
If we could publish, please.
20 is admitted.
Your Honor,
And
can we look at the actual bottle that she took out of the bag since she's taken it out? Can we open it and look at it, please?
you want to open the bottle and look at the pills?
Uh-huh. There's no pills, but I want to open the bottle and see the inside.
There's pills in it.
Oh, okay. Can I have her just open it? I won't touch it, but let
Why
her
don't you
do
and
it.
Ms. Shervanack do it at the same time?
Yep.
Can we sample the drugs,
just the record is
Judge?
clear. 1-20 is admitted.
Everyone gathers around. Don't take the pills. Don't take the pills. Shout out to Core TV. This is nice shot of a Samsung smartwatch and black gloves. Ooh, Smith's. It's a grocery store pharmacy. This is her job. It's a lot of tape. Tipping a couple out into the cap. There they are. I couldn't see anything. I've never
Kind
seen.
of hard to see in the photograph, but is one of those prescription bottles a prescription for quetiapine?
Yes.
And is that prescription, that bottle prescribed to Kouri Richins?
Yes, it is.
After you documented and photographed these items, what did you do with it?
They were booked into the sheriff's office.
And I should ask you the same question that we did for 9-5. What, after that item was collected, what did you do with it?
It was also booked into the sheriff's office.
When you say booked into the sheriff's office, that's into your evidence room?
Correct.
Scott, if we could go back to 1-15 D4, please.
One moment. I got to catch up to you. Go ahead, Scott.
Going back to the video.
Yes, please.
Ms. Shervanack, let me know when you're ready to show the truth.
I am.
You are now?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. Go ahead.
Okay, so we're looking at this same view in the master bathroom, and we see another orange circle there. What was collected from that location?
Several packages of THC gummies and edibles.
Did you document those?
Yes, I did.
Go ahead and grab Exhibit 9-11 for me.
Are we going to ask the judge if we can sample these as well? I mean, look at these up close as well.
Yeah.
Jesus, can I leave my crap all over this desk? Judge, sure. Go ahead. Put the gummies up by me.
Scott, could you leave the video up?
That was me.
Oh, sorry. You're on.
There you go.
Thank you. Okay. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's the items that were collected from that cabinet above the toilet.
Fair and accurate representation of those items that were collected that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-11.
No objection.
9-11 is admitted.
Did you document where those items were collected from?
Yes.
Where were they collected from?
They were inside the top shelf of the medicine cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom.
Inside the cupboard?
Correct.
Scott, if I could have Exhibit 1-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
A photograph I took of those items that were collected.
Same items we were just referring to?
Correct.
Fair and accurate representation of those items on that day?
Yes.
We'll move to admit 1-16.
May I speak to Ms. Shervanack for a
course.
second?
Council to council, little conference. Do you want to see the gummies? Want to head up there and check out the gummies? I bet the judge will let us. I don't know how long gummies last. I'm sure they have an expiration
We need a
date.
little more foundation for what's in the photograph. So,
That was a foundational objection.
Let's do it this way. If you could take Exhibit 9-11, please, and open it up.
They do want to see it. Open the gummies. I've never seen this. Open the gummies. Let us, I guess, pass them around. I mean, this is just one step away from the whole puff, puff, pass mentality. Each juror, hold out your hand. You each get one gummy.
Okay, and pull the items out of there.
All of them?
Pull them out.
All of them. Good crap. There's a ton. There's a ton.
Sorry.
Move your glass of water.
Yeah.
Move your glass of water. Please don't. Can we get her a new glass? Because she touched it with the gloves that's been in the bag with the gummies. Now I'm not confident that refreshment is all that's going to happen if she takes a sip.
We see multiple items in that one package. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if we could put the video back up on the screen. Can we put it back up for the jury? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. Here you go.
Okay, so we were talking about the cupboard above the toilet, and then we were looking at a photograph that you took of all of these items. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in that photograph, are there items that were collected from other locations?
Can you go back to the photograph?
Scott, can you put up 1-16 for her, please? Just for her.
What are you referring to on the photograph?
So, are there items that are in that same photograph and that are in that same package that were not collected in that cupboard?
There's a baggie and looks like a prescription box that are kind of out of focus.
And those items were not collected in that cupboard?
Correct.
But which items were collected from that cupboard?
The 3 dank gummies, the 2 chocolate brownies, the
dank
Helix Twist, and the 2 small baggies of gummies.
Is dank the brand?
The clear baggies were located somewhere else, is that right?
I don't recall on that. I believe they were located in the same area.
I'm going to move to admit 1-16.
Your Honor, we object. That's, she's not laid a proper foundation.
I don't follow. Would you approach for a moment?
All right, the judge says we've seen all the gummies. I think they're objecting to the clear bags. If they were found elsewhere, that's a problem. Or were they bagged in the same bag if they were found in a certain place? Interesting. Are the gummies not coming in? Like, we already know gummies aren't an issue, right? So this seems to be a strange hill to die on. When the medical examiner says no evidence of THC gummies in the system. You know, I think we're headed down the wild world of contamination by opening all this stuff up. You've got not just with her water cup, right? I'm not just concerned about that she grabbed with the gloves that reached into the bag that grabbed all the THC gummies out. Not just that, but I mean, this witness stand might need to undergo serious decontamination.
Pause for one moment. The state's moving to admit the photograph that is State's Exhibit 1-16.
Yes, no objection.
Okay. 1-16 is coming in. Would you like me to publish it?
Yes, please.
Okay. Chelsea, do you need a moment to get organized, or do you need anything?
She might need some space.
Are we done with this one for now?
Yes, you can put that to the side.
Yeah, just give me 1 second, please.
Yes, take your time.
Do we have a wipe?
Yep. I think she's asking for you have to just
Like a,
Something like that, yeah.
Something with bleach in it. Looks like defense won that one. The gummies aren't coming in. The picture is, but the gummies aren't. Let's see, the brand does appear to be, no, it's like an industrial numbers mark. Could be a Sam's Club brand. And she's now sanitizing the desk. We've dumped pills and gummies on this desk.
Good for now.
Good. She has her own garbage bag.
Shervanek, please proceed.
So, after these items were located, you photographed them?
correct.
And what happened with them next? Were they booked into evidence?
Correct.
Scott, if you could put the video back up, or Your Honor, however order that works. And you can let the scan play forward. Were there items of significance that were located in the closet?
Yes.
All right, if we could pause it there, please. If you could take Exhibit 9-12, please. And open it up. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a pack of gummies that were located in the master closet.
In this location that you've indicated here?
Yes.
Okay. Fair and accurate representation of those items. Are those items in substantially the same condition as when they were located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-12. No objection.
9-12 is admitted.
Go ahead and open it up. While we're doing that, Scott, if you could put 1-17 for the witness, please.
Oh, look, we have the same microphone.
All right, and then do you see Exhibit 117 on your screen?
Yes.
What is that?
It's an overall photograph I took of the master closet showing a mid-range of the item that was collected.
And that's that same item that you held up there?
Correct.
We could move to admit 1-17. No objection. And publish, please.
117 is admitted.
And so you might have to step down for this one. It's a little hard to see what we're looking at here.
Has Kouri been wearing any of the clothes you see in this picture? I mean, if she wears the green jacket, we'll know.
Point out for the jury what we're looking at here.
Ooh, careful,
So we're looking at a pack of gummies that was located in the pocket jacket of this green jacket.
Thank you.
I got nervous there.
If we could have the scan exhibit, please. You can play it forward, please. Was the kitchen also searched?
Yes, it was.
And were there items that were located in the kitchen that you documented?
Yes.
And I've been asking you about items of significance. The items you're looking for, those are items that were in the search warrant, correct?
Correct.
Meaning that the search warrant told you what you were supposed to look for?
Yes.
All right. If we could go forward just a small, there we go. All right, we could pause it there. Okay, so we're, what area of the home are we looking at now?
Oh, we're in the kitchen now.
And we mentioned that there were items found in here. If you could grab item 9-13, please. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a package of gummies that was located.
And those gummies that you have there, fair and accurate representation of what was collected on that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-13.
No objection.
9-13 is admitted.
And looking on our scan here, we see a couple of different indicators. Where were these gummies located?
Going to be that orange dot where right above the refrigerator in that cabinet.
So the higher up dot?
Yes.
Okay. If we could show the witness Exhibit 1-18, please. Do you see it? What is that?
It's a photograph I took of the item.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of where the item was located that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 1-18.
No objection.
And publish, please.
1-18 is admitted.
And then go ahead and open up Exhibit 9-13. And those are the gummies that we see in the photograph there?
Yes.
After you documented these items, what did you do with them?
They were collected and then brought to the sheriff's office to be booked into evidence.
Scott, if we could have the scan view again, please. And you can play it forward. Okay, you can pause it there. Thank you. So we see a few other indicators of items that were located there. Was there an item that was collected from the kitchen counter?
Yes.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-10, please. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that item, the item that was collected here in the orange dot?
Correct.
We indicated with the red arrow?
Yes.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected that day?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 9-10.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear her say what it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. What is that?
It's a set of tweezers and a small piece of plastic.
Ms. Nestor, 9-10?
No objection.
9-10 is admitted.
Where, describe for the jury what, you can open it up and just let the jury see it. They can see through the bag, I think. What is this item?
It's a pair of tweezers that was located inside of a jacket pocket that was laying on the kitchen counter.
And so the jacket was on the counter, tweezers were where?
Inside of a pocket.
The pocket of the jacket.
Correct.
What kind of jacket was it?
It was a woman's fitted black, medium size Under Armour jacket.
After you collected that item, what did you do with it?
It was packaged and brought to the sheriff's office to be booked into evidence.
Why the tweezers?
All of these items that we've just talked about, after they were collected, were they sent to the state crime lab?
Yes.
And were they tested there?
Yes, they were.
Did you receive a report back about the results of those tests?
Yes, I did.
We see, going back to the scan here, we see through the doorway another orange dot. Was it an item collected from that area?
Yes.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 4-16, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Was this an item that was collected from that same search warrant date?
Yes.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that you collected that day?
Yes.
I'll move to admit 4-16.
Your Honor, we object on 401, 403, 404B.
Counsel, please approach.
All right, we're going to take that up to 36. We're starting to rack up the objections here this afternoon. This is relevance and prejudice. The tweezers. Why the tweezers? Your Honor, this makes my client look bad. We don't think it should go in front of the jury. Oh, man. So I need to get the clip of the attorney popping the Mentos or whatever it was in his mouth. So I'll have to grab that. She used tweezers because you're not supposed to touch fentanyl with your skin. Did the tweezers have traces of fentanyl? I don't know if they would.
So we're going to pause on admitting or publishing 416, but you may have some more questions about it.
Where was item 4-16 located?
I believe it was located in the master bathroom.
4-16
The one
on the screen.
Um,
And if you don't recall, that's okay.
I don't recall this one.
Okay, no problem.
Would it help?
Well, let's put up the scan that we were looking at.
Your
of the
fresh
home.
recollection?
One moment.
Do you see the orange dot kind of through the doorway from the kitchen?
Yes.
Do you know if there was a black backpack located where that orange dot is?
Yes.
Do you know if this document was located in that black backpack?
Yes.
Leading.
What else? Did you look in that backpack?
I believe I just helped document what was inside.
What was inside?
Several documents, as well as prescription medication and Kouri Richins' name.
When executing this search warrant, was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person?
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-2, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the phone that was taken off of Kouri Richins that day that was booked into evidence.
Same or similar condition as when it was located that day or seized that day?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 9-2.
Your Honor, at this time, we renew our motion to suppress that was made earlier about the phone. We renew it at this time.
Okay.
There's another
Your
objection.
motion is denied for the same reasons previously stated by the court. 9-2 is admitted.
After item 9-2 was seized and collected, what did you do with it?
It was booked into the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
So we just talked about a lot of items that were collected. Remind the jury, what date were those items collected?
On April 13th of 2022.
So, and you were on scene when Eric died, and some time had passed, is that correct?
Yes.
Was the house at
Alcohol
282
scent.
Willow Court searched on May 8th of 2023?
Yes, it was.
Were you present for that search?
Yes.
Again, was that search of the home pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
Scott, if we could show the witness Exhibit 1-15 D3, D like Delta. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is going to be, it's the same 3D model rendering of the home. This one's depicting items that were collected on the 2023 warrant.
Is that on May 8th?
Yes.
And again, the same scan that we've been seeing, but now you've added tags for items that were collected on a different day.
Correct.
All right. Similar to the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, were assignments made for this search warrant?
Yes.
Personnel. And what was your role?
To photograph, assist in a search, and also assist in doing the Matterport.
What areas of the scene were searched on this day?
Every room of the main the main home as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
What specific items were you looking for pursuant to that search warrant?
We were looking for several different items relating to, I believe, electronics, as well as documents, and don't recall what else, to be honest.
That's okay. So we talked about Exhibit 1-15D3. That's something that you helped create. That's the scan.
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit Exhibit 1-15D3.
Okay, 1-15D is in dog 3. Okay,
Right.
and just to clarify, I'm sorry, Your Honor, if may I speak with Ms. Chevron. So this is just adding on the tags from the 8th?
It's not, I mean, iterative, it is iterative, but it's not in addition to. They're just the tags from that day.
Perfect. No objection.
1-15D3 is admitted. Would you like us to publish it?
Yes, please. Okay, so again, we're looking at the same scan, correct?
Yes.
And you have included tags for a different date that the house was searched.
Yes.
Scott, you can play the scan, please. And you mentioned that the whole house was searched again?
Yes.
And that included the bedroom?
Yes.
You were looking for electronics as well as documents. Does that sound right?
Yes.
That's what, just reminding you what you said before. Were there items pursuant to that search warrant that were located in the master bedroom?
Yes.
I'll wait till our video catches up before I ask you about this.
What was that?
All right, you can pause it there, Scott. So we see 2 green dots on this screen. Were you there when these items were located?
Not when they were located. I believe I was in a different room.
Okay, but you were the person that collected them?
Yes.
And when they were located, did they remain in their original condition until you documented them?
As far as I am aware, yes. Take item 9-15 and go ahead and open it up. What is that? It's an orange notebook.
And is that one of the items that was collected in May 8th of 2023?
Yes.
And is where that item was located depicted on your screen?
Yes, it is.
Where was this item located?
It's going to be that bottom green dot that's showing in the top drawer of the nightstand.
We're going to come back to this item. I'm not going to admit it quite yet. So we see another green dot. Do you know what was located, where that is indicated?
Yes, it's a blue iPhone that was located inside the top drawer.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-4, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the blue iPhone that was collected from that drawer that day.
It's in the same or similar condition to when it was, as it was collected on May 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-4.
Wait. 9-15, right?
This is correct.
Okay.
We're getting all the electric devices, personal mobile devices in,
No
which
objection,
means
Your Honor.
9-4.
we start hearing about
blue
text
iPhone
messages
is
and web
And
searches.
Scott, if you could show the witness Exhibit 10-21. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photograph I took of where the cell phone was located.
Fair and accurate representation of where it was located that day?
Yes.
Move to admit 10-21
No objection.
and publish.
10-21 is admitted.
Publish, please. So we see, zoom back out for us. So we see a phone sitting on top of the dresser. Is that the phone that was collected?
That's a tablet.
Okay, and so where, we'll have Scott zoom in, where is the phone that you collected, that you just showed us?
To the right of I believe is the pair of sweatpants.
Okay, so it's kind of inside the drawer, leaning up against the front of the drawer. Is that accurate?
Yes.
You mentioned that the detached office was also searched on that day?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-15D7, D like Delta. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
This is the rendering of the detached garage and shop.
The same virtual scan, just of a different area of the home, is that right?
Yes.
I'm going to move to admit 1-15D7.
I'm so sorry. This is a new Matterport 115D7. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
It's the giraffe one.
115D7 is admitted.
Okay, and you can play that forward, Scott. And so was the office also searched for documents?
Yes, it was.
And similar to the other one, did you indicate on this virtual scan if there was a document that was collected on May 8th?
Yes.
It's a big elk antler there. Just a single shed.
Oh, I don't see the tag on this one.
It's on there.
Oh, where is it?
Give it a second.
Wait for
I
it.
missed
Wait
it.
for
There you
There
go.
it is. If we could pause the scan, please. I missed it the first time around. Was there a document collected from that location?
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-16 from your stack there.
The orange notebook has been admitted, but not has been
Do you recognize this?
presented, but not
Yes.
admitted yet.
All right, and is that the item that was collected from there?
Yes.
Okay, we're not going to admit it this time. We'll come back to that document. Pursuant to this search warrant was, or not to this search warrant, but on that same date was a phone seized from Kouri Richins' person.
Yes.
If you could take Exhibit 9-3, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a cell phone that was collected from Kouri Richins' person.
Same or similar condition as when it was collected on May 8th?
Yes.
We'll move to admit 9-3.
9-3 is admitted.
What happened with that phone after it was collected?
I believe it was downloaded by Detective O'Driscoll and then booked into evidence.
Was there a search made of the 282 Willow Court home on November 7th of 2024?
Yes.
Scott, if we could have Exhibit 1-15D5.
The state has to turn over all the evidence in discovery so the defense knows what they're going to bring against their clients. If they don't do it, that's a big problem for the trial.
Be sure to connect the date one more time.
November 7th, 2024. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Same as all the other scans we've been looking at?
Correct.
You put different tags on there for items that were located on that day?
Correct.
Similar to the two other search warrants we talked about, were assignments made on that day?
Yes.
And what was your role?
To photograph and assist in document and search.
Same as the other searches?
Yep.
Okay. Again, what areas of the home were searched?
The entirety of the home, as well as the attached garage and the detached garage and shop.
I don't think I've moved to admit 115D5 yet. I'll do that now.
Is that this game?
Yes.
Yes. Any objection?
This one from November 7th, I'm so sorry, I'm trying to keep up. November 7th, the Matterport is 115D5?
Correct.
No objection.
115D5 is admitted and published.
Go ahead and play it, Scott. What items were being, specific items you were looking for this day? Excuse me.
Handwritten documents.
Did you locate any of those?
I assisted in photographing them.
Document?
Yeah.
Okay. You could pause it there. we see purple circle on the screen there. Was a document located from that location on that day?
Yes.
Take Exhibit 9-17. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And is that the item, what is it?
It's a handwritten document of appears to be a timeline. It was located inside that the kitchen cabinet.
Fair and accurate representation of the document that was collected on that day?
Yes.
Okay, we'll come back to that one. Just a moment, I'm sorry.
What's left in the big box you brought in, ma'am? We've got most of it in. We know a lot of it is gummies and pills, but we've got a couple notebooks, got some timelines.
Exhibit 8-49, it's a binder.
There's one up here.
There is one up here.
But the handwriting's
Yes.
Found it. She said, "I told you so." That's the smile back to them. I told you it was up
We
there.
need to look at some handwriting items. Okay. I'm showing you in States Exhibit 8-49, tab 15. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is this an item that was collected from the Richins home?
Yes, it was.
Was that collected during that November 7th, 2024 search warrant?
Yes.
And did you collect this item?
Yes, I did.
And book it into evidence?
Yes.
You took photographs of it?
Correct.
If you could turn to tab 16, please.
Michelle, welcome. It's great you found us. You're among
K15.
friends here.
K15?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It's coupons with handwriting on them, like
This
Christmas
was-
coupons.
I'm sorry, I should let you finish.
You're fine.
Finish what you were saying before I ask my question.
It appears to be like Christmas coupons that are handwritten.
Another item that was collected from the Willow Court home?
Yes.
Did you take photographs of this item?
I took photographs, yes.
And did you book it into evidence?
I did not.
Christmas coupons?
I believe Evidence Tech Matter booked that one in.
Okay, but it was booked into the evidence room?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about a few other items that were collected. Did you collect other electronics in particular? For not collect, but I'm sorry, I should use more precise words. Did you book into evidence other electronics for this case?
Yes.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-6, please.
Do I want to know
Do you
what the
recognize
Christmas
this?
coupons are?
Yes.
What is it?
There are 2 cell phones that were collected from Robert Grossman.
And they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Those items in the same or similar condition as when they were booked into evidence?
Yes.
Move to admit 9-6.
Need just a minute on that one.
You can open it up and let the jury see it.
Anyone else nervous about like an open cup of water on her desk with all this evidence everywhere?
Your Honor, we object to improper foundation. This individual can't testify who got those phones, that they came from Mr. Grossman. My understanding is they were just brought to her, and that's insufficient. We object.
Well, she can testify that these 2 phones were booked into evidence.
Right,
So
sure.
we can admit 9-6 as these 2 phones, right?
No. We need a foundation laid of how, the chain of custody of those 2 phones. Who got them and who brought them to her before they can come in.
Didn't she just testify that they were, forgive me, I may have misheard the testimony.
May we approach?
Yes, of course.
Now defense is, they're trying to whittle away And so far, they've been successful a couple times. They've been able to whittle away at some of the evidence that is going to be coming in. She wants more water. Can I get a refill? She says, please. I'm really thirsty. I've been talking a lot. These gummies really dry out my... No, just kidding. That's not what she said. But defense is trying to, whittle away some of this evidence, the mountain of evidence that the state wants to present. And if they can do it through a technicality, that's perfect. They don't care how it doesn't come in, as long as it doesn't come in. If it was from a pretrial ruling, the motion to eliminate, great. But if they can do it in the moment when the state's trying to get it in and saying, sorry, you haven't done the right steps, then that's another win for them. They need bigger cups. They need water bottles. Most courts don't allow you to have an open container. You can drink from a water bottle, but then it has to be able to close afterwards so it doesn't spill. Jamie Latornu, member for 34 months. I can't believe I've lived here this long. You are an OG.
Exhibit 9-6, 2 cell phones, identified, not yet admitted.
Yes.
So they won for now, but I think the state will get those in with the proper witness.
If you could grab Exhibit 9-18, please, and 9-19. Okay. Let's start with 9-18. Do you recognize this item?
Yes.
What is it?
It's a photo it is a phone that was collected during a search warrant of Lauber's residence.
What kind of phone is it? Just the model or the make of it?
It's a Samsung.
Okay. And is that phone the same or similar condition as when you booked it into evidence?
Yes.
And I'll treat this one the same as 9-6. And if you go ahead and show it to the jury.
Wait,
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't entered it yet. I'm sorry.
There's an objection.
If you could take Exhibit 9-19, please. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a Motorola cell phone that was collected from off of Carmen Lauber's person.
Okay, is that was that phone booked into evidence?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Carmen, I believe, is the house cleaner. The source of...
After, I'm going to move away from these specific phones and just talk about some things that the sheriff's office does with cell phones once they're collected. When cell phones are, after cell phones are booked into evidence, does the sheriff's office have the capability to download a cell phone?
We currently do.
What about in 2022? Did the sheriff's office have that capability in 2022?
No, we did not.
If the sheriff's office or an investigator in the sheriff's office wanted to get a download of someone's cell phone in 2022, how did that happen?
It was brought down to the RCFL.
What is the RCFL?
It's a regional forensics, computer forensic institution.
And so
Lab?
The downloads of the phones weren't done in-house at that time?
Correct.
And at some point, did that change?
Yes.
When was that?
Early of 2023.
What happened in early 2023 as it relates to cell phone downloads at the sheriff's office?
We obtained a program called Celebrate.
What is Celebrate?
It is a cell phone download program.
Are you certified to use Celebrate?
Yes.
Okay. How, not the technology part, but how physically, if you were going to download a cell phone, how would you do that?
We'd obtain the item from evidence and essentially plug it into the program, and then the program basically tells us what to do on the next steps, and it kind of breaks into the phone.
So kind of a plug-and-play type of thing.
Correct.
And you're certified to use Celebrate?
Yes.
Did you perform cell phone downloads in this case?
Yes.
Which cell phone did you download in this case?
I downloaded a few.
Okay. Do you remember which ones?
I believe Hayden, Jeff's.
Well, don't say the names.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I think the majority of them were iPhones.
Okay, that's fine. When a phone is downloaded using Celebrate, do you get a report after it's downloaded?
Yeah, it gives us the data, like the raw data.
Okay, from the phone.
Correct.
So turning away from cell phones now, I want to talk a little bit more about the Matterport scan. Did you use that, or first, let me ask this way, does that software have the capability to do measurements? I think you mentioned that.
Yes.
Did you use the Matterport scan in this case to measure some certain distances?
Yes.
How is that done?
I select basically the X, Y, and Z coordinates on the scan itself and pretty much pick two separate points, and it will give you an accurate measurement within 1% error rate.
How do you know it's within 1% error rate?
It's according to their company.
Okay. And so you measured some areas of the home in this case?
Yes.
And did you verify those measurements after Matterport gave you the distances?
Yes, we also physically measured them on scene.
Okay. And so did you measure the area from the master bedroom to the kitchen?
Yes.
Was that distance 55 feet 2 inches?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. Did you measure the distance from the master bedroom to the front door?
Yes.
Was that distance 36 feet, a little over 36 feet?
Yes.
And you verified through that process you just described that those were accurate distances?
Correct.
Okay. Give me just a moment.
Lady in red just got a text. She's on the reporter row. Just suddenly glanced down like at her phone right as it cut away from it. And she's going, I think. There she is. She is leaving. Boss said, "We need you on air now. Run." The rule of the courtroom, if you leave when it's not a break, you can't come back in until the next break. She's got the scoop. She's the first one to be to air. Everyone else is stuck in court. She's probably with the newspaper.
Just a couple more questions for you. I want to go back to the Celebrate program and the cell phone downloads. Did you do a download for Kouri's blue iPhone in this case?
I assisted Detective O'Driscoll in the download.
What do you mean you assisted? Describe that process.
He started the download. It gave him an error, and then I assisted in doing some troubleshooting and starting the process of the download.
And so were you able to get a successful download of that blue iPhone?
Yeah, I was able to obtain the PIN code, and then Detective O'Driscoll finished it and obtained a download.
And just to be sure, let's show the jury which item we're talking about so we don't get the phones confused. We're talking about Exhibit 9-4.
It's a blue iPhone.
And this was the phone that where was this item collected from?
Inside the top drawer of the dresser in the master bedroom. It was leaning up against the drawer.
And this was collected on May 8th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you.
Sure that Ms. Nestor, would you approach for a moment?
Judge calls the sidebar. This is not an objection. Probably a scheduling thing. We are at 4:30 p.m., about the time we ended yesterday. A lot of evidence with this witness. A lot of objections as well. You can see the state is fighting. They're fighting because what's going to come in from each of these phones is terrible for Kouri. The text messages, the internet searches, if you'd sit
tight for just a moment.
The movements.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stop the presentation of evidence for today at this point. Okay. We'll pick up cross-examination of Ms. Gibson tomorrow morning. I'm required to give you these instructions at the end of every day, and frankly, I should be doing it at the end of before every break, so please just humor me. Do not talk about this case with anyone. Do not let anyone else talk about it to you. This is off limits. You have to affirmatively avoid listening to, watching, or reading anything about the case. And do not take any actions to gain any information. So no research, no internet searches, no social media interactions about the case at all. Please travel safely. See you tomorrow morning, ready to go at 8:30.
For the rest of you who aren't prohibited from looking, please go to Twitter, find my last tweet with the defense attorney Ramos having the swig from the little brown bottle, and feel free to retweet that to your heart's content, because the judge did not prohibit you from doing it. It's a good little clip. I think you'll like it. Orange notebook is going to require some more foundation before it comes in.
All right. Forgive my ignorance. Are you taking all this stuff back with you?
I was told by Brittany.
What's the plan, Brittany?
Anything that is illegal substance, she has to take.
Got it.
Okay. She has to take all the gummies.
Yeah, so sorry, not mine. The phones I can take. When I complete those
Is that what you want to do?
We want to do what is supposed to be done.
Okay, sounds good. So let's be specific.
Anything illegal, the witness has to take with
by
them.
Number.
Illegal substances, gummies.
Let's just do this on the record.
Prescription medication, potentially.
Chelsea, if you would separate for us 9-5. That's the green iPhone. 9-2. 9-4, 9-3. Those are the 4 phones that have been admitted so far. So Brittany will take control of those as evidence clerk. The remaining items that were admitted are, or appear to be, medications and other substances that, as I understand it, the court's not taking custody of.
Other than the tweezers.
Ah, yes. Which one was that?
9-10, I believe.
9-10.
Okay. So
which date was that?
That means the state's saying those are paraphernalia.
Okay.
Drug paraphernalia.
We'll take those.
No, the state's taking it. Or the court's taking it. Never mind. It's not an illegal substance, so the state will keep it.
Got it. Yep, thank you. Okay. Ms. Shervanek, anything else on the separation of what Technician Gibson will hold on to versus what the court will hold on to?
No, I think that's clear. I think we should most likely have a plan for what happens at the conclusion of evidence, because the jury will have it to deliberate.
Well, they're not going to get, we can talk about that.
Yeah,
there are rules that
I
control
just
what
wanna
they have
put it out
access
there.
to and how, and that's all in the Code of Judicial Administration.
But I think for now, Ms. Gibson
Okay.
would take custody of what she's told to
Right.
take custody of.
Ms. Nestor, anything else on this topic tonight? Okay.
Do I need to bring back all of this?
Yes.
Okay.
And also remember, you are proverbially still on the stand, so do not confer with anybody about your testimony.
Got it.
We'll swear you back in tomorrow morning. Understood. Okay. You are free to pack up
Okay.
and go.
Can I get Brittany to sign chain
Of
custody
course.
stuff?
Yep.
It'll make me feel better.
No, yeah, of course. Ms. Shermanek, Mr. Bloodworth, anything else on the record this afternoon?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis?
Just that we would ask it, and I have asked this, but a nice reminder that Mr. Bloodworth send us a list of witnesses that they intend to call for the next 2 days.
There you go. You've asked.
I can, and I also just did that to Mr. Ramos.
Okay.
Orally, I can put it in writing.
Yes, please, if you could email it to us.
Sure. Okay. Mr. Ramos, anything else today?
So good.
All right, folks, I appreciate your patience. We'll be in recess until, let's plan on 8:15 for council tomorrow morning. Thank you.
All right, that means we start at 8.
Court's in recess.
10 o'clock Eastern. What a day. What a day. And we go back to just the state of Utah logo. We are done. We're done. We're done. All right, I'm going to just hold tight on that for a second. And cut. There we go. All right, now I have to go back to the start, says Elizabeth. Catch up on everything. I'd love a witness list. Oh, sure. Yeah, would you mind sending it to the mods? That would be great. Maybe it'll get filed, possibly. If it gets sent to the court, it might get filed. We might have access to it. Oop. Sudden burst of audio coming in. It is 1 a.m. Guam time. Wow. Blue Stars, welcome. Thank you all. We've got a couple new people here. Leslie Nichols, just click the subscribe button. We call that admitting to being a true crime addict. Welcome. Thanks for being here. How can you keep gummies like that with the kids in the house? Well, they kept them up high, which is at least a start. They were still considered illegal in Utah at the time, and I think still currently. Recreational THC is not something that Utah has come on board with yet, although medical is different. It's almost midnight, says Twin Tail Fox. Man. Why do they need a witness list? Well, because in some cases, some of the state's witnesses are expert witnesses, which the defense has a corresponding expert. That expert gets to be there and listen to the state's witness because they respond to it. It's almost like a rebuttal. If you don't coordinate, then the defense doesn't get to hear what the state's witness was saying. Well, they could watch it on the replay, as the judge pointed out, but the idea is that they're going to either be there in person or watch live and possibly give communication back and forth to the defense counsel in the moment, so that they can maybe even tailor their questions for cross-examination of the state's witness that same way. All right, we're ending the live stream over on Top Mark Media. That one's done. The courtroom that I'm in here, you're talking about this one, right? I believe this one's actually up in Michigan. They released this for the court released it so that during the COVID era, the lawyers who are zooming in could use this as a backdrop and make it still sort of look like court as we were trying to do it online. So it's an actual courtroom. There's no true significance. I don't think we've ever actually watched a trial in this court, like this room. I'd love it if we did sometime. But I can tell you one thing, that this picture is not on their wall. So that's just mine. But all right, a quick recap of what happened today, and then I'll probably see if I can send you to Peter Tragos today, who's going to do a recap. Let's see, day 4, we started with Vincent Wen. The Summit County Sheriff had the body cam. Lots of I don't remembers. The state cross-examination of him by Mr. Ramos lost all the drama, was kind, was just the nicest person you could possibly imagine. On cross-examination throughout today. He obviously paid some attention to what people thought of his presentation initially. He knew he came across too strong. He changed it today. Kudos to you, Mr. Ramos. you completely turned over a new leaf, and it was amazing. So we had that. We've got a couple other witnesses. A lot of them were very quick, that just had a little bit to testify to. So we had Carmen Sessions. She was the first-time Office of Medical Examiner on the scene and did some searches for in the garbage for the alcohol. Didn't find any, but did find some ginger beer from Cock and Bull brand, which looks delicious. Might have to try it. We had Deputy Pimentel. Did part of the medication log on the crime scene and nothing else. Margaret Offrit, or Margie, she was the medical assistant coordinator. We also had Andrew Krimmich, who goes by Andy. He was a quick witness as well. Sorry, I didn't have a lot of notes on all of these witnesses. Maggie Mobley, who was the Office of Medical Examiner assistant. She was the morgue clerk, received the body, broke the seal, answers the door, does all those things. We got a couple pictures of the tag, basically chain of custody of the body from the scene to the morgue. Through her. Then we had Pamela Sue Ulmer, who was the Utah Medical Examiner, and she gave us her basically the rundown of what they did and how they analyzed the body and looked for illnesses or disease, as well as for drugs. And when they found the drugs, she saw what they were. She saw the results, but said, this has to go to the toxicologist, and they sent it to the toxicologist. Then we have, after her, Allison Christensen, who was toxicology. And last was Chelsea Gibson, this witness we just had, who brought all the evidence, especially the phones. Phones and gummies. Something I'd never seen. They opened the phone, they opened all the gummies so they could see them. So a lot of really good evidence here. This is foundational. This allows us to get into the phones in subsequent days, text messages, the GPS locations, movement, history, charging cycles, whatever it is, when the phone was active, when it wasn't, when it was in the car, where it drove to, all the GPS data. This opens up a wealth of information for the prosecution to use, and a lot of it helps corroborate the story they have, the theory they have about what Kouri did and where she got the fentanyl, who she was in communication with, and what her plans were. So this is why the defense is fighting so hard on letting these phones come in, because if they can keep the phone out, they never have to address the issues of why it was in the Draper gas station at the same time that Carmen was, with a text message on it that says, do you have any of that good Michael Jackson stuff? So lots of that upcoming, and it's just going to get better and better. I'm super, super excited about the case. The judges do an amazing job as well, keeping us entertained and moving forward smoothly. Entertained by his smooth voice. All right. Anything else? I will go find the clip of the Attorney Ramos. Apparently, we have almost an exact replica of yesterday's video, which is out on Twitter right now, and I think I also put it on YouTube as a short, maybe. I'll have to check and make sure. Of him when he took the drink from the brown bottle. Well, now he popped something in his mouth. We think it's a Mento. I think it's funny that we have like 2 videos of him doing the same basic motion in the same shot, eating Mento, but not relevant for the case. Obviously, it's just some fun things we're observing in court. Is that the actual text, the MJ reference? I believe it is. I think she calls it the Michael Jackson stuff. Do you have something stronger like the Michael Jackson stuff? She didn't ask for fentanyl by name. What happened to Josh Grossman? Was that the dealer? Mary, we haven't got that far yet. We don't know. Mentos is not a sponsor. No podcast tonight. Podcast is on Thursday nights, and we have some taste tests to do. We're super excited. I'm super excited about watching Thomas taste test Progresso soup drops. It's like a cough drop, but it tastes like soup and it's candy. So that's going to be fun. Come watch us do that. It'll be a pleasant little break from the court that we're watching. Let me build the if Peter's up. I'm not sure if I can do this here. Let's see. Hold, please. I'm not sure if he's got a stream up yet. Yep, there he is. Looks like he's going to be starting at 8:30 tonight, so you've got a little bit before then, but we'll portal over there so you can click the like button and let him know that we're enjoying his breakdown of the day as he covers the whole day in about an hour to an hour and a half. And soup on a stick. Yes, I'm going to be trying them too. Soup you can suck on is what Progresso calls them. Let's see. Did you see my take on Walk the Dog in Discord? I haven't seen it yet. I'll have to pop over there. I haven't been on Discord yet today. Or, we posted all recap videos for the week. Pre-posted. Excellent. Well, I've got the portal set up so we can portal over to him, and it'll be good. I did promise you a song. I'm sorry. For those who don't know, we have made a couple funny songs about court and this channel with the help of some computer-generated assistance. So I will bring you the song that I promised was, I believe, called, let's see, public. It's called Gray is the New Green, and then we'll do the outro. I should have listened to that first. There we go. Where's the sound going? Rodecaster Pro to there. It's plugged in. We have audio. Here we go. That was not it. That was for a missile. We'll try this again. Stop. Different song altogether. Here we go.
In the land of pixels, here we meet. Gray's the color of our simple seats. No flashy lights, no fancy scheme. It's low-key love in a cyber dream. Slow-mo life, we're taking it easy. Calm in the chat, everything looks breezy. No golden throne, no crown on screen, yet still I feel like royalty unseen. Gray is the new green, don't you know? In the digital glow, we take it slow. No need for emojis or special code. We're riding high on this mellow road. Gifted green lights up the scene. A ticket to a world unseen. But here in gray, we find our creed. No extra flair, just what we need. No temp seats, no quick retreats, just hanging out in these cyber streets. Gray dust clouds, our silent theme, a hidden treasure in the live stream. Gray is the new green, don't you know? In the digital glow, we take it slow. No need for emojis or special code. We're riding high on this mellow road.
All right, there we go. Gray is the new green, celebrating all those who are in gray on the channel. Definitely not unseen. Thank you all, and thanks for the gifted memberships. Oh my goodness, Kim, thank you very much. Kim kicking it off. Greeners comes in with another 5. Special K, another 5 memberships after that. Unrulia Julia comes in on the train as well, and as does Gidge with the membership, and Brit Bottoms. So thank you all. You're incredible. With that, it's time for the regular outro music. Feels like I'm floating in the clouds. It's a fun song. I like that one. Again. Encore, right? Welcome all. Angie, welcome to the gallery again. Thank you very much. I'm excited for tomorrow. This case is just developing. It's getting spicier. The defense is starting to put on more of a aggressive defense. I think Kouri's getting nervous when defense tries to keep something out and it comes in anyway. We're seeing her nervousness. It's coming across the camera, so that's quite interesting. Tomorrow is going to be more. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone. Make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. We'll be live at 10 o'clock. The court will be live at 8:15 with lawyers only. I'm not sure if we'll have a feed then, but we should have a feed by 8:30. So please be here for that. It's also just fair warning. I'll tell you now. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Wednesday is Hump Day. Hump Day is celebrated with a yell, not a chant, not a loud talking. It's a yell. So you've been warned. Bring your earbuds. Skip the first couple seconds. Whatever you need to do. We're going to celebrate Hump Day, and it's not a yodel. Definitely not a yodel. So please join us there. We'll be halfway through the work week and beginning. I think we only have 2 days left of the Kouri Richins trial today. You guys have a great night. Be good to each other. We will see you in the morning. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Because he's the guy. What more do you need to see?